I'm Richard Fontaine, CEO of the Center for New American Security, and it's a real delight to welcome everybody to the 19th annual CNAS National Security Conference. The theme of the conference this year is America's Edge, which is fitting for a time in which the United States is facing a rapidly changing and challenging global security landscape. More than ever before, the United States needs to develop bold, innovative approaches to meet these national security challenges, and I hope that the sessions that we'll have today on the stage will contribute to that effort. We're holding our conference this year at a moment of profound transformation and a good deal of uncertainty, both here in Washington and in the world. War, of course, endures in both Europe and the Middle East. Tensions with China shape America's relations with Asia. We're witnessing dramatic departures in U.S. economic policy, especially on trade. New defense approaches may be in the offing as well. And there are dramatic advances in technology, especially artificial intelligence, and all that coincides with broad geopolitical shifts and the advent of a new administration. Some of the assumptions that for a long time undergirded a lot of US foreign policy are being today re-examined, redefined, redebated. It was a general consensus, for example, for a long time that there's an international order that exists and benefits the United States, that spheres of influence, especially if dominated by hostile powers in Eurasia, pose a significant threat, that the best way to keep the peace is strong alliances underwritten by the forward deployment of American troops abroad, that an open international economic system underwritten by free trade is the best path to prosperity for Americans, and that having a bias in favor of democracies rather than autocracies is the best way to ensure the survival of freedom both abroad and at home. I think, to say the least, all of these assumptions today are up for grabs, or at least they're up for debate. And behind it all is a question about how should the United States maintain its edge in an unpredictable, fast-changing world. So today, much of the conversations that you'll hear will be focused on some ways of exploring answers to those kinds of questions. Our leading voices who we brought here today will be engaged in a series of interactive sessions and discussions, so I encourage both our in-person audience here and our online audiences to participate in them. We'll begin in just a moment. Before we do, I'd like to just take a moment to recognize our conference sponsors at the visionary level, Invenergy, at the elite level, Northrop Grumman, and at the premier level, American Rheinmetall Defense, Boeing, Cisco, M&C Saatchi World Services, RTX, and Western Digital. Thanks to all of you and to our institutional donors and to our individual supporters for making today possible and making the kind of work that we do at CNAS possible. To engage in the discussions today, please follow us on X, also known as, or formerly known as Twitter. You can do that at CNAS DC. And tweet using the hashtag CNAS 2025. You can join the conversation and submit questions by using the chat on our official conference website, and you can watch the proceedings online at cnas.org/live. So, to kick off the day's deliberations, I'm super pleased to welcome to the stage David Sanger, who will be joining us in just a second. David is the White House and National Security Correspondent for the New York Times. He's author of the book New Cold Wars, was the first writer in residence at CNAS, and David has been covering U.S. foreign policy and national security issues for decades. We're going to take a chance to open the proceedings by trying to explore the moment we find ourselves in a conversation here. So David, please join me up here.
Thank you. Great.
All right. Thank you. Thanks for being here. It's hard to believe that you were the first writer-in-residence at CNAS, and we're now on our 19th National Security Conference here.
So
this organization has come a long way, and you've been part of it, so thank you for being here. I thought maybe we could start and just by taking a kind of a step back from the issues of the day and looking kind of big picture question. In my comments there, I sort of noted it feels like we are in a major moment of upheaval in the world and a lot of rethinking about fundamental national security assumptions in Washington. Does it feel to you, does it look to you like we're in a fundamentally new era in national security and foreign policy today?
Well, first, thanks for having me. I was, as you said, I think one of the first, if not the first, of the writer-in-residence group, and it enabled me to write my first book. So I'm deeply indebted. It was a real startup organization back then. It was Kurt Campbell and Michelle Flournoy, and then a group of young people around them, all of whom went on to go run the U.S. government, except I went back to my same old desk. So, but it's really great to be here. It does feel entirely new, and that's because there is this sense of disruption in which, for one of the first times we can really remember since the end of World War II, we are the disruptor. We're not the only disruptor. China's done its share. Russia's obviously done its share as well. But usually the role of the United States during that time was to sort of come back and provide a stable center that others gathered around to go deal with whatever outbreaks there were. The Korean War, the Vietnam War, various wars in the Middle East. And now it's got a very different feel. And I think that feel, Richard, comes from a sense that we really did not have in President Trump's first administration, that he is out to disassemble the understandings of the post-World War II order and to replace it with something that he hasn't defined. And that's the amazing thing, because we know what it is that this administration wants to take apart. We got a big dose of that with DOGE. We've gotten a big dose of that with his steps in dealing with Europe, certainly with the tariffs. But what we haven't gotten yet, and maybe we'll get it when there's a new national security strategy, maybe we'll get it in a series of deep and pensive national security speeches by the president, but I'm sort of not holding my breath for that series to start. But what we haven't gotten is his vision of what he wants to replace it with. We've heard a lot of people speculate. I lean toward he'd like a spheres of influence kind of approach, where the only people he's got to deal with are basically Xi Jinping, Vladimir Putin, and maybe MBS in Saudi Arabia on family holidays. But we don't know for sure that that is indeed his vision.
So let's shift to one of those and talk about China for a moment. It feels, in a way, almost ages ago, but it was as recently as January, where it felt like in Washington we would wake up in the morning, start talking about China, talk about China all day long, go to bed talking about China, do the same thing the next day. So much of what was happening in the world was seen through the lens of U.S.-China competition and potentially conflict. Functional issues, technology, the economy, all of this was seen through China. And the administration, with the significant exception of tariffs and a couple of other things here and there, has been, so far, it seems to me, much quieter about an overall China policy, which in a way is strange because the Biden administration's approach to China looked much more like the first Trump administration's approach to China than it did the Obama administration's.
That's right.
Right? And the sort of mantra was China is the greatest long-term challenge of the United States, the only country in the world with the will and capability to kind of overturn the international order and so forth. And in the meantime, just over the past couple of months, there's been some rather newsworthy developments that, again, don't seem to have gotten all that much attention. But China practiced this amphibious landing on Taiwan, complete with these ships that had bridges that go out for landing troops. It conducted live fire exercises off the coast of Australia. It It claimed a new feature in the South China Sea for the first time since 2006, almost 20 years. So what's going on? Why the relative quiet on China policy compared to the way it was before, and also relative to what China seems to be up to?
Well, I don't think it's because any of the fundamentals have changed. China's doing what China's always done, and if anything, as your list suggests, is accelerating it. And the only thing I'd add to that list is their nuclear expansion, their nuclear weapons expansion, appears to be ahead of schedule. If any, when was the last time you ever heard of a nuclear program in any government that was defense program that was running ahead of schedule? So my sense is that, in fact, they're doing exactly the things that we were waking up and thinking about. What's happening is that the Trump administration, even if they're waking up and thinking about it, is not necessarily talking about it. Part of the reason for that is that tariffs have blotted out the sun. If you listen to President Trump, it would be, you might emerge thinking that our trade imbalance with China, which is big and growing as they have overproduced way more than their domestic economy can pick up, was the only issue that we face with them. When Secretary of Defense Hegseth went out to Shangri-La this weekend, I was interested to read his speech, because if you closed your eyes and covered your ears and just read it, you could have imagined the Biden administration giving a very similar speech.
Yeah, I had the same exact thought.
He did say that a conflict over Taiwan could be imminent. I'm not sure I would definitely put that time frame on it, but fact of the matter is we don't really know. What he didn't do was explain again what the strategy going forward was, which is, I think, what everybody at Shangri-La was kind of looking for, which was beyond tariffs. How do you go do this? And what worries me about the tariff strategy is that the only way you're going to do comprehensive approaches to China, whether it is export control, technology control, making sure they're not getting the most sophisticated chip-making equipment from the Netherlands, making sure that they're not being able to route around our controls, is that you do it together with your allies. And so having thrown the same sanctions on all, or tariffs on your allies as you have on your adversaries, it's not clear to me what his plan is for having them all work together. The second thing he didn't do is, and this kind of surprised me, having hired some people, including Bridge Colby for the Defense Department job, whose focus has been in rapidly shifting us from Europe to the Pacific, he didn't really discuss that either. And I'm not sure that looks like a strategy that they feel they can afford to go do at a moment that there is so much chaos in Ukraine, in the Middle East, and so forth.
So one of the things the Secretary of Defense did say, which again resonates, frankly, not only with the Biden administration, but going all the way back to the Obama administration, is that Asia is the Department of Defense's primary theater. They want stronger U.S. allies that are spending more on defense, and they want them to be knitted more closely, both allies and partners with the United States. So all of that at one level is just a statement in a way of policy continuity. On the other hand, and you just touched on this, how do you do these things? It's the case today that there are not one but two carrier strike groups in the CENTCOM area of responsibility. Right. There was made some news when there was the redeployment of missile and air defense assets from the Indo-PACOM AOR and things like that. And of course, the United States remains a global power. There's things going on in Europe and the Middle East, among other regions. And so I guess two questions on that. One, do you expect the same sort of challenges, which seem, at least to me, somewhat structural when you have a global power that's trying to focus quite correctly its foreign policy on the Indo-Pacific because China is there. But the other question is about the way that the administration does or doesn't see the interrelationships between what happens in Europe, for example, what happens in Asia. This is sort of I think, an article of faith of the Biden administration that outcomes in Europe were going to influence outcomes in Asia, right? So if Ukraine loses, the next would-be aggressor, including China, would be more emboldened to try to do something in Asia. I don't know whether the current administration sort of sees the inter-regional linkages like that, or if they see that as just kind of something to not really deal with. Do you have a sense on those two issues?
So a couple parts. First, on the difficulty of getting the pivot together, I mean, they wouldn't be the first one, right? As no one's written this more thoroughly and in more detail than you have. But the pivot seems to be sort of stuck in the same old issues along the way. I think the Biden administration made some progress in that regard, but certainly not probably as much as they want. My own view is, if you're going to be a global superpower, and we're not really sure this administration has that vision in mind, but if you're going to have influence around the world, you can't choose. You have to be able to be in all of those theaters at the same time. And yet, there is this great reluctance to be seen as influencing events, particularly in Europe and Ukraine. And as you say, this odd kind of separation, as if what happens with the Russians and Ukraine isn't being watched every moment by Xi Jinping as he does that calculus about Taiwan. Now, my own view is the Taiwan calculus is as hooked up in the future of Taiwan semiconductor as it is in the future of Ukraine. And I did a book last year called New Cold Wars, in which I spent a lot of time in Taiwan and at Taiwan Semiconductor, and I think I emerged from that thinking they're probably not going to take Taiwan, or attempt to, unless they're certain that they can reproduce the capability of Taiwan Semiconductor on the mainland. And so that's, I think, one of the big step functions in all of this. I'd love to see an integrated strategy, but I think one of the reasons that this administration is reluctant to give us one is that there is a big portion of the MAGA base that basically says we don't want to be doing interventions around the world. And if you don't want to be doing interventions around the world, you don't want to be putting together a strategy about how Ukraine influences what happens in Taiwan.
So one other area of kind of interconnection that seems to get less attention now than it did even a few months ago was my colleague Andrea Kendall-Taylor and I have called it the axis of upheaval. It's the sort of set of relationships that has at least spawned 1,000 names among think tankers and writers, right? So this is China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea working together more closely. In the previous administration, I think, more or less saw this as kind of a fact of life, one to be dealt with through getting together more closely with allies and partners and things like that. The current administration has been relatively quiet about this. Every now and then, there may be a suggestion that it's actually possible to split, maybe split Russia from China if we kind of got the right deal and ended the war in Europe. Obviously there's negotiations going on with Iran and things like that. So maybe something less than just a fixed group of countries that is oppositionist and revisionist. But how do you see this group of powers working together? And then what at least seems to me a little bit of, at a minimum, a rhetorical shift in how we think about this.
Well, first of all, the coming together of Russia and China, and as you say, Iran, North Korea into that axis, and maybe others will add, is, in my view, and I argued this in New Cold Wars, probably the biggest single geopolitical change of the past number of years. If you think back to the Iran negotiations of a decade ago, which I was sort of covering day to day, back in the days when they were civilized enough to hold the negotiations in various European capitals where you ate really nicely as you were covering all of this, instead of sort of securing themselves away in corners you can never find these days to go to it. But back in those days, the Russians and the Chinese were involved in the negotiations, but they were sitting on the U.S.-Europe side of the table.
Right.
And I think nothing sort of more vividly illustrates where we are today, that if those negotiations came back in a multilateral way, and they haven't been, they've been Steve Witkoff and Foreign Minister Arachi together, I suspect the Russians and the Chinese would be sitting on the Iranian side of the table. So how do we think about dealing with this each day? The first is, as you suggest, the administration has not talked about it much. It could be because it's too complicated for them to go deal with while they're getting started. It could be that because the president himself seems intent on rebuilding the relationship with Russia, they think that over time they actually could peel them back. I don't think they can, Richard, and I'd be happy to be argued on this point. But Xi Jinping and President Putin have met more than 70 times. Xi has called Putin his best friend in the world. There are not many people who tell you Vladimir Putin's their best friend in the world. They clearly are doing military exercises together. They have a deeper and deeper technological run. Do I think they fully trust each other? Of course not. But it was amazing in covering the Biden administration how President Biden moved from telling me at the end of his first year or so, no, I don't think these two countries can ever deal with each other, to the answer he gave me at his, what turned out to be his last press conference, which was after the NATO summit last summer, when he said, yes, we have a strategy for separating Russia and China, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. I actually think it was a mistake for them not to publicly explain what that strategy was in the Biden administration, because at least it would give us something to compare to what President Trump is or is not doing on this truly vital combination.
But yeah, well, or it's just hard to imagine what an effective wedge would actually look like.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, the notion that the United States is going to be closer to either Russia or China than either is to each other starts to boggle the mind as soon as you think about what the practicalities of that might require and how that would actually mean, and especially given the mutual benefit they get. And then, of course, you know, the idea of doing a reverse Kissinger is misguided if for no other reason than that was an exploitation of the Sino-Soviet split. We didn't create the Sino-Soviet split.
No,
we exploited
that's right.
a rift that had already occurred. And if we had to sort of get between the Soviet Union and Mao in the 50s or something, good luck, right? You know?
Right. I did, at the end of Henry Kissinger's life, the last 5 years of his life, I did a series of interviews with him for what became the Times' Kissinger obit, which I think ran at 10,600 words, which is pretty long, even by New York Times long obituary
But for 100
standards.
years.
Yeah,
you
right.
know, I
On a
mean,
year-by-year
word per
basis,
year.
that's right. It was just,
ratio is okay.
It was just 100 words a year. I think even he doubted that the conditions existed now to go do what he was doing during the opening to China. That said, it would be fascinating to watch, to try to figure out whether Putin himself thinks it's worth keeping the illusion up that the U.S. could pull him away. Because
Right.
if he could keep President Trump busy in that thought, well, with just a little more, you might pull us back from China, it could keep that relationship going.
I'm going to move to questions and weave some in from the audience if there are questions here, and then we've also got some that have come in down here. So let me take a quick look and see if there's anybody in the audience here who wants to put in a question. Otherwise, I'm going to take one from here. So one that has come in is on basically technology and the fact that a lot of people don't like the term artificial, or AGI, right, artificial general intelligence, but pick whatever term you like for extremely capable AI models that are performing at and maybe beyond human levels in distinct cognitive domains. Okay, whatever that is. That seems quite likely to arrive during the current administration's watch. And there's a pretty fierce debate, but not a huge amount of activity around, do you legislate something on this? Is there how do we deal with, on the one hand, allies and partners who we want to have the benefits of these things, and this is a foundational power, element of national power now, including a military power. We want to, to the degree we can, certainly deny some of the benefits of that to hostile governments. So all of these things are starting to crest at the same time. I think in the current administration, there's a real emphasis on, well, then we'd better as hell not slow down. We shouldn't do anything that would sort of lock ourselves down and let the Chinese move forward, or anybody else for that matter. How do you see the cresting of this phenomenon on the current watch, given what is or is not the sort of policy-making environment around AGI and AI in general?
Well, first, the really interesting question is if we could fast forward to the CNAS conference 20 years from now, and they bring you and me back in the old, for Old Timers Day,
They
right?
wheel me in a chair.
Right. And do the old Chinese leaders thing, yeah, right.
That one, magnifying glass.
Right. And as we are trying to answer each other's questions, the really interesting question is, will we look back at artificial intelligence, emergence of AGI, or Donald Trump as the most fundamental disruptor of this period? And I can't answer that question right now. The fact that the two of them are working together is, or working in parallel, is a really interesting factor. I went with Vice President Vance to the AI summit in Paris. It was the first big speech he gave. I learned two things from that. The first is never ride in the back of Air Force Two. It's so cramped that it's still got the little metal cigarette ashtrays built into the seats.
I have ridden in the back of Air Force Two and remember those very cigarette things and had the same thought.
Right, yes, so not exactly.
Less comfortable than one might
If you could
imagine.
have gotten the Omanis to give us anything, I would argue it should have been a new Air Force Two, right? The second thing I learned was they are not interested in hearing the word guardrails. When you talk to the Biden administration, their view was we need to have each large language model get reviewed by what they set up as basically a board within the Commerce Department that reviewed the models and tried to make sure that you couldn't build a nuclear or biological or chemical weapon from stuff you could get at CVS, right? And that seemed to be the direction we were going. And the major AI companies were kind of okay with that because their view was let them regulate it, gives them the liability issue on this. Vance's view was we're not going to sit here and talk about AI and equity. We're not going to sit here and talk about AI and safety. We're going to plunge forward because the Chinese are going to plunge forward. And we have to win this conversation. I can't tell you how many times in that speech he used the word U.S. domination of AI, which I don't think a word you would have heard in the previous administration. There are some who are arguing, including the founder of NVIDIA, that our regulations on AI and on chips are just driving the Chinese to do more on their own. My own view is they'd probably do that. They're feeling as vulnerable in the supply chain as we are. And then the question is, can you design a smart system that brings all of your allies into your AI-dominated territory? And I haven't seen the strategy for that yet. You hear David Sachs, who's running AI and crypto policy, talk about it a little bit on his podcast, but I'd like to see more.
A couple more questions that have come in here. So one is about the role of investigative journalism, something you may have an opinion on.
Yeah.
How do you see the role of the press and how investigative journalism plays a role in shaping, one, both foreign policy in the United States, but also the public understanding of security threats apart from what the administration is doing on this day or that day?
So, there's been no greater commitment, I think, that I've seen at the New York Times than to investigative work, not only based in Washington and New York, but now investigative teams in Europe and Asia and so forth. And there's really no journalism you want to engage in that isn't investigative at some level. I worry about two things. The first is somewhat diminished impact, because we hear from readers, and you see this more generally, less from New York Times readers than others, that people feel so bombarded by the news or disheartened by what they're seeing in political debate, or alienated by the separation and polarization of our parties, that they're sort of tuning out. And consuming investigative news means actually engaging with it and understanding what it's telling you. I mean, just in the Trump administration, if you think about the different lines, whether they really are shrinking government, seems not, given the bill that's in Congress now for the budget, whether or not there is a guiding strategy to going after these pockets of expertise, whether it is the National Science Foundation or basic research or Harvard or whatever, whether or not the president and his family are enriching themselves by their embrace of crypto and other arenas. And then, of course, a lot of investigative work that has nothing to do with the Trump administration. And I worry that we sometimes can overwhelm readers. My second concern is there are not enough news organizations that can afford to do this right now, particularly in the local journalism level. You're seeing the United States lose news organizations at an astounding rate. It was wonderful to see the Baltimore Banner, a new operation, win a Pulitzer this year. But we need a lot more generation of new journalistic organizations, and it's going to have to be on a different model, because clearly the economic model that sustains the New York Times, the Washington Post, the Wall Street Journal doesn't necessarily work at the local level.
All right, one last question for you, and then we will let you go. What is the set of issues or the region or the place or the potential crisis that we in the national security community are not paying enough attention to? I mean, my own nominees might include, for example, there was people noticed obviously, but India and Pakistan just fought a war.
Yeah.
They both have nuclear weapons. That's generally not a positive development.
Yep.
If you want to scare yourself, you can start to play out what that might look like if they don't stop at some point in a conflict like that. The other would be North Korea, which we focused a lot on North Korean troops in Ukraine, but there's also North Korea on the Korean Peninsula, which we used to worry about a lot, including its nuclear program.
At a moment that the U.S. is pulling some troops out of South Korea.
Right. So what would be your nominees for areas that not just the national security sort of community writ large, but I don't know, a place like CNAS is trying to think further down the line about potential events and how the United States might best deal with them that we should be paying attention to?
So first, you're talking about basically the problem of strategic surprise out here. And I hope that's a group within the intelligence agency that's working overtime. I look at advances that we've seen coming out of the Ukraine war including the remarkable attack on the dual-capable bombers on Sunday by Ukraine, where $600 drones wiped out $100 million nuclear-capable bombers. And I asked myself, okay, I get why the president wants to spend $175 billion on a Golden Dome, whose technology I think we're not going to see in 3 years, or certainly for that low a price tag. But I wonder whether or not there is an equal effort to go figure out how we would defend ourselves against the kind of strategic surprise the Russians woke up to just the other day. If I was looking for ways to go get at the United States, that would be high on the list. I worry about the defense of our space assets, something CNAS has done a lot of terrific work on, and I rely on that a lot, because defeating the Golden Dome is most efficiently done in space. We haven't seen Putin yet launch the nuclear space weapon that we thought a year ago might be imminent. But boy, that would be an easy way to get around that. India, Pakistan, certainly the case. The fact that you're going to see nuclear technology get so much cheaper worries me a good deal. And then the last thing that worries me, and it goes back to work I did at CNAS and have done since, we've let the AI debate overrun the cyber debate. And the very fact that China got into our telecom systems, that China got into our utility systems, and they're still not out. And we are responding to this by diminishing the number of cyber defenders in the US government, I think really opens us up to a huge vulnerability.
Well, I know I feel better.
Good. That's my role in life, Richard, is to make you feel better.
All right, well, look, that was fantastic. Thank you. That's a great way to set the scene for all the other conversations we're going to have today, many of which are going to touch specifically on those, including hopefully some ways to deal with some of these issues. David, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Really
great to be back with all
to
of
have you. And please stick around, because our next session will be on powering the AI revolution, and that is going to begin in just a moment. So thank you, everybody.
Everyone, could you please take your seats? We're ready to get started. In the back, please, would you mind quieting down so we can get started? Thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're really excited for this next session on powering the AI revolution. I'm your moderator, Amrith Ramkumar. I'm the tech policy reporter for the Wall Street Journal. We'll start by doing some quick intros, then dive into the discussion, hopefully keep it pretty informal and lively, and then we'll weave in some audience questions throughout and hopefully leave a few minutes at the end as well, so submit those throughout the session as you have them. So like I said, I'm Amrith. I'm the tech policy reporter at the Journal. I write about how different issues like energy access are affecting the tech industry, and before this I covered clean energy for 3 years and finance for about 4 years. Michael, over to you.
My name is Michael Polsky. I'm a founder and CEO of a company named Invenergy. Invenergy is the largest independent power producer in North America. We do all technologies, renewables, wind, solar, battery storage, natural gas, geothermal, transmission lines. So we've done about 35 gigawatts of power since we started the company in 2001. And we build about 3 to 4 gigawatts. Obviously, power supply now is critical for AI and just electrifying everything. So looking forward to the discussions.
Thanks. Mark Montgomery. I'm a senior fellow at the Foundation for Defense and Democracies, a retired Navy admiral, where I was a nuclear power operator.
Hi, I'm Janet Egan. I'm a senior fellow at the Center for a New American Security, where I lead work on AI and energy issues.
I'm Thomas Hockman. I'm the Director of Infrastructure Policy at the Foundation for American Innovation, where I lead our work on energy and permitting.
Great. To start, I think we should set the scene a little bit here. There's a lot of discussion about data centers and AI and energy, and we're talking about national security here. Just how big a problem is energy access for these companies and for the US, and specifically dive into why that is. So Mark, maybe you want to start.
Sure. Well, look, I like to see it as an opportunity, right? I mean, we're going to see a growth of, data center pull, from last year's numbers, maybe from 4 gigawatt to 60 to 80 gigawatt over the next 7 years. I mean, that is a pretty big, that's a 1,400 to 2,000% increase. It's going to go from 3% of the grid, taking up about 3% of our national grid, to a significantly larger percentage. Hard to say what, because you have to guess how the grid is. So, for the different types of, this is introducing a whole new factor into kind of our grid management, which was on a, I think, a risky but still fairly flat playing field of, not a lot of growth as we retired some nuclear power plants, plan on retiring 50% of our coal plants, bringing LNG online, bringing renewables online at a much lower rate than probably expected. As a result, these data centers are opportunity for nuclear power plants, are opportunity for retiring nuclear power plants to be brought back online, opportunity for new advanced reactor designs, but probably most likely, opportunity for LNG coming online. Every one of the things I just mentioned, though, has stress in it. So just looking at the production side, there's opportunity, and then we could talk about it later, but there's some risk and opportunity in the grid and the resilience of the grid. So from my point of view, energy is going to be the driving factor in whether we achieve AI data center success. It won't be whether we have enough NVIDIA semiconductors. It's going to be, do we have the power to support those plans?
And maybe to add on top of that, to think a bit more about what's at stake. The US has really clearly seen AI as one of the most transformative technologies of the future, potentially even more impactful than the Industrial Revolution. And at the moment, we're continuing to see the greatest capabilities arise from the greatest scale of computational power used to train the models and then refine the models and then deploy the models. And so what this means is that the nation that can lead in having this computational power, which, to break it down, is like massive data centers, which are powered by energy, that will be key to leading the AI transformation globally. And so when we think about competition with China, we're seeing a situation where in the US we're increasingly hamstrung by permitting processes, regulations, things that were put forward in good faith but now are not keeping up with the scale of demand that we need for energy to power these AI systems. And then we can compare that to China, which is like having an incredibly fast build out of energy. And so I think this discussion today is really important to draw on there's a national security rationale for getting energy right, but we need to engage a whole new set of stakeholders and a whole new industry to make sure that these things are operating in tandem.
Yeah, and just to add a little bit of color there to the scale of the challenge. We're expecting that number of, sort of the largest training runs in a couple of years will be at a 5 gigawatt scale. And according to some analyses, we expect the power demands of AI to somewhere between triple and quintuple every single year thereafter. Plant Vogtle is a large nuclear reactor in the country. The last 2 reactors, it's a 4-reactor facility, took us 16 years to build, cost us $32 billion. And that's a 4 gigawatt project. It was 2 gigawatts for the last 2 reactors. So the power demand here is enormous. And you're already hearing folks like Mark Zuckerberg say that he expects energy to be the #1 bottleneck to scaling AI. NVIDIA is saying that energy availability is already the #1 consideration when siting new data centers. So if we want the future of AI to be built here in the U.S., getting the energy piece right is really important.
And it's one thing I found interesting. It's not just that these data centers need power around the clock. They often need short bursts of power and to ramp up and down. So that kind of leads into this question about what the ideal energy mix is moving forward for AI. Michael, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I agree with everybody here on the demand side. Clearly we see increased demand, but we do have an issue with supply. People, we kind of used to think you just want something, you go and build it, but with energy infrastructure, it takes years, sometimes decades to do things. I mean, I don't think we really recognized historically importance of that, because we kind of always assumed that electricity is there, we turn the switch on and power is there. But I've been in power industry all my career since 70s, and you always fight something. We fought building cogeneration plant, then I fought building gas plant because people didn't want a gas. Then you fight for renewables, then you fight for the grid. I mean, we need a strong policy to be able to recognize that electricity is a national security issue. It's an issue with infrastructure, the issue with American lead in the future, in AI, not just in AI, in everything. And we need, I sort of encourage what Trump administration said, that energy is national priority, it's an emergency, and we have to act to execute this as an emergency. I'll give you one example. So we have this big transmission line, then bring 5 gigawatts. You're talking Vogtle 4 gigawatts. We have 5 gigawatts, 800 miles line, bring the 5 gigawatts from Kansas to Missouri through Illinois into Indiana. And this project been on books for 15 years, and people still fighting. We have, different politicians, because energy is politicized. Somebody has constituency that doesn't like go through their property, so they represent this constituency. We have to really, we're talking about China build out, we have to have a national policy for electricity execution, to how to not just declare emergency, but how to execute an emergency. So I think it's very critical. And I think even high-tech industry, AI industry, they understood that electricity is a bottleneck, and they understand that it's a bottleneck that is not that easy to overcome.
One thing I'd say is, you said this perfectly, Michael, everyone wants electricity in their house, no one wants it in their backyard. And that kind of dichotomy is really creating a problem for us, because the location of where we need power now is going to be alongside the data centers.
Yeah, and even today, Meta did another deal with a nuclear company in Illinois. It seems like that's a weekly occurrence at this point, with a big tech company paying a lot of money for future power access. So that's interesting when you start talking about what you want to see from the administration and Congress. What is the sort of wish list you guys think that unlocks more of this and more of that build out, and like what's realistic in the short term?
I think from standpoint of building, what we need, obviously, I agree that we need lesser regulations, but we also need certainty, because you know, even with the fewer regulation, you need to understand the path from here to there. I think it's important that administration embrace all energy, not particular one energy, because if you don't have sort of this broad embrace that people are confused and then agencies are confused too, what sort of can be done and what cannot be done. I think we need also economic factors. I mean, certain things, for example, like transmission. Partly people talk great, but it's not get done much because we don't have, you know, unfortunately we have sort of balkanized breed people talking that each state has its own control and we don't have way to connect large geographies. So we have to have recognition that reliability has to be paid for in form of building transmission. So they gotta be, certain revenue stream has to be institutionalized and given to the developers so they can build. You cannot build road unless you allow to charge for the toll, unless this road is socialized, but you cannot just go and build it. So we have to have proper, I like to call economic enablers to build this. So, but when put this all together, I think we can get it done, but it gotta be, like I said, it has to be a policy. Things don't just get done because you wanna get it done.
Yeah, I mean, you know, there's a lot of talk right now about permitting reform in Congress. There were, you know, a number of environmental laws that were passed in the late 1960s, early 1970s, all of which were well-intentioned, but many of which have become incredibly burdensome for deploying energy infrastructure, and in particular, clean energy. Most famous of these laws is NEPA, the National Environmental Policy Act. On federal land, NEPA takes the most burdensome level of review, which is the most common level of review for solar and wind projects on federal land. It takes an average of 4.5 years, a median of 3.5 years. You just take that timeline and you compare it to, for example, our AI timelines, where we expect, you know, artificial general intelligence potentially to come around in 2027 or 2028. You know, it's nearly impossible, given the permitting status quo and the regulatory status quo, to actually deploy energy infrastructure quickly enough to meet those timelines. You know, I think I'm more optimistic than I have been in the past around the likelihood of permitting reform in the next couple of years. You know, there will be efforts, sort of partisan line efforts in reconciliation that are ongoing, and then there will also be bipartisan negotiations next year in 2026. You know, I think you know, the abundance book was well timed to get you know, a number of Democrats on board with more aggressive permitting reform than they may have been historically, and certainly Republicans tend to be favorable to that sort of thing. So, you know, we'll see what happens, but optimistic.
You know, I feel the same way. I feel like we have an American approach to AI development and a European approach to energy fielding, and if those two cannot coexist. You know, you can't have something on a you know, that's on a, I wouldn't say deregulated, but on an entrepreneurial track, and then the key facilitator, energy, on a highly regulatory track. You're going to need some kind of reform, and it needs to be, to get to your consistency issue, it needs to be legislative. It can be initially corrected by an executive order, but it needs to be pretty rapidly followed by legislative reform, because I don't think you're going to get the kind of long-term investments that are necessary in this without that. You know, if you went to Southern Company and told them 30 years ago, here's what Vogtle's really going to take, and here's how much it's going to cost, they would have said, how many gas turbine plants do we need to replace this? Because you just would not inflict on your company that kind of legislative and regulatory morass. And so we do need to fix this.
A lot of people act like permitting reform is the whole game with this stuff. Like, if that gets done, we're good. And then we've solved all the AI issues in this area regarding power shortages. Anyone want to chime in on why that might not be quite right, or what else needs to happen?
I can say that this is, certainly it's a common belief, but it's not true. That's just not the only thing. Like I mentioned, economic enablers. For example, just telling you different things, like we have ISOs, independent system operators, or RTOs, we call it sometimes, like PJM and MISA. And to build a power plant, it's a long-term, business. In other words, it takes a long time to build, but it's also take a long time to operate. So you have to have appropriate economics. So, like PJM, there are no economic signals to build new plants. So a lot of people build plant in 2000, in between 2000 and 2010, and they all lost money because, we don't recognize that we have to pay full replacement cost to build something. So we don't send economic signals and want things to get done. It doesn't work that way. Now with AI, with AI operators may be willing to pay more, but again, we have to create conditions. We can't just things that, one-off, maybe this happened here, but it doesn't create systematic approach towards satisfying our growing electricity demand. So I would take position here that permitting reform by itself would not solve it. We need other, I like to say, economic enablers, so people know that this investment will pay off. It's not going to be lost.
Yeah, I would just add, I think this is particularly true. It's true in general, but I think it's particularly true for the high upfront capital sorts of energy projects. Traditional equity markets in the U.S. do not do a good job of investing in nuclear, for example, and geothermal as well, hydro, and you can sort of go down the stack. So yeah, making sure that we get the capital side right as well is going to be super important.
And also just add what Admiral said is, if we want to encourage all types of generators, we have to sort of give up this approach of race to the bottom. We want everything cheapest, because if you do everything cheapest, then there is not enough of everything cheapest here. We have to recognize that something will cost more than others and admit this and create structure that if we want to bring a lot of generation, obviously there is a lower cost, but we all understand that stack is going up, so nuclear will cost more than gas, guaranteed. So if we want nuclear power in the future, we have to admit that it would cost more, not to compare nuclear to the cheapest other form of electricity. It's just not going to happen.
And maybe just some extra data points to emphasize why permitting is essential, but not the only solution here that we need. If we compare, again, US-China environments, I think looking at the data from the last 5 years, China's average time to build out a nuclear reactor is around 6.5 years. And you can compare that to the US, and that's 10.5. And that's not including the permitting times. So another area, and this, yes, does intersect a bit with permitting, but we are in a really litigious society, and energy is a really litigious issue, whether it's like the proximity of a nuclear power plant to your town, whether it's like how it might impact utility pricing. These things then yield multiple different challenges over a long period of time, which can lead transmission lines to take over 10 years to develop. And I think that's a really big issue we need to address and make sure we're doing that in partnership with other governments. So it's not just federal, but it's also state and local, and aligning these priorities right down the stack.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I don't know. This issue is a tough one. I have to ask maybe the hard question now, like elephant in the room, with a lot of clean energy tax credits going away and the Loan Programs Office, a lot of their funding going away. Is there potential that some of these issues even get worse in the short term or compared to where they were in recent years, or how are you guys thinking about that?
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet. It's the bill has to pass the Senate. So it's true that the House version of the bill, it rescinded all of the unobligated credit subsidy from the Inflation Reduction Act for the Loan Programs Office. So that's the funding that the Loan Programs Office uses to issue loans to a lot of these critical projects, from the Grain Belt Express project to nuclear to geothermal. And then the IRA tax credits, these energy tax credits, the House version of the bill, the reconciliation bill, represented something akin to a total repeal of the energy tax credits. But the Senate now needs to move on this, and it's totally possible that we see a pretty different version than the House's version. But yeah, I think if the House's version is enacted as written, it'll be a really, really bad moment for the energy economy. And we'll have real challenges meeting AI demand. I think there's been a huge bet on natural gas by a lot of AI companies. But we're also now seeing gas turbine supply chain bottlenecks such that we're now hearing that orders are out to 2031 for the gas that we need to power these data centers. So we need to find and we need to use other energy sources to meet that gap.
It's what we're talking here is, like Admiral said, we have emergency order from the administration, but we have to follow up with real things, how to execute this order, right? And whether repeal of IRA, I mean, if we need more electricity, we have to look in general. But when we talk about repeal of IRA, it's completely disconnected with need of electricity. So we have to look and do things that really make sure that achieve the goal and objectives all we want. So we repeal of IRA for renewable energy, but in the same time, nuclear industry goes and say we need subsidy 50% to build nuclear plants. So how are you going to reconcile that? So we have to look really, if we want to unleash American abundant energy, we have to have policy that allow us to unleash it. I would assume the IRA, basically, it's not subsidy to the developer, it's subsidy to the consumer to reduce the cost. So obviously, if we remove IRA, costs will go up, and costs will go up for everything because, there's a competitive friction between different forms of energy. But I think we need some, in my view, consistent policy. So, we not go from subsidizing renewable then to subsidizing nuclear and then to something else. But, and also, like I mentioned also the transmission, we need a grid to support all the generation. I think our next big frontier is the grid. I always like to say to people, when you develop something, neighborhood, right, you build roads first and then you build houses. So if we build a lot of power plants and no roads, then what's good about that? We just create another bottleneck. So we have to look, again, in a big way how to really execute, and we can, but we just have to have appropriate policy here.
I do think we need a more refined approach within the reconciliation bill to this. But I will say, sometimes when you subsidize energy things for customers, you make them desensitized to how hard an issue is. And therefore, when you come through and want to do transmission line, you get a lot of feedback. People are like, well, I've got cheap power. No, you have cheap power because we're subsidizing your power. If you actually understood the cost of this, you'd be more concerned about whether we have enough production, whether we have the right transmission, whether our grid's secure. So we do need reform on that. And also, when you prioritize the least efficient energy and the least likely to give you speed to power, then you end up in the clutch we're in now, where we haven't been. If we'd been ordering natural gas turbines at a consistent rate for 2 decades, we wouldn't. General Electric would have developed the capacity to produce and not get us in a 2030, 2031, 2032 jam. So we've done all these non-traditional economic economic pushes, and investments that are counter to the market, and then we wonder why the market doesn't work when you pull out of it. The other thing I would say is that I think there is about $1 billion left in the grid grant. I think that's from the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act. That we need to make sure we're putting into grid resilience. We do not have a resilient. Our grid is more resilient than some of our allies and partners. It's still incredibly fragile in certain areas, and we need to make sure the grid's secure, and that we're putting the right kind of investments in both its physical and cybersecurity, but also in its ability to provide reliable, transmittable power at the right time. So from my perspective, a lot of work is still needed. I don't want the House version, but I don't want no version of corrections to this. And we've got to find that, and that's going to take the Senate being really intelligent, which is doable.
Interesting. What did you guys make of the Trump administration's executive orders on nuclear? We kind of reflected that just now, but is that like an approach you think works with this in this area, or how do you think that will play out?
Yeah, I mean, we've talked about it a bit already, but with nuclear, I tend to take the view that getting the financing right is more important than getting the licensing and permitting right. Although, I think it's really valuable, but sort of not the most important thing. So, much will be made of the efforts to streamline the licensing of nuclear reactors and those executive orders. But honestly, I think the thing that was most interesting about it was the choice to back the Loan Programs Office as the way to build new reactors. Trump tried to gut the office in his first term with his budget requests every single year. And so then to see an executive order which calls out the LPO to build new reactors, large reactors, represents an about-face in the way that President Trump and the administration thinks about industrial policy, at least when it comes to nuclear. So I thought that was really interesting and a promising sign.
I like it. First of all, I like the fact that Secretary Burgum and the kind of the energy dominance program they're doing, and I don't have to like the name of it, but I do like the output of it. Look, this isn't the solution. If they drop this executive order and walk away, we're screwed, right? You're going to need more executive branch involvement. You mentioned it earlier. You got to have people who are willing to execute the plans. You need to have bureaucrats who read that and faithfully execute the reduction in regulatory disharmony, that they impose. You need legislation that backs this up so that the investment class understands, hey, this is actually, this is a stable investment thing for me. And look, they began by the president would never acknowledge he made a mistake, but but the executive order reverses a 4-year trend in the last administration of underfunding or removing the loan office. So I think there's good things in here. Not the solution to the problem, but part of the solution to the problem. And I think, if we see more of these kind of things from Secretary Burgum and his team, I think we're going to be in a lot better shape, 12 to 18 months from now.
I just want to add one more thing that, we're talking China, and a lot of Chinese success because of government is behind. And when we talk about big infrastructure like electricity, we have to have government commitment. And I just wanted LPO, when LPO commits to support, it shows that there is a sort of public-private partnership here. So there's a lot more than just guaranteed a loan. It shows that the government, our strength of the government is behind this particular program, which is very big signal here, even for those people that oppose or naysayers or none of my backyard mentality, is to show that if government is supporting this, it's very important. So there is a lot more here than just loan program, but it shows that government is supporting this infrastructure build out for the country.
Yeah, that segues well into an audience question from Sam. Are there any other current policy proposals that we haven't talked about that you find promising for addressing these bottlenecks and growing demand?
I can throw out a few. There's the permitting reform fights going on right now. There's the energy tax credit fights going on right now. But there is also stuff like the Circuit Act, which was a bipartisan proposal to expand the manufacturing tax credit to include transformers. We have a huge bottleneck in our transformer supply chain, which is a critical grid component that we need to continue expanding the grid. So that's one example. There are any number of interesting or exciting proposals that are out there. It's always a question procedurally of how you actually get it to fit in the right place to make it become law.
One I'd like to do, it's related to this, is that we need to begin, one of the flaws in the Inflation Reduction Act, like if you go look at the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, like 600 pages, it mentions cybersecurity 300 times. You go to the Inflation Reduction Act, it's about 350, 400 pages. It never has the word cybersecurity in there. It was written in a cloak in a back room without Democrat or Republican staffers, just members and lobbyists. And we ended up with a bill that does not protect us against cybersecurity. So we need to get cybersecurity regulation into our future forward-looking energy grid. Because I tell you, one place that's noted this lack of cybersecurity is the Chinese MSS. And if you look at Volt Typhoon, which is a Chinese operational preparation of the battlefield, putting accesses and malware into our systems, the electrical power grids are heavily targeted in that. The electrical production is heavily targeted in that. Why? it's critical for our national security, our economic productivity, our public health and safety. Energy is a critical, energy and water are these two backbone critical sectors. The energy one is broadly unprotected by the most recent laws, and that was a big mistake. It's one I hope we correct in reconciliation, but for certain, if we can't, then we need to get it in the next legislative cycle.
I just want to add one more thing, which is very important. Again, I want to repeat this transmission, but we're talking about bottlenecks, regulatory and all that. But to interconnect new power plant to the grid, it may take, basically it takes forever. This, when we started business, it took 2 years, to connect something. Now it will take 4, 5, 6, or even 10 years. Now we have to have emergency order. So I think I want to repeat again, and people may not understand that we're talking about building nuclear or building gas or building anything else. We need grid. If I would be sort of decision maker now, I would either establish National Transmission Authority that really take this whole grid build out, in the hands of people that can make it happen. Then we can simplify, we can make it faster, we can bring all kinds of power, because even with the nuclear build out, how is this nuclear going to be connected? It's not going to be an isolated grid, it's going to be connected to the grid, and if grid is not sufficient, and it takes longer to build than even that power plant, then we are at no luck here. So I think I want to repeat here that transmission is very important.
And the AI, the data center builders are reaffirming this by co-locating the production with the data center. I mean, the clearest sign is that they're willing to give up some of the land they got for the data center to build the co-production there and work through the challenges of an energy generator being built, which is more permitting, more challenges, alongside the data center in order to service the data center, because they don't trust the transmissions for the exact reasons you said. They don't trust the transmission system for servicing their data center. And I think when business gives you a signal like that, you ought to listen.
Well, I think that also highlights a big risk that the everyday person is going to miss out on an energy transformation, because we're seeing more and more that AI data center companies are building behind the meter generation, or they're turning to that as an option of last resort. Now, that means you build the power source next to your data center and it's not connected to the grid. And this is a problem, is more costly because you haven't got the resilience to actually rely on the grid or feed back into the grid or draw on the grid as needed. And then in the other side of it is we're going to have all this energy and infrastructure build out that really serves frontier AI, which has benefits, but it won't be going to make energy prices cheaper for the everyday American. And I think if we're looking at building social license for AI and the AI revolution and making sure that we are at the frontier and competing with China, we need to make sure we're bringing the public on side. Yeah. So getting this right, I think, is really important politically as well as technically.
But I don't know that I would hold the data center companies culpable for the complete failure to have a 20 or 30 year lack of investment in the grid. The nuclear power plants that take 16 years to build. At some point, we know we're going to build the AI data center. I just find it very hard to hold those companies, the frontier AI labs, accountable for our other failures.
Yeah, of course.
I would fix both problems, but in the meantime, I would allow them to build. And the executive order gets at that a little bit, particularly at the national labs and other places. And then it gets at it for the military bases as well. Authorizes a lot more in terms of nuclear power. But this is really what we're talking about here is probably gas turbine generation, I think, for the most part, because it gives them the speed to power.
I would temper that just a little bit and just say, I think it's important now, though, that these big tech companies use their massive pocketbooks to bring new generation online. Because I think what we can expect to see and what we're already starting to see is a lot of data center companies are coming in and they're signing massive power purchasing agreements with existing generation and then taking that generation off the grid. Right?
I agree with that. Yeah. What I'm arguing for is when they put it behind the meter, so to speak, and build their own production, it's hard for us to give them a hard time.
Oh, no, I think it's about we need to enable that to connect back to the grid. We should be taking active steps to grid that back in. But as we're talking about the American AI landscape, something I don't want to miss in our conversation today is some recent deals that happened with Gulf states. So just last month, we saw President Trump announce massive deals with both the UAE and Saudi Arabia that look to give unprecedented numbers of the most advanced AI chips overseas. And as we're talking about our domestic AI energy needs, I think it's really important to keep in mind that we don't just use these deals as an exit or an escape valve for energy going offshore. Because at the same time, I think we still need to make sure that the US is leading at the AI frontier and that we're maintaining the capabilities here, not just saying it's too hard, let's partner overseas and let's send everything offshore.
That's a really good point, and definitely good to mention that. That UAE deal turned a lot of heads for a lot of reasons, including the country's connections to China and chip security and all of that sort of stuff. Unfortunately, we're almost out of time, so we'll try to squeeze one more quick question in from the audience, from Karen. Already companies are reneging on former climate goals to meet the emerging energy needs of AI. How should they balance this dual aim of technological progress and climate stewardship? Put another way, are the tech companies just done with climate action for now?
I'd have more empathy for the climate advocates if they seriously addressed nuclear power for the last 30 years. But they have broadly undermined it, made it hard. And now when they're forced, and now when the economic security of the United States is at risk, they realize they're losing the broader political argument. They have a what about me theory. So we do need to do something about it, but I'd say, you know, they were in the kitchen when we cooked up this problem. And the failure to allow the pipelines for the pipelines for natural gas, the failure to allow nuclear permitting has put us in this jam. So we all created this problem. They can't act like, you know, the companies are solely responsible for fixing it.
I think that last point about it being a collective responsibility of fixing this problem, I want to emphasize that some of the solutions to enabling greater energy build-out are also solutions for enabling greater clean energy build-out. So just as NEPA is used to stop new energy sources coming online, it also inhibits the growth of clean energy in this country. And so there's a lot of shared equities here. I think it's quite hard for the big companies because they're getting messaging from many different sources as to where the priority should be, like national security, build out as fast as you can, you know, climate goals, Paris Agreement in an international setting. And I think as a nation, we need to actually look at there's some things that we can do, whether it's permitting, energy reform, that like help with all of these goals at the same time, if done carefully.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think that the fact that there's going to be massive AI demand also is an opportunity to bring a bunch of new technology online and a bunch of new generation online. So I think that's one piece. The other thing I would add is that a lot of these tech companies' climate commitments were not real, and you know, were based on structures where they were purchasing sort of like credits that represented a project that was built in a different country or something to that effect. And so, you know, I think like right-sizing how we actually measure that stuff is also pretty important.
Very good point with anything in the clean energy space. So unfortunately, we are out of time. Thank you all so much. This was a great discussion. And next on stage, we'll have Lieutenant General Joseph Ryan joining Catherine Kuzminski to discuss the Army's modernization efforts. So thank you all so much.
Session. I'm Catherine Kuzminski. I'm the Director of Studies here at the Center for New American Security, where I lead our work on manpower, personnel, and mobilization. Before we dive into the discussion today, a reminder for those of you online and in the audience that we welcome you to submit your questions for this discussion. You can submit them on the conference website or on social media using the hashtag CNAS 2025. It's a great honor today to be joined by Lieutenant General Joseph Ryan, the Deputy Chief of Staff G357 for the United States Army. For those of you not familiar with Army speak, Lieutenant General Ryan's core responsibilities include current and future operations, force readiness, and synchronization of Army operations across the globe. In short, his role is central to the Army's ability to plan, prepare for, and conduct military operations both in the near term and in the long term. He also joins us in a really consequential year for the Army. For those not familiar, the Army's 250th birthday is approaching here in a few weeks. The Army just released a new Field Manual 1, that does a great job of telling the Army story to those in service and those out of service. And we, in the last month or so, saw the introduction of the Army Transformation Initiative. So we are grateful to have you here today.
Thanks.
To start us off, as I noted, this year is particularly significant for the Army. And on April 30th, the Secretary of Defense called upon Army leadership to build a leaner, more lethal force. The memo directed the Secretary of the Army to implement a comprehensive transformation strategy with a focus on restoring the warrior ethos and reestablishing deterrence. On May 1st, just a day later, the Secretary of the Army and the Chief of Staff of the Army issued a letter to the force outlining the Army Transformation Initiative. So as we're entering this new initiative, can you define the overarching goals of the Army Transformation Initiative, how the Army plays into the joint force, and how it plays into our national defense strategy?
Yeah, sure, Kate, and thank you for the introduction, and thanks to everybody for being here. And you know, I'd be remiss if I didn't say that I know CNAS had invited General George to come speak. He deferred to me. He's in the middle of posture testimony season, so for anything that's either unclear or not as comprehensive an answer that I give today, you can certainly just tune in tomorrow, and I think, or later this week, as the Chief and Secretary testify in front of the HASC and SASC, and I'm sure this will be similarly a topic of conversation for them. So let me just, and Kate, thank you for all of that, setting the stage. There is a lot going on. There's always a lot going on in the national security space. There's always a lot going on in the military space. There's always a lot going on in the Army. But I think, you know, candidly, at this point in time, it is pretty consequential. At least we'd like to think so. Army Transformation Initiative, essentially 3 pillars. We want to deliver war-fighting capabilities that our Army soldiers, units, organizations need to support the joint force in future combat scenarios. We want to eliminate those programs and items of equipment and outdated structures that no longer apply to what we believe are war-winning, war-fighting capabilities today and in the future. And we want to restructure the force at multiple echelons to provide for an organizational construct that takes advantage of not only the equipment, but the new capabilities resident in the Army and available in technology to the maximum effect. And where we're sort of applying the rubric here is against ongoing, is you know, with a view toward ongoing conflicts. And it's not just Ukraine, but Ukraine certainly weighs heavily on our mind. We try to do some extrapolation and look at what's happening in the Indo-Pacific and how the challenges in Ukraine and in Russia today would apply toward an Indo-Pacific fight for sure. We also look to extrapolate that as an example onto the southern border, where we have Army soldiers deployed today to perform that mission that the administration has told us to perform to seal the border, right, from illegal immigrants and illegal aliens crossing the border. We also look to extrapolate that conflict or those lessons learned in Ukraine toward other theaters of war, either today or into the future, such as in the Middle East, where you could argue much of the actual physical contest has turned into more of a naval anti-shipping approach, and yet we keep and have maintained Army soldiers deployed in the Middle East on the ground with our allies and partners who are similarly under the threats that the Houthis and the Iran-based surrogates have shown for years that they're willing to promulgate in that area of operations. So it's a broad problem set, and we are trying to use the Army Transformation Initiative and the momentum we've built behind it with support from the administration, with support from the Secretary of Defense, and our Army senior leaders, Secretary Driscoll and General George, have said this is a time to change. Last thing I'll say about really underpinning Army Transformation Initiative, and perhaps in some circles, many circles, the most important thing, and I told Kate we weren't going to talk too much about budget here because, of the many things that are in the G357 portfolio, budget is kind of a parallel thing, not something, I focus on day in and day out, but something I'm certainly aware of and astute enough to know that it's super important. But we're going to do all this transforming on our own dime. We're not asking for more money. We're simply asking for the department to resource us as they have resourced us in the past. And the Army budgets honor about $185 billion a year. It's a lot of money. We can do it within that top line. But we believe we have to maintain that top line. I mean, inflation erodes against it year on year on year. And there are other programs and other things we know we have to pay for, must pay bills. Our manpower bills get more and more expensive. And I think, Kate, one of the things you want to talk about later perhaps is how we're doing in recruiting. And many of you are probably aware that we have turned a corner on recruiting in terms of sheer numbers. But that doesn't mean we're going to take everybody we can get, because people are expensive. So the force structure, organizational change that supports all the technological investment and equipment divestment, doing it differently with a different organization has to be upwardly bounded by a number that we can afford, because people are expensive. So we're not just looking to grow the Army to do this. We're going to do it fiscally responsibly. We're going to do it at a top line in terms of end strength we know we can afford. But we're looking to take advantage of all the emerging technology with an eye toward these ongoing fights to do it in a way where we think we deliver a greater warfighting capability in the future.
So part of the Army story right now is doing more with less. And as you think about telling the Army story to the Joint Force, what is that role that the Army is playing in the Joint Force, particularly as we look at an Indo-Pacific scenario?
Yeah, I think the idea that the role for the Army will fundamentally change in a future fight is a bit overstated. I mean, the Army, like the other services, has a critical role that we continue to practice and rehearse. It certainly modifies a little bit from theater to theater, for sure. I mean, you can look at the simple comparison between European theater and an Indo-Pacific theater, look at a lot of land over here, a lot of water over here, and a lot of space. But the fact of the matter is the fundamental capabilities of the Joint Force are sort of rooted in service equities. The Defense Department, the Joint Force certainly relies on each of the services to do the things that we do well in any future conflict. And that's well understood. Certainly in the budget battles that occur in the Pentagon, there are certainly strengths and weaknesses that we like to purport amongst the services to do the things that we do well and to increase investment where we believe we can contribute best. But I think in the end, as has been promulgated by several combatant commanders here recently, there's not a combatant commander in the globe around the globe who's going to argue for a one-service parochial approach over another. And I can't think of that being more well stated than by Admiral Paparo recently out at LandPac, where he spoke to the power of land-based long-range precision fires, Army's contributions in multiple ways across the joint force to provide simply more dilemmas to an adversary who might be thinking about doing something that threatens one of our allies or one of our security commitments across the region. And for a Navy admiral in the Indo-Pacific to purport the power of land-based long-range precision fires may be for some, quite a leap, but in knowing Admiral Paparo and having served in the Indo-Pacific from 21 to 23 as a division commander there in Hawaii, it's been long understood that these are capabilities that are going to be required. And we fully support, as an example, the growth of long-range land-based precision fires within Marine littoral regiments. As a matter of fact, we have active conversations with our Marine counterparts about sharing capabilities that complement one another. But the fact of the matter is, none of our services have an abundance of capability to the point where we can sit back on our laurels and say, we've got enough, we're good enough, we don't need to invest any further anywhere, because our adversaries certainly aren't doing that. And when you look at just comparisons to what Russia is able to do in Europe, even despite waging a war of attrition that is certainly having its attritable effects on the Russian military, and when you look at the investments that China has made, when you look at the investments that North Korea continues to pursue, and when you look at the activity in Iran, just to name four of our primary adversaries, this is not a space where inter-service rivalry is ever going to really win the day. We're going to contribute within the strengths that we've always contributed across the spectrum of conflict within the joint force, and we're going to deliver when combatant commanders ask us to provide capability and provide forces.
And it's been interesting to watch some of the return to the back to the basics as well across the Army. Hearing the superintendent at West Point talk recently about the fact that we now see a lot more cadets choosing to go into air defense artillery, which was not necessarily the case 10, 20 years ago with the conflicts that we were facing at the time.
That's good to hear, actually. And I didn't know that, but I'm glad to hear that because it's a growth industry. Integrated air and missile defense, counter small UAS. I mean, and just the events of this weekend should give us all great pause to think about how important that capacity is for any land-based force. And when the Navy is in port and when the Air Force is at their airfield, make no mistake, they're a land-based force. Somebody's got to protect those capabilities, and if we don't protect them, you can see what can happen.
We've been hearing a lot lately about lethality, both from the civilian leadership in the building, and I would argue that the Army has been focused on lethality for a really long time. Thinking through the strategic vision and alignment, how is the Army defining lethality in the context of the Army Transformation Initiative, and how is that being measured across formations and across the full force?
Yeah, great question. I mean, lethality for us is measured in a capability to provide overmatch within our warfighting functions. I mean, it's as simple as that. And so, and in that vein, I would argue that perhaps our greatest lethality advancement today, the greatest the most important line of effort we're pursuing is in our, what we would call decision dominance. And that's within our next generation command and control investment. So we want to provide commanders in the field, commanders in units, commanders in organizations the ability to simply assess the battlefield, make decisions, and apply their quote-unquote lethal capabilities, their kinetic and non-kinetic capabilities that deliver effects that puts them in a position of advantage over the adversary, and they need to do it quicker than the enemy can do it. And so our ability to, whatever rubric you're going to use, decide, detect, deliver, assess, find, fix, finish, exploit, analyze, there's a number of them out there, but they all represent sort of a loop of thinking where we assess what's important on the battlefield, We move capabilities, we move forces, we deliver effects, and then we assess the effects of those movements against the adversary's movements, and then we decide again. And being able to execute that loop faster than the adversary is perhaps the most important thing at a tactical, operational, and I would argue even strategic level that we can do to put our warfighters in a position of advantage over the adversary. We can also look at other things. Lethality can be described as precision effects at range. So our focus on long-range precision fires with land-based, ship-based, and providing sort of a shared arrangement amongst our Air, Navy, land-based Army, Marine Corps counterparts in terms of investment in those capabilities, and I'll get back to that in a second. Protection as a warfighting function. We just talked about counter small UAS, but really the entirety of the integrated air and missile defense suite of capabilities, being able to protect our forces against adversary capabilities is certainly a measure of lethality. And then the last thing I'll say, getting back to the previous point, and I've been doing some reading on this, and again, the budget and the program it's not exactly tangential to my portfolio. It's an important thing, but it's certainly something that we pay a lot of attention to. But winning the lethality battle within the cost curve here is super important. Fighting against an adversary who can employ $1,000 capabilities against our $1 million capabilities is not a war-winning strategy. Not in the American way of war and not in anybody's way of war, because the budgetary constraints and the programming constraints are real. So we have to figure out a way to do this in a way that's economically and programmatically sustainable. I've talked about with my team in particular, and one of the areas that's in my portfolio as an example is our Army pre-positioned stocks portfolio, right? And for a number of years, to be quite candid, we have provided a capability in name only to our combatant commanders, a suite of capabilities that are positioned forward in our combatant command theaters that we can't fiscally sustain. And we've learned that as a result, in part, because of our reliance on those items of equipment, both for presidential drawdown to Ukraine, and then for some of our rotating forces as we've rotated forces through the European theater. So we've made the decision that we have to make some changes. And I tell my team as we develop the new suite of capabilities that we're going to provide in terms of Army pre-positioned stocks forward in theaters, it needs to be both operationally relevant stocks and it needs to be a fiscally sustainable strategy, and neither is more important than the other, because to do otherwise is essentially advertising something that we can't deliver, whether that's putting equipment forward that isn't operationally relevant, or putting equipment forward that we can't sustain, or when we look to draw it, we can't use it effectively because it's not been maintained. So we're reimagining that as a part, as a small subset, but as an important part of sort of the way we're holistically looking at Army transformation. And I talked about doing this all within our top line budget means, and I think if the chief and the secretary will certainly advertise one aspect of Army transformation to the members of the House and Senate Armed Services Committee and then our Appropriations Committee during posture testimony, it'll be that. The ability for us as an Army to do that in a fiscally sustainable way cannot be constrained by policies that simply keep us from spending our money in a way that takes advantage of the warfighter. You've probably, or that gives the warfighter advantage. You've probably heard Secretary Driscoll talk about how we have to understand, but we have to present to our lawmakers and our elected officials the idea that simply investing in an industry that's important in a congressional district can't be the most important thing for the Army going forward. Some of that, not all of it, some of that has gotten us in the position we're in today, where we've invested in industry that has been very important in a particular congressional or Senate constituency, but has not necessarily been advancing our warfighting capabilities to the point where we need them. My conversations with lawmakers shows that they are very willing to have those conversations, because I think they too realize how important this is at this period of time. So that's a good step forward, and we have to just continue that conversation.
With respect to those warfighting capabilities that you were mentioning, how are emerging technologies like AI, long-range precision fires being integrated into existing units? And how is the Army preparing and training individual soldiers and units to adapt to this new environment?
And again, another great question. So the chief in particular has been focused on 3, and I'd even expand it to 4 particular areas in terms of emerging technology. And I talked about some of this earlier. But really, the 4 areas that we focus on the most is our unmanned aerial systems, or really just unmanned systems writ large. And so we can talk about ground robotics, air robotics, and candidly, even maritime robotics. In the Army, we've got significant equities in operations in littoral spaces, marine littoral spaces. This is not just, again, going back to my joint force conversation, this is not just the purview of the Marine Corps and the Navy, right? I mean, the Army has boats, the Army has maritime equities in the littoral spaces, and so we want to make sure that the unmanned robotic capabilities that exist out there are areas of investment for us too. So unmanned systems, countering unmanned systems, the protection aspect of it, electronic warfare, electronic attack is number 3, those non-kinetic effects, but effects that can be very important to apply against an adversary's capabilities in just a different way. And then the 4th one, I would argue, is our command and control and decision dominance loop that I talked about earlier. Those 4 particular areas are really critical for advancing the technological capacity of all of the joint forces today. And every single one of the joint forces are looking at those areas for investment going forward. To get to your second point, it's one thing to have the technology to be able to use capabilities in those areas to our advantage on the battlefield. It's another to ensure we have the right people to operate in and be comfortable in the spaces where those capabilities can be brought to bear. And every single day we talk, in my role as the force management, force structure guy, but also in the capability delivery guy for the Army, not just about the number of people we're recruiting and the success we're having in recruiting, but the skills we're recruiting from the American society into the force to be able to advance those technologies for our Army and for our joint force. Cyber, electronic warfare, artificial intelligence, unmanned aerial systems, any sort of computing technology. These capabilities are incredibly important for the joint force. And it's an area where, candidly, we are at a bit of a competition, I think, across the Army, Navy, and Air Force and Marine Corps in terms of recruiting to try to find and access those people that have skills here. But we also have to set ourselves up for success where we simply recruit talented people and then we train them in those aspects. And that's the area where I'm most focused on with our folks in Training and Doctrine Command and in our initial entry training enterprise to ensure that we've got the appropriate skills identified, and then we've got the appropriate instructors and we've got the appropriate programs to train people in what we need them to do. And we're in a period of, to use a phrase that we're using a lot up here, we're in a period of transition there right now, because we can't move at the speed that the Army has moved here in the past. Where we're buoyed by the successes we're having is at places, I'll use the Maneuver Center of Excellence down at Fort Benning as a really good example. Nobody at the Maneuver Center of Excellence is sitting on their hands and saying, we're seeing what's going on the battlefield today, and we're simply like rigid in the way we've been told to train an 11 Bravo infantryman the way we've always done it, right? They are absolutely modifying the programs of instruction to incorporate these capabilities and an awareness of these capabilities into all of their programs of instruction across the board. And so I've been very impressed in what I've seen there. Some of our other centers of excellence, are at a sort of stage in and around where I would argue the Maneuver Center of Excellence is, right? We have several discussions about this with the chief every week, almost daily, to ensure that our Center of Excellence commanding generals understand the importance of learning from the battlefield and adjusting the programs of instruction today. My job, in part, is to make sure that we're getting them the equipment and the expertise in terms of instructors to the centers of excellence so that they can move more rapidly in this space. But I think everybody's dealing with some challenges there. We're moving pretty fast, but we don't feel like we can move fast enough.
Yeah, and it is hard to turn the course for a 1 million person force, right?
Right.
One of the underpinning elements of the Army Transformation Initiative is trading mass for decisive force. Can you explain to our audience in lay terms what that means and what that will look like?
Yeah, I think in very simple terms, mass will get you killed. Mass on the battlefield today will get you killed unless you set conditions for that mass, right? Mass is an important aspect of warfare. It's an important aspect of overmatch. But many years ago, we sort of traded the idea of mass for a term called concentration, which I think implies that there's a time component to it, right? And we want to make sure that we're massing at the appropriate time and space on the battlefield where we've set conditions for that mass to be decisive. And so when we look at warfare in any ongoing theater, setting the ability to set conditions for mass to be a decisive element of warfare is more important today than perhaps it's ever been. And we train to that. We train to that at the very lowest tactical level, and we train to that in our warfighter exercises where we're training our division and corps commanders to implement the capabilities that they have to bear in sort of the simulated battlefield. But make no mistake, at a certain point, mass becomes, where mass is an advantage, mass then becomes a liability. And so we have to train the force to make sure that they understand that they can assess when those conditions are going to change, and then we have the capacity to disperse the force. And that's where I get kind of concerned. In an army where end strength and force structure are critical, and we're always sort of keeping an eye on that top line. Organizations are empowered with the people that they need to do the work to bring those decisive capabilities to bear, but only about that number that they need. Anything more does present a bit of a liability. The challenge we run into, of course, is the capacity of the Army to do this in an enduring way over time. Nobody anticipated that the Russia-Ukraine war would be in its third, fourth year, whatever it's in, right? It's been an elongated conflict. We can't anticipate that wars of the future will be short, sharp, decisive because of the inherent advantages of technology any more than they've ever been in the past. That's a complete falsehood, and we need to stop thinking that that's going to be true. Only adversaries who don't see what the battlefield of today is like would be subject to such a condition, right? And we can go back to Desert Storm and we can say that that was a decisive, short, sharp victory for the Army. But remember, we had elements of the 82nd Airborne Division there for about 8 months prior to, as we built up that power of iron, power of steel that Saddam Hussein could have taken advantage of, and in hindsight probably should have taken advantage of on any single day. And we don't anticipate that our future adversaries will be so naive. So let's get that out of the thinking for sure, for once and for all. But we need to make sure that we've got enduring staying power, we take advantage of mass, we can concentrate forces when required, but then we can disperse them quickly. And that's what we have to train our tacticians to, that's what we have to train our leaders to, and we have to take lessons from the battlefield today to make sure that we can do the same on any future battlefield. It's a very challenging aspect today, because where we want to provide an enduring capability, it means we need kind of more of. And we want to have more to train, have more to endure, have more to conduct 24/7 operations. This is an area where I think we have to put a plug in for, in the Army in particular, the importance of our Reserve and National Guard forces. They have to provide that sustainability. They have to provide that strategic depth. They have to provide that bench. And in doing so, we have to resource them as an Army to be able to do that. And that's an area we take very seriously. And I talked to Bob Harder in our Army Reserve and John Stubbs in our Army Guard daily about that particular aspect of what those reserve component forces provide for the active Army.
Yeah, it's something we've spent a lot of time with here at CNAS, thinking about protracted conflict. My colleagues on our defense program, thinking about what the implications of protracted conflict are. Certainly my colleague Becca Wasser, who's written on the defense industrial base side of things. In my program, we focus on the mobilization side of things, so really looking at what is that active Compo 1, Compo 2, Compo 3 active discussion, and how do we make sure that we can provide for the nation's security in a protracted conflict, which isn't a happy thing to think about, but it is the job of planners to think about it.
It's absolutely a realistic thing. And you mentioned the industrial base. I mean, I'd be remiss if I didn't talk about I talked about the economic side of warfare here earlier. It goes to our investment in an industrial base, both an organic and in a defense industrial base, that can produce the resources required to wage warfare in the future. When people ask that ubiquitous question, what keeps you up at night? Munitions keeps me up at night, and I share that concern across my colleagues in the Joint Force. The depth of our magazine depth keeps me up at night.
Yeah. Perhaps one element of the Army Transformation Initiative that's getting a lot of attention in the press are the efforts at restructuring and resource efficiency. How is the Army identifying the programs, personnel, and equipment that are being cut, or those resources that are being redirected to the mission? What criteria are being used for that?
Yeah, well, some of them are simple. I mean, I think, like for example, one of the areas in particular that I think we are divesting pretty heavily is in our manned aviation force. I mean, candidly, we're inactivating 11 air cavalry squadrons across the active component of the Army, and we're going to inactivate the 2 expeditionary combat aviation brigades in the reserve component as well. And so that's a lot of manned aviation structure. That's a lot of helicopters. That's a lot of maintainers. That's a lot of pilots, et cetera, that we're taking a hard look at because of the efficacy in particular of the platforms associated with those organizations. Here's where we are, and here's the bottom line on Army aviation. This is just an example of the approach we're taking. The AH-64 Delta, as an example, is not a war-winning capability that we can fight with and win today. It's just not. I would argue that the Echo model Apache in its current versions, the V4 and the V6, are also on the cusp of being capabilities where we don't necessarily see them contributing to the fight the way they have done perhaps in the past. So we are continuing to modernize and upgrade our Apache fleet, but only our newest Apache fleet to meet the demands of future warfare. We asked on a VTC at a much higher level classification than where we are today about the efficacy and effectiveness of rotary wing aviation on both the Russian and the Ukrainian side on the battlefield today. And I'm not going to answer that question for you here, but I'll leave it to your imagination about the effectiveness of those platforms on the battlefield over there today. Extremely limited, extremely limited. So it's an area we knew we had to make changes. Plus, amazingly enough, the Delta model Apache is much more expensive to fly and operate because it's old than the Echo model. And so we knew we had to make a change there. So we decided as part of Army transformation, we're going to divest of the Delta model Apache. What we are going to do is we're going to reinvest in our aviation structure to ensure we maintain our newest platforms. We also repurpose the people, the expertise that we're flying in those formations and that we're maintaining aircraft in those formations to upgun and resource the formations that remain across Army aviation to ensure that they are manned and equipped to do the work that they need to do. Many of our, as an example, many of our Echo model Apache squadrons were not manned or equipped to fly all of the aircraft that they had in their formation. And they certainly couldn't maintain the platforms to any sort of like realistic expectation that we wanted. So we're going to take pilots, we're going to take maintainers, we're going to take the people who were experts out of those formations that we're divesting, and we're simply going to move them over to those other formations. So in the end, the people who have talent in the manned aviation space are going to continue to have very great value to the Army. And we're going to provide, we believe, a warfighting capability in each of the units that remain much greater than the capability that they had before we did the divestment. We just simply spread ourselves too thin. And now we're making sort of a bold correction. Again, and I talked about the depth in our reserve and National Guard structure. Well, we've talked to Bob Harder about eliminating those Compo 3 aviation formations. You know, candidly, at a rate of 2 weeks a month and 2 weeks in the summer, 39 training days a year, we just simply couldn't take advantage of those aviation formations like we wanted to. And so we are going to find places for those Compo 3 aviators and those Compo 3 maintainers in our Army National Guard structure and in our active component, should they choose to pursue that, because we want to maintain excellence in the force. And if I haven't said it and made it clear enough in this whole conversation about transformation, and Kate, I know we had talked about sort of, you know, what's stayed important to the Army across our 250-year history, you know, and Kate alluded to that up front, that this is a big year for the Army. The people have, right? The Army, first and foremost, is a people profession. Nothing shoots, nothing flies, nothing wins on the battlefield today other than the Army soldier who performs those functions today in the United States Army. And we absolutely need them to be experts in their craft, and that has been true for our 250-year history, and it will remain true as we go through Army transformation. Secretary Driscoll has said this as he's gotten around the force in his first sort of 3 to 4 months, that he's been incredibly buoyed by the fact that when he goes and sees Army units, Army formations, Army soldiers training and operating, he's incredibly impressed with the talent, the motivation, the patriotism, and the dedication to the mission, protecting our country, that he sees in our Army soldiers today. And that is something that through all of this, technologically and otherwise, that we absolutely have to sustain.
Yeah, and in our last minute, I want to highlight that the Army just released FM1, Army
yeah.
FM1.
Yeah.
I had the great privilege of working alongside General George's team and the Harding Project as they were trying to capture what is the ethos, the logos, and the pathos of the Army profession. And I think they did a great job in capturing this story that you're out telling.
Yeah, I agree. And it starts, FM1, if you haven't seen it, it's a short read. You know, it's a book, it's a little book. I see him on the chief's desk when I go up there for closeouts during the week. You know, he's signing a bunch of them and sending them to folks that he knows. I would encourage y'all to get a hold of it. It starts with a great vignette, Medal of Honor vignette from Afghanistan. It's inspiring to soldiers young and old, and really that was the intent of it. I mean, I read it, my team has read it. I would expect that new soldiers who come into the Army today will read it and be similarly inspired It's worth taking a look at, and I think it was incredibly well done. So thanks for highlighting it.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today. It's been a real privilege to hear a bit of the Army story as we approach the 250th birthday and as we see an era of transformation. So thank you.
Thanks for having me, Kate.
All right. Next up on stage, we're joined by three diplomats talking through how Europeans are thinking about the future of the Transatlantic Alliance. But first, you'll be introduced to our Lightning Talk series, the first one from Terrence Sylvester. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Taryn Sylvester. I'm a research assistant on the National Security Human Capital Program. It is no secret that in recent years, the United States military has faced its greatest recruitment challenge since the end of the draft. With fewer than a quarter of young Americans able to meet military entrance standards without a waiver, and only 9% interested in joining the military, the services have struggled to meet their end strength goals. While the military itself cannot impact all factors that go into someone's choice whether or not to serve, closing the gap between those eligible for and those interested in military service is the job of recruitment. The services have invested significant time, money, and ingenuity into building recruiter capacity, tailoring outreach, incentivizing older recruits, improving waiver processing times, and helping Americans who want to serve meet the standards. As a result, after several tough recruiting years, all the services met their recruiting goals in 2024. And indicators suggest they are likely to do the same again this year. However, the United States is not alone in its struggle to make military service an attraction option for young adults. The war in Ukraine has brought the threat of Russian aggression to NATO's doorstep. Many worry whether the manpower exists within NATO's individual member forces to meet the alliance's Article 5 commitments for collective defense. The picture is startling across the continent. All branches of the British Armed Forces are currently understaffed. In 2023, 3,000 French billets were left unfilled. The Italian Navy currently has 10,000 fewer sailors than it needs to meet its mission sets. And the German Bundeswehr is lacking 20% of its officer corps and nearly 30% of its junior enlisted service members. Approaches to address these shortfalls vary. The Netherlands has introduced a voluntary service year to encourage citizens to explore military service. In the UK, the Ministry of Defense announced the creation of the Armed Forces Recruitment Service to combine and streamline their recruitment efforts, but the service isn't set to launch until 2027. Several countries are weighing the use of conscription to meet readiness challenges, a move Americans have resisted since the transition to the all-volunteer force in 1973. In Europe, where the Russian threat is far more present, citizens of some nations view conscripted service more favorably. This holds especially true for the Nordic states, which offer successful models of conscription in Europe that other states can look to. Norway, a founding member of NATO, never eliminated conscription. Today, they can meet their steady state requirements every year with only a fraction of the eligible population. As a result, the military can be selective in who it accepts, leading to a higher quality of recruit and making service a boon for future employment. Finland has a similarly unbroken tradition of conscription. However, their model still requires all men to serve at least a short term. This has fostered a culture with a positive view of their shared service. Most other NATO countries moved away from conscripted service following the Cold War. Russia's 2022 invasion of Ukraine has some nations considering return to the draft. In January 2024, Latvia reintroduced military conscription after an 18-year suspension. Germany, which maintained conscription until 2011, also passed legislation last year aimed at testing public receptiveness to its reintroduction. However, there is no one-size-fits-all approach that can solve the recruitment puzzle for everyone. While some nations are more open to conscription, others have a different relationship between their citizens and military, where conscription may only be acceptable in the face of an existential threat. Culture, history, and geography play important roles in this discussion for each individual country. The U.S. military services have spent the last decade addressing the same recruiting dilemma facing many of our European allies today. They have met the change by pioneering strategies to reach non-standard groups who can bring valuable skills into the modern force. Deliberate investment in recruiters and addressing waiver backlogs has eased friction in the accessions process, opening the path to service for many motivated recruits. These experiences and novel approaches can be an asset for NATO countries looking to revitalize their own military recruitment processes. America's edge is and always has been our ability to forge alliances, ensuring no one fights alone. Why then would we leave our closest allies to face these recruiting challenges alone? Thank you.
All right, looking forward to continuing our discussion. A huge thank you to those of you who are joining us here in person, and of course, welcome to those of you who are also joining us online. I'm really pleased to be joined by three wonderful guests today for what I think is going to be a very meaty discussion on the state of the transatlantic relationship. I think there are very few regions that have been as impacted by the current administration as has Europe. And so we have no shortage of things to talk about today. By way of quick introduction, I am joined first right here on my left by the Right Honorable Lord Peter Mendelsohn, who has been the UK ambassador to the United States since 2025. We're also joined by Jovita Neliapshina, who's been ambassador of the European Union to the United States since January 2024. And finally, on the end, Sergej Bogdan-Klisch, who has been head of mission at the Embassy of the Republic of Poland to the United States since November 2024. And so we don't have a lot of time, so we're going to just jump right in. And Ambassador Mendelsohn, I think I'll start with you, and I want to start with Ukraine. Obviously, over the weekend, we had some really spectacular news about the extraordinary attack that Ukraine conducted against Russia's Air Force, strikes that went deep into Russian territory. But we also had significant attacks in recent weeks, Russia increasingly stepping up its attacks on Ukrainian cities over the weekend. A particular attack included more than 500 drones targeting Ukrainian cities. And so while the conflict escalates on the ground, we also had negotiations going on in Istanbul, and as expected, produced some meager results. The concern now is that President Trump will grow frustrated with this process and potentially walk away. And so my question for you is what role you see Europe playing in getting Ukraine and Russia together for peace talks, especially if the United States walks away. And can these efforts by Europe be successful without the clout and the influence and the prodding of the United States?
Well, you're very right about the meager results from Istanbul, and the reason why the results were meager is because President Putin at this time is not interested in a ceasefire. Ceasefire was offered by the Ukrainians, by President Zelensky 2 months ago. A very serious and a very sincere commitment by Zelensky. No doubt at all about that. Zelensky wants the talks and the peace process that President Trump has has engineered to be a success. He wants to be at the table. He wants to make sure that Ukraine does nothing that undermines or detracts from President Trump's efforts to bring about a just and peaceful settlement of this war, of this invasion by Russia of Ukraine. And so what do we do in these circumstances when Putin is not interested? And I think we have to do two things. We have to ratchet up the pressure on Putin in order to degrade the Russian war machine. And secondly, we have to step up our supply to the Ukrainians of everything they need in order to alter the balance of power on the battlefield. And that's what we in Europe are doing. United Kingdom, along with our partners in the European Union, are absolutely determined to stick with Ukraine, to stick with them throughout, to stick with them through whatever negotiations take place, and then stick with them with whatever reassurance and safety we can offer them so as to prevent a further future attack by Russia. But in the meantime, we've got to get more pressure on Russia in order to alter how Putin is viewing this. And I think that at the weekend what we saw was evidence, testimony, not just of the extraordinary courage and stamina of the Ukrainians, but their inventiveness, their agility. Do not underestimate what the Ukrainians have when it comes to engineering what they need to inflict real damage on the Russian war machine. And we will continue to support it in any and every way we can.
Let me press you on one bit, though. So should President Trump remove himself from the peace process? And of course, we don't know exactly what walking away looks like, but how confident are you that the UK, France, and the rest of Europe would be able to fill the gaps that the United States could leave and continue to drive this process towards a more just and durable end?
Completely confident that we in Europe will do everything we possibly can to maintain our support for the Ukrainian fight. Their freedom, their sovereignty, their democracy is at stake. But let's be absolutely frank about this too. We are now seeing a growing Russian threat on our doorstep or in our backyard, depending on where you are. And this has been a massive wake-up call, which is reflected, for example, in the Strategic Defence Review that my own government published at the beginning of this week. New threats require new war readiness and new methods of war and new technology to be deployed in the context of what is a higher threat and new hybrid forms of conducting battles. That's what we have seen and learned from Russia's invasion, and we've got to step up and make sure that we're prepared to take on any such threat in the future.
Mr. Klich, let me come to you, because there's not only the concern that the United States could do less for Ukraine, but the signal that this administration has given is that the United States would like to do less in Europe. And you kind of look at developments since the beginning of the administration, starting with Secretary of Defense Hegseth's trip to Europe, where he delivered a very clear message that Europe would not be America's priority. There's been Washington Post reporting about the interim national defense strategy, which seems to suggest that the United States would continue to view China as the pacing threat, and in order to fund that military buildup would be willing to take risks in other theaters, including Europe. And so I ask, from a Polish perspective, what has been your reaction to the message from the United States? And again, as in the case of Ukraine, how confident are you that Europe will be able to take on greater responsibility, and critically, in the amount of time that is necessary to address the growing threat that Ambassador Mendelsohn has talked about?
There are various messages coming from different corners of the political elite here in Washington, D.C. We are, after several consultations with the current administration, and frankly speaking, we enjoy the results of those consultations because both from the State Department and from the Department of Defense, when I say we, I mean the Polish diplomacy. We received the same message, you know, that the presence of the United States military might in Europe will be maintained. That's important not only for deterrence of the eastern flank, it is important for Europe as a whole. And let me remind you about the famous wording from the beginning of NATO saying, let's keep Americans in, Russians out. I would add, and European Union, and make European Union stronger. So this message from the administration is satisfying for us. We are carefully looking at the results of ongoing process of defense posture review here in the United States and the beginning of the process of budgetary attempts for the next round, for the next annual budget. So those two factors will determine, you know, the final posture of military units in Europe, hoping that at least, once again, at least in Central Europe, the American troops will be maintained. As you know, in my country, in Poland, we enjoy a huge deployment of American troops, and we hope that it will be maintained as well, because 10,000 troops, it is an important factor for reassurance, you know, of the part of the eastern flank, and because we are trying to coordinate our approaches with other countries from Europe, it is also a good message for Europe as a whole.
Yeah, great transition to you, Ambassador Neliapshina. The EU has clearly stepped up in a very major way to try and catalyze these changes in the defense industrial base and deterrence that will be required. You've got, for example, the new European Defense Industrial Strategy, which outlines the strategy for defense industrial policy looking out to 2035. You've got the new EU Readiness 2030 plan, or what was formerly, I guess, called Rearm Europe, which is mobilizing up to 800 billion euros for this purpose. And so I'd love to hear from you, if you could talk to us a little bit about how the EU sees its role now in the defense domain. And I would love if you could comment specifically on how the EU is working to offset some of the historical headwinds to the EU acting as a security actor. You know, things like a fragmented defense industrial base, sometimes at times lack of political will to follow through on commitments. The EU is stepping in and trying to ease some of these challenges, but it would be great to hear from you what the new view, the attitude, and the motivation is to again, make these investments on a time frame that is relevant to deterring the Russia challenge.
Well, thank you for the question, and yes, I can agree that you have to keep Russians out, Americans in, and European Union up. Yeah, I think that's probably one of the aims of all the documents you mentioned. But in the field of defense and security, actually, European Union goes through an extraordinary transformation. Because their idea when the EU was created was to have a peace project, and we thought that peace actually can happen through working together, trading together, producing different industrial goods together, and of course during the different crises European Union evolved, and what we are seeing right now is yet again a new leap forward, and this time is in defense and security. If you ask me, I would say it's long overdue. We probably have already started back in 2014 after Crimea, where all the bells were tolling at that moment. But it took a bit longer strategic thinking to step up. And I think that what changed, first of all, is the really realization that it's not that only we have the Russia's aggression in Ukraine and a full-fledged continental war, but as well how much of the investment it needs to support Ukraine and to win the war, because Ukraine is actually not really fighting only for their territorial integrity and for freedom, but they are fighting for our values in general. So that's why we actually really keep the support. And when you look at the documents, actually documents as well contain part of the Ukraine, how we developing our and boosting our defense industry, we can actually continue to support Ukraine. So first of all, is of course everything is about money and resources. Right. You have to have resources. So 850 billion for upcoming less than five years. Part of that money, 600 billion and around, is the national money, which countries can mobilize due to the flexing our financial rules, because we have a very strict rules since the previous financial crisis that you cannot go over the 3% of budget deficit and 60% of national sovereign debt. So we have to make sure that we have enough financial space for that, and it was just announced by the European Commission today that actually 16 member states asked to apply those rules. Then we had, for the first time, we're actually mobilizing 150 billion euros from the financial markets as the EU. So the European Union, as the institution, actually will invest money for defense capabilities, which is mostly targeting joint procurement. So the member states would work together in order to build up the capabilities in the fields like air defense, cyber, and any other where they see necessary. And another is actually investments in the defense innovation, because what we see in Ukraine actually is that a lot of the technological development is happening on the spot, and we have actually, this is the most advanced army in the world, we have to see, and the one which is trained and well equipped. So we actually have to learn quite a lot, and of course opening our financial institutions for the mobilizing private sector to invest, to help us to invest in those needs. I think that's the resources. Once you have the resources, you have to move smoothly. Hopefully, we will finalize our decision making by end of June. And last but not least, it's always the need of political will. Right. And I think that political will is there to move forward. And I think that after the certain break, we already had a meeting between EU and NATO. Mm-hmm. Whatever EU is doing, it's not doing for the sake of EU. It's doing to contribute actually for the security of the continent, and the NATO standards, the needs of the capabilities which are identified should be taken into account, because they're the heart and the core of the security of the continents, the heart and the core of the deterrence is actually NATO. So we are trying to contribute with building an industrial base in Europe.
Wonderful. And so speaking of changes in political will, Ambassador Mendelsohn, your country has just put out its strategic defense review. The UK Prime Minister announced that the UK has to become, quote unquote, battle ready, and that every citizen has to play a role in the defense of the country. All sorts of things, I think, that Ambassador Nelyapshina just mentioned about innovation and the need to learn from what's happening in Ukraine. give us, I think, the bumper sticker or kind of the Cliff Notes version of the Strategic Defense Review. What does our audience need to know and understand about where the UK is headed? And talk to us a little bit also about what is driving this. Clearly there's threats from mainly Russia, but also China. But how much of this review was driven by a sense that the US also may no longer be a reliable security partner? To what extent did that factor in, if at all?
The fact is that for all of us in Europe, including the United Kingdom, we have for far too long been far too much the passive recipients of America's security guarantee. And we're very grateful for it. But it's encouraged a complacency which has become an enemy of our own security. Okay? Now, we've therefore got to make sure that as a result of all our defense reviews, in the United Kingdom and across the member states of the European Union, we realize that whilst we've enjoyed spending a very healthy peace dividend for the last 20 plus years, during that period there have been mounting unpaid bills for our own defense. And that is what is significant about this turning around now. It's what the ambassador was saying. You know, I think it was Bogdan who first used this. What was it? Americans in, Russians out.
EU up.
Yeah. Well, let me remind you that the original was Americans in, Russians out, and Germans down. And
that's why they replaced, you know, the third part making the European Union stronger.
Yeah, but here's the point. Here's the point. Look at what's happened in Germany. Look at what Chancellor Merz fought and won his election on. Look at the announcement that's come since about the German debt brake. I mean, look at the commitment that is now becoming a reality about German defense spending. This is transformative. And we welcome it strongly, very strongly. So of course we want the EU up, but the EU won't be up unless Germany's right up there in the top tier as well. And that is what is so important about the change that has come about in the last year or so. And I think you'll see when Chancellor Merz comes here on Thursday to see the President, you'll see a very different message being delivered, a very different tenor, and a very different sort of engagement and commitment by Germany. And it's really very important. Now, of course, we need higher spending. Okay, we all know that. We also need realistic timelines, but we also need genuine 21st century capabilities. And we know that a lot more is going to become uncrewed and unmanned, more autonomous. It's going to be driven by AI in spectacular ways. I've just been at an exhibition at the conference center here in DC about AI and its potential. And in the area of defense and becoming battle ready, we're talking about information that's transformed, intelligence transformed, targeting transformed, anticipation of what our adversaries are going to do transformed. Now, when I say genuine capabilities, and when my Prime Minister talks about being battle ready, he means drawing on and utilizing the whole spectrum of capabilities. And those capabilities, as I say, are being transformed by a magic key, and that magic key is called AI. Now, Secretary Rubio has described what we need to do on defense, and in completely reviving the Atlantic Alliance as requiring a decade of effort on all our parts. and it is a decade. I mean, yes, we can talk about a deadline here or a target date there or whatever, and no doubt all this will be discussed and come out in the wash at the Hague summit, the NATO summit in The Hague. As you know, my government's already announced an increase in defence spending over the next 2 years. As you know, they've also set greater ambitions, both for the next 3 to 5 years, but also over the next decade. And we've all got to do this. And we've got to do it partly, as I said, because we've done too little over the last 20 years, but because we also have to realize that the United States is adjusting its own regional priorities. Doesn't mean to say the United States is quitting the Euro-Atlantic area. It doesn't mean to say that the United States is sort of pulling the rug from underneath NATO. I don't see any evidence of that at all. But I do see a recognition by the administration of China's enlarging military capability, the dramatic expansion of its forces and capabilities, and you just can't ignore that. And so the United States has got to identify how and in what ways and with whom it needs to become more battle ready in the Indo-Pacific in order to provide that tough, strong deterrent that we need to offer to China as it expands its own military capacity. And we in Britain, we have global interests. Obviously our primary focus is on Europe and the Euro-Atlantic area. And of course we're NATO first as a country, but we're not NATO only. We have global interests, and we see how China, for example, not just poses a rising threat in its own vicinity, in its own region, but in the support, for example, that it's given to Russia. Russia, I think, would found it very difficult to sustain this war machine without its economy being sustained by China in a whole variety of different ways. So we've got to be alert to different sorts of threat. That's why we're not ignoring the Indo-Pacific, and it's why we're very strong members of AUKUS with the United States and Australia, a very valuable 21st century alliance in my view. So we've got to strike the right balance and priorities. Of course, we do that, others in Europe do it, the United States do it, but we do it together. We do it through cooperation, collaboration, through discussion, by making sure that the safety that we've given ourselves to date is secured in the future by our own collaboration as the closest allies amongst any nations in the world. And that's what we're going to continue doing.
Ambassador Niliapshina, let me come to you. I mean, it is a pivotal moment, and as the United States is prioritizing China in the Indo-Pacific, Washington is asking Europe to step up and do more. There is a burden shifting that is taking place. But at the same time that the United States, for example, is levying tariffs on Europe, making it more difficult for them to stimulate economic growth that is necessary to fuel the spending that is required. Can you talk a little bit about what you see as both the opportunities and the risks in this moment for Europe?
Well, first of all, we are the largest trading partners with the U.S. In 2023, it was 1.7 trillion. Last year, it was probably 1.9. Statistics still coming. So over the last 3 years, the increase in trade is 30%. The EU and U.S. trade actually is 35% of the global trade. The EU constitutes of 65% of their foreign direct investment in this country. 16 million jobs is because the trade and investments of Europe. So it's a massive. There is no sector where EU and US is not cooperating, and including, of course, defense. And 35% of what you export to foreign countries goes actually to the EU. And if you take EU members who are as well the members of NATO alliance, 65% what they spend on defense, they spend in US. So we are the major partner here, and this actually makes our relations very much intertwined. The supply chains are very much intertwined, and it does not really go one direction that we are just buying. We are actually producing quite a lot and exporting different components for different machines. And my favorite example usually is that's good to have tanks, but the cannon on the tank is European. The same as goes for other like factories. If you have a robot in the factory, it's a 95.5% is a European robot in that factory. So it's really we are integrated in there, and I think that's actually opens a lot of opportunities. That's why actually our main offer for the United States is actually go 0 to 0 for on the industrial goods. For tariffs, that then will actually make easier for defense capabilities to be developed. So this is, maybe the trade part. If we think about, developing our own capabilities, we're speaking about NATO standards and the gaps or the capabilities NATO identify we have to develop. This is where we can actually contribute with our extra financial resources. And on top of that, I think that none of the security, when we speak about security, is much broader. We can bring in the new technologies, as Ambassador Mendelsohn mentioned, but as well, it's a really hardcore security, which our defense and military had to have, and which is developed by NATO. There is another part of the security which is more resilience. And this is where actually the European Union can come in, be it protecting and working on how to protect a critical infrastructure, cyber security, human security or societal security, if you wish, energy security. So what's not? There is a huge opportunities. And if you think actually what happened, like for example with the military mobility. The NATO forces have to move, and they have to be as flexible as possible, due to having in mind the increased threats in Europe. Military mobility is financed by the EU, and it's based on the NATO standards, because you cannot build a railroad which would not contribute that. So I think that working together and bringing those two organizations towards the common interest here to increase the security, to tackle the threats, to contribute to deterrence. This is the key, and where we seeing our role. And interestingly enough, EU is always at the table at NATO.
Yep. Yeah, that's really wonderful. And so, Mr. Klik, just to pull this thread of opportunity a little bit more. Looking forward to what the future transatlantic relationship looks like. I think we all agree there's no going back to the way that we did business or had relations with Russia. That's a thing of the past. But I think one might also make the case that there's probably no going back to exactly the way that the US and the US relationship was with Europe. The transatlantic relationship, I think, will also look different for many of the reasons that Ambassador Mendelsohn and Ambassador Nelyapshina have outlined. And so we're all in this moment where we recognize that the alliance needs a rethink. And so I know it's still very early days, and we're all, in think tanks, this is what we're thinking about, like how do we move forward, but would love to hear your thoughts on how do you think the transatlantic relationship will...
NATO summit in The Hague, and this meeting in June this year will determine the next phase of development of the alliance. But let's not forget also that we are after at least two crucial summits after the beginning of the Russian war against Ukraine. I mean, Madrid and Vilnius summit. And let's remember that during this first one, the new strategic concept was adopted. And in this strategic concept, by the way, devoted mainly to the Russian threat, Russia was described as the significant and direct threat for every member state of the alliance. There is a rule within the alliance that the strategic concept is not changed more often than every 10 years. So it is the document that obliges us, to do as much as possible to deter this strategic threat. That's my first remark. Secondly, there are some important issues beyond this crucial issue discussed for years, not only for months. I mean burden sharing. Of course, majority of member states of the alliance is in favor of supporting bigger contribution from European member states of NATO. Without doubts. It happens and it will happen in the future. But we are also beginning the discussion about, first of all, relevance of regional operational plans, absolutely crucial for reinforcement of the attacked countries, not only for Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia, Poland, Romania, Finland, but also other countries of the eastern flank. So we have to be absolutely convinced that those operational plans are implemented. It is one of the crucial topics during the next summit. Secondly, we are discussing the practical content of the new concept adopted before of deterrence by denial. Deterrence by denial is not only a concept, it has to be implemented as well. And it will be another crucial discussion during the Hague summit. Finally, we are talking about the new model of rapid reaction force of the alliance. Let's remember that the decision during both Madrid and Vilnius summits to increase the number of soldiers in those and number of units in those rapid reaction force of the alliance was critical, very brave. They were upgraded from the level of 40,000 to around 300,000 of soldiers. So this decision has to be implemented as well. I want to, making such a landscape of necessary decisions of the next Hague summit, I want to stress that NATO has to be effective. Not only politically united, but militarily effective. And it is one of the main challenges that we are facing right now.
We only have a couple of minutes left, so maybe we can do one rapid fire. And I was really determined to end this on a positive note, although this discussion was quite positive, finding the opportunities in the current spate of challenges. But if you could each think about what is one factor that gives you optimism about the future of the transatlantic relationship, that we will be able to navigate current challenges, evolve the relationship into something stronger, perhaps even more effective and just as durable as we've had over the last 70 or so years? What gives you optimism that we will chart these waters?
Well, perversely, I'm more optimistic because I think that President Trump has done us a favor in Europe. I mean, most people will think, oh my God, you know. I don't. I think he's done us a favor. I think he's saying, look, you've got to get real in a whole number of different ways, in different areas, compartments and timelines and spending. And what we've got to get real about is essentially three pillars that are going to support the Atlantic Alliance in this century. One is the military. I mean, the level of spend, obviously, the cohesion amongst us and between us, and our rate of innovation. Second pillar is economic. Weight, competitiveness. We cannot support our ambitions in the defense and security sphere without shaping up economically in all our economies. We've just got to be all together. Higher levels of investment, more competitiveness, upgrading of our skills. If you take, for example, nuclear submarine production, very, very important for the United States, very important too for Australia and for Britain. It's one of the main problems. Skills. Finding the people who will actually be able to devote and work for and plug into the expanding production capacity that we need in all our countries. And the third pillar is technology. Technology, where we have a great advantage, but we will sustain that advantage, that technological advantage over our adversaries, the more that we as allies collaborate and work together in technological innovation. We've got to back more scientific enterprise in all our nations. I'm very, very keen indeed, between my own country and the United States, to create a greater technology partnership in different sectors. We're obviously anchored in defense, the industrial base, and national security. I mean, there are no two countries in the world, who are more tethered and act more in harmony and in mutual support between us in the national security and defense areas than Britain and the United States, obviously. But, it goes for everyone. And we will keep ahead of our adversaries the more we are collaborating together, not subtracting, not undermining, not throwing barriers in the way of what we're doing. We've got to work together as allies, and that's really the lesson of the last post-war period. We've come so far and achieved so much and secured our safety so dramatically by working together as allies, and that's exactly what we've got to do during the course of this century too.
So a wake-up call to reinvigorate alliances. What gives you optimism?
Well, I would say actually President Trump was right about two things. First, of course, that we have to invest in defense more, which Ambassador Mendelsohn so eloquently put, because the thing is that you cannot sleep over. You cannot outweigh, and the peace in Ukraine actually is peace for Europe. So this is one thing, and here we are actually. Already the defense spending is increased by more than 30%, and I think that the more to come. The other part is actually over-dependence on energy. And I think that the lessons we learned in the beginning of Russia's war in Ukraine is actually very obvious. And we actually moved and made a huge turnaround from this dependence to really doing a strategic choice and buying especially American LNG and the Norwegian LNG, choosing to buy it from the NATO allies who are the more trusted. And a couple of weeks ago we announced actually that we are zeroing it, the Russian energy in less than 2 years. And I think that's a huge transformation. And it's not only because Americans told us to do so, I think that it's a strategic choice.
Yep. And final word is yours.
Very briefly, 3 or 4 factors. The first one it is that Ukraine still fights and fights successfully. It means that it's ready, that it's able to protect this part of its territory that was able to protect 3 years ago. That's first. moreover, it is ready also to, it is able also to launch long-range operations targeting strategic airfields of the Russian Federation. Congratulations. Congratulations. Secondly, that we were able to maintain, you know, the unity of the alliance, and I hope that it will be maintained also after the Hague summit. Thirdly, that the European Union survived a kind of Copernican revolution. When I say Copernican revolution, it means that when for years it was perceived as an institution able only to write new strategies, new action plans, etc., etc. So after the beginning of the second invasion of Russia against Ukraine, it was able to be engaged practically in a practical, huge support for fighting neighbor. And it continues to do so. Three elements.
Wonderful. So I'm so glad we ended on a positive note. Please join me in thanking our ambassadors here. And a quick note, we're going to take a short break for lunch, but join us again at 12:45 as we get started for the afternoon sessions. But please, let's thank our ambassadors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I went over, I'm sorry.
Good morning, everyone. Or good afternoon, sorry. We just had lunch, and our job is to wake you up and get you engaged again. And this panel is sort of, if you all remember the Monty Python movie, and now for something completely different. So we are going to be talking about the importance of recruiting the best talent from across the nation on both sides of the aisle into service and support of our country's national security. And with me to help animate that conversation are 4 of our former CNAS Sean Brimley Next Generation National Security leaders. Every year we get more than 300 applicants for 24 slots, and we have incredible young leaders who enter the program. It's all about leadership development. Over the 15 years that we've been doing this, I think we have nearly 400 alumni, and many of them now have progressed quite significantly in their careers to be seniors, policymakers, role models, mentors for others. The idea of this program really goes back to CNAS's founding. One of our core sort of differentiating principles is that not only did we want to produce the best intellectual capital for policymakers, research and analysis, reports and products, we also wanted to really invest in preparing the next generation of policymakers and business leaders, lawmakers, et cetera. And so today we're going to talk about that set of issues. And with me, I'm very, very privileged to have this panel. Let me first introduce Congresswoman, brand new Congresswoman Maggie Goodlander, who is serving in New Hampshire's 2nd District. Previously, she was a foreign policy advisor to Senator John McCain, a law clerk to Justice Stephen Breyer, and Deputy Assistant Attorney General in the U.S. Department of Justice, and also a U.S. Navy reservist. So welcome, Maggie. Thank you for joining us. Next, we have Congressman Pat Ryan, who I guess Maggie was class of 2011, and Pat Ryan was in the subsequent class, 2012. Congressman Ryan currently serves in the 18th District of New York. Prior to his time in Congress, he served 2 combat tours in Iraq, earning 2 Bronze Stars, and also served as the Ulster County Executive from 2019 to 2022. He is a West Point grad, and I think the first West Point grad to actually represent the district that West Point is in. Next, we have Rachel Hoff, who was in the NextGen class of 2015. She is currently the policy director at the Ronald Reagan Institute, previously a speechwriter and policy advisor on the Senate Armed Services Committee, and a researcher at numerous think tanks, including AEI. And then finally, we have Justin Johnson, who was in class of 2011. He is currently the head of strategy at Maitreya, which is an aerospace and defense company. Previously, he performed the duties as the Assistant Secretary of Defense for Space Policy, and also served as the Deputy Chief of Staff to the Secretary of Defense. So 4 wonderful examples of how the NextGen program, it's all up to us, produce these wonderful public service servants from across the political spectrum. So let me start with a question. We'll just go down for the first one down the line to really, what motivated each of you to pursue a career in public service? And at such an incredibly, volatile and uncertain time, how do you find or maintain your sense of purpose and commitment to service? Maggie, let's start with you.
Well, can you all hear me all right? I could begin at the beginning, Michelle. I could begin with, I was born on Election Day, actually, in New Hampshire. And it's kind of a big deal in New Hampshire, Election Day. My mom, Betty, was serving in the State House. She went to the polling place to vote before she went to the hospital where I was born, and that was really the spirit in which I was raised. The day I was born was the day that John McCain was elected to the United States Senate, too.
Oh, wow.
And I was so lucky to be raised by 2 parents who love this country, who really feel like we won the lottery in being able to be Americans. And my great-grandfather came to my hometown, Nashua, New Hampshire, when he was 16 years old, didn't speak a word of English. And the stories of my family were just a part of growing up for me. And it's an extraordinary inheritance to be born American and to be able to be a part of this experiment. And I think what gives me a lot of hope, honestly, is that nothing is inevitable in this country. And we've got I keep my Constitution with me everywhere I go, because for me and Pat, it's actually a pretty important document these days. I don't know how anyone does this job without it. I hand out copies on the floor of the House too, which for a lot of our colleagues is extremely useful.
They have to read it though.
They do. Sometimes I like to read it to them. But I think we've got the right causes, we've got the right values, we've got a framework that has been tested many times before, but what gives me hope is that nothing is inevitable, and that at the end of the day it comes down to good people who love our country and who want to be a part of its future. And its future is unraveling every day.
That's great. Thank you. Pat?
Well, thank you for including me. And similar to Maggie, I think family inspiration, I guess. My mom, who's a retired public school teacher, which is a form of public service I now know with young kids that I could not do, so give great respect to that form of public service. And my grandpa was a incredible, like many in the Greatest Generation, Purple Heart recipient, World War II, last ship sunk by a kamikaze pilot in the Pacific Theater at the end of World War II. And I just grew up hearing those stories, and then he came back and served in local office in my hometown, small hometown in upstate New York. So he was really my role model. And yeah, I mean, I think one of the things that a lot of us are trying to work on is how do we make that not an exception, but a norm in terms of every young person feeling an obligation and a duty to serve. And so national services legislation is something that I've been focused on in my short time in Congress, which there's bipartisan support, but we need to push it. So that's something that we're working on and would love to work with you all on. And young people want, this generation that I talk to a lot, and a lot of my staff are, make me feel old, I guess now, are of a different generation, and they want to be part of something bigger than themselves. And we owe it to give those paths to them. I think a lot of young people don't feel that right now.
Great. Rachel?
Well, so much of my story starts with my upbringing as well. My parents are both retired public school teachers as well, and I was actually born and raised on a US military base in Japan. And growing up in that environment, sort of being inspired by the public servants, the teachers at my school, including my parents, and also the service members, really kind of informed the way that I understood careers, I think, in a sense. And then also, frankly, growing up in a country that very much, it was very clear to me what the importance of the US as an ally was. When I was in high school in Japan is when North Korea shot the first ballistic missiles over Japan that landed in the Pacific Ocean, and I could tell with our interactions, even with everyday people, that it meant a lot to have the U.S. military there and to have the United States at their back. And so I think that sort of shaped my desire to serve in this field of national security from the early days. In terms of what keeps me here, for me, that's about the community. It's about the people who come to Washington, D.C. because we believe we can make a difference and want to make our country and our world a better place. And even with all of the upheaval and chaos, I still think that's true. And so much about what you all foster with the NextGen program really brings those sort of ambitious for change and for difference, not just ambitious for career advancement, people together, and those are the people that I've really valued in my community.
That's great. Thank you. Justin.
Thanks, Michelle. Well, my story connects a couple threads here, which is I grew up in Iowa, so one of my earliest memories is going to an Iowa caucus meeting, my mom, being there, fighting for her positions. So this early sort of really intense experience of politics, locally, but with national impact. And then in middle school, my family actually moved to the former Soviet Union for a couple years, early 90s, and talk about whiplash, seeing two different sort of ecosystems, cultures, approaches to government and society. Came back to the US from that just with a deep appreciation for America being an amazing place, something that we need to protect and grow and develop. So I guess to then tie the other thread together here, I think that, to keep going, we have to tell our stories. We need to tell these stories of previous generations of people who have served in amazing ways, but then also keep hope for the future, right? I mean, we're telling the stories to remind us of what we can do in the future. And I think that's where forums like this and work from Congress and places like that are really important.
Yeah. And also a wonderful lesson for current and future parents out there in terms of exposing your kids to those early public service situations that might inspire them in the future. So I wanted to direct the next question to our two members of Congress, which is, this is not a period that is terribly supportive of bipartisanship. I'm trying to be diplomatic here. And yet, it seems that it's so important if we're going to craft enduring, national security policies that have the broad support of the American people, that are going to endure over time and really, protect and advance our interests. So how are you thinking about bipartisanship, strategies to build it? What are the challenges you're facing? How do you overcome those? Maybe Pat, start with you.
Sure. I have one more year of learning of a steep learning curve, I guess, than Maggie, but I've already learned a ton from Maggie in our time serving together. Yeah, it's really hard, bordering on impossible right now to forge, especially on big issues, to forge bipartisan consensus. I think one constructive way to think about it, I would put out to think about is, I think the current framing of blue and red and D and R is really not meeting the moment, especially when it comes to national security and foreign policy. We're really seeing, I think, extreme elements of both parties sort of circle around the extremes and meet in the middle on this isolationist idea, which I emotionally understand some of where that's coming from, but is incredibly dangerous and counterproductive. So I think there's a real actually opportunity in the moment we're in to craft thoughtful, bipartisan in a new way, consensus around where we need to go. And just my last thought on that is that I think, I talked to a lot of my constituents, none of them feel like whether the executive branch or the Congress are setting a direction where we want the country to go, where we see the world going, and our role in that. And I think in that moment where it feels like we're treading water, it's easy to fight each other as we're doing. If we can orient again, and I think it's up to our generation to lay out that direction and rally people behind it. Easy to say, hard to do, but I think that there actually is an opportunity moment.
Yeah. Well, I've been in the job now for almost 150 days, and it's been a long year. But I wanted to be on the Armed Services Committee and on the Small Business Committees, two committees that are still places in Congress where legislating happens, and it can only happen right now on a bipartisan basis. We've got, it's kind of an ever-growing margin, but when we started, 3-vote margin, the narrowest in a generation in the House of Representatives. But it has been really hard to count to 5, as Pat says, on anything of consequence. We won't stop trying, and we have a real opportunity coming up in the weeks ahead with the National Defense Authorization Act, which, for 63 years, and knock on wood counting, it's been the vehicle where we've really come together in a real way in Congress to get something done for the country. I think in theory, and this will all be tested, but I think I've been excited to see that we're speaking the same language when it comes to acquisition reform and some of the big ticket items for how we actually make America's defense industrial base work for the American people. But we'll see. I mean, this job requires a lot of emotional discipline because it's full of heartbreaks, people who let you down again and again, but who you've got to keep trying to work with, and that's the job.
That's good advice. So Rachel and Justin, I want to ask you a different question. Both of you have risen to positions where you are now hiring, growing, developing, mentoring young people. What are the skills, the values, the mindsets, the traits that you think the next generation should be developing to be effective as national security professionals?
The one that jumps out to me is that I think is sometimes overlooked as I am on the hiring side now, and I'm also a professor at the University of Texas in their semester in Washington program, so interacting with a lot of young people coming into this career space. So sometimes overlooked, I think, is sort of, I don't know if it's a skill, but just the ability to get things done. I find a lot of young people come here and they really want to work at a think tank doing research or be in a policy role, and obviously we're all policy motivated people and have a desire, like I was saying, to make the country a better place, and policies at the heart of that. But you will never be out of work if you are known and you have a reputation for knowing how to get things done. Not just sort of, writing great reports is an important part of this ecosystem, organizing panels like throughout the day. But the team here who organized this event, Jasmine and Valeria and the rest of the team who put the nuts and bolts and the logistics together, that's a really important skill set no matter what you go on to do, whether you're working for a member of Congress. You got to have the right policy ideas, but you have to know how to do the outreach, to get the right members to co-sponsor the bills, to work with the committee staff to get some legislation included on the NDAA or what have you. And so the sort of, and the same is true for jobs at DoD or in the think tank space and elsewhere, just becoming known as somebody who's effective at getting things done.
Great, Justin.
Yeah, I completely agree, and would maybe summarize it down as be humble, be willing to do the hard stuff, the not so glitzy stuff, but also be curious, right? Always be learning, always be wanting to learn and try new things. And maybe just to expand on humble a little bit more too, the world's a really complicated, fast evolving place, right? And if you think you have it all together, you're going to be wrong. And in national security, that has consequences, right? And potential consequences that are very significant for individuals or for the country. So I think being willing to admit what you don't know, but being curious and eager to learn, those are the key characteristics. The details matter, the hone your craft, have a deep expertise in something 100%, but the mentality has to be humble and curious, I think.
That's great. So I'm often asked at the end of a session like this, because I'm often Debbie Downer as I do the geopolitical risk assessment for around the world. And then the inevitable question was, is there anything that gives you hope? And my answer is almost always the next generation of leaders that I see coming up. I have the privilege of continuing to co-chair the NextGen program, and gives me so much hope to see the talent flocking to public service, even in a very volatile, chaotic situation. And so I guess on that basis, what I'd ask you is maybe, again, starting with Maggie, there's so many challenging issues that we face as a country and in the world writ large. Are there particular areas where you think a next generation of talent it's particularly important that they bring new, different, fresh perspective? Like, where do we really need to kind of have a rethink, and where the next generation could really make a difference?
I can think of so many, but top of mind for me right now, the House has just voted on, I'll call it HR 1 because there's some dispute about, it's definitely big. Some people call it a beautiful bill. I don't think Pat and I would call it that. It's a bill that's going to bring about the largest deficit increase in American history. And we know one of the through lines of my work so far, a short time on the Armed Services Committee, but this has been true now for decades, that our debt is a national security threat. And we're gonna have to get it together. It's gonna take new habits of mind and heart. It's gonna take really good ideas, but we are gonna be left in short order. We already have at the moment, and we're gonna soon be left with an even bigger set of challenges to work our way out of. And so to me, this is where we're going to need really fresh ideas.
Yeah, great.
5 minutes, all right. Thank you. That's not for me, that's for everybody. I'll be very brief.
I show 6:22.
All right. I'll use 1 minute of that. So one, not that this is a small thing, but I think a more immediate thing, and Maggie rightly flagged this, I actually think there's great alignment bipartisan and bicameral and with the executive on sort of defense acquisition reform and figuring out how to move out of this industrial era post-World War II and World War II way that we buy things and build capabilities into in a new direction. And that's something I'm super excited about. I worked in that space after I got out of the Army. I know others on the stage have. I think that's a real opportunity space for us right now. And I know CNAS is doing a lot of writing and thinking on this, which has been great. So that I'm very optimistic about that. On a more, frankly, like grand strategic scale, I personally feel like the disconnect between foreign policy and national security discussions in and around DC versus in America, like in my district, is such a massive gap. We have to figure out how to reconnect and listen to the American people in terms of what they want and where they see the country going. I think both parties have lost some degree of touch of that, and it's hard work to restore that. But I think that will take a concerted effort to not just assume that this bipartisan consensus is just automatic and that we have to be constantly making a case and hearing from people. So that's something I know both of us are trying to do and others.
Well, my answer was aligned with the Congressman's point about sort of the defense tech and innovation issues that so many in Congress and the department have been leaning on. The Congressman certainly chief among them with the Defense Modernization Caucus. Yes. I think that's a place where young people are just kind of, especially the youngest generation entering the policy space, are just kind of like, disruption is second nature, right? So if our generation is Uber and the generation before us is taxi cabs, the generation coming up is whatever the driverless car one
flying
is.
Cars.
Flying cars, or the
Jetsons.
Waymo, or the driverless car thing in San Francisco. So I think there's just a dispositional paradigm shift, like a part of, hopefully some of those barriers will be easier to break down just because of that disposition among young people.
Justin?
100% agree on defense acquisition. That's a huge area for the next generation and current generation. And I think we're all in violent agreement here that it's everything, right? If the next generation isn't preparing to lead, then we're all in a world of hurt, right? But it's also an opportunity, right? It's great. They can. We don't know what tomorrow holds, but that the next generation is coming up is going to have all sorts of fun things to work on. Some of which we know, some of which we won't know until it arrives.
So we're going to do a lightning round. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about your answer, which is, what's the one piece of advice you would give to an up-and-coming next-gen leader in this field? But as you think, I realize there are some current next-gen leaders and alumni in the audience. And if you would, I'd like you to just stand so we can give you a round of applause. Wonderful to see you guys here, both current and past. Thank you for coming. Okay, so we're going to go in reverse order because we've been picking on Maggie. So Justin, one piece of advice.
At risk of repeating myself, I think it would be humble, be curious, be hardworking, right? That combination of things, be passionate about what you're doing, and you'll go a long ways in national security.
My advice is go to every happy hour, and if there isn't a happy hour, organize one. Networking is just making friends.
Okay, good.
I would say that the single most important thing I've done starting with this program is invest in real relationships and real trust, because thankfully there's nobody from my class, I don't think, that can tell all the stories from our trip to Taiwan and Japan. But those folks that I met in this program, I'm still in regular touch with, and that has been incredibly, not only personally rewarding, but super professionally valuable. So just take the time to invest in those relationships.
Mm-hmm. I would say, and this is a little selfish, but it's also for Pat, don't give up on the United States Congress, because not giving up on America, which is the number one thing, means not giving up on Congress. And We need you to come to Congress to work with us. My first internship in high school was in the House of Representatives, and I fell in love with it immediately in all of its realness and complexity and frustrations. It's an extraordinary place to work. And so I'm going to make a plug for both of us. Please come and work with us in Congress.
That's great. I'm going to add my 2 cents on this, and those of you who've heard me speak about this will know what I'm going to say. Choose the boss, not the job. You can have the perfect job description, but if you don't find that boss who is going to be a role model and a mentor and someone who is going to invest in you and grow you over time, you're missing out. So that's my one piece of advice. We have 38 seconds left. So in that 38 seconds, please join me in a round of applause for our NextGen leaders in the panel. Thank you. Thank you all. And now, please stay seated. In a moment, we are going to transition to one of the most motivational, inspirational events of the day, which is the presentation of the CNAS Basovich Award. So please stay tuned for just a second. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. Well, we have just highlighted in that session and today the unique contribution of next generation voices to the national security field. And our annual conference, of course, would not be complete without recognizing CNAS's first Lieutenant Andrew J. Basovich Jr. Award winners. We established the award in honor of First Lieutenant Andrew Basovich, who was killed in combat on May 13, 2007, in support of Operation Iraqi Freedom. He served in the 3rd Battalion, the 8th Cavalry Regiment, 1st Cavalry Division. Lieutenant Basovich was committed to national service, and through his service to country, he represented the best that the next generation of Americans have to offer. He exemplified courage, integrity, and a commitment to public service to which I think all of us aspire. So we take a moment at each of our annual conferences to remember Lieutenant Basovich and to recognize emerging leaders on the CNAS team who exemplify the kinds of values and the kinds of attributes that Lieutenant Basovich modeled so well. Before we talk about this year's award winners, I just wanted to thank once again Dr. Andrew Basovich and Nancy Basovich for allowing CNAS to name this award after your son, so that year after year, we are able to recognize the characteristics that he so wholly embraced. Today, I have the distinct privilege of recognizing 2 extraordinary individuals as the 2025 Basovich Award winners, Sam Howell and Emma Swisslow. Sam Howell is an associate fellow with the Technology and National Security Program at CNAS. Her unwavering consistency and level-headed approach have made her a model for other junior researchers and a pillar of reliability within the organization. Throughout her tenure, Sam has expertly stepped in during moments of transition, completing critical projects without seeking the spotlight. Sam demonstrates not only intellectual excellence, but also a rare humility and kindness, and her ability to pair substantive expertise with diligence and collegiality makes her deserving of this year's recognition. Emma Swisslow is the senior editor on the publications team here at CNAS. Her quiet strength and her steady dedication make an extraordinary impact behind the scenes. Emma brings clarity, structure, and grace to the ever-changing landscape of the center's work. She expertly manages the chaos, I think we could say, of deadlines across our 8 research programs. Her sharp editorial eye, her sound judgment, and her calm presence have elevated the quality of CNAS's publications, and they've enabled those around her to thrive. She makes the center's work shine, and she takes deep pride in the success of others. So congratulations to both of you, Sam and Emma, on being this year's 2025 Basovich Award nominees or Basovich Award winners. And I will now hand it over to Sam for a few words.
Thank you, Richard, and thank you all for being here today. I'm incredibly humbled to receive the 2025 Basovich Award alongside Emma Swisslow, a colleague whose kindness, integrity, and talent I've long admired. I'd first like to thank CNAS co-founders Michelle Flournoy and Kurt Campbell for creating this award. The Basovich Award is a wonderful example of what makes CNAS so special. Thanks to Michelle and Kurt's vision for the organization, CNAS is a place where uplifting others matters just as much as doing great work. It's a place that prioritizes service and mentorship. It's an inspiring and enjoyable place to work and grow. I'd also like to thank those who have made my experience at CNAS so positive, challenging, and rewarding. Thank you to Richard Fontaine for modeling effective and compassionate leadership. Thank you to Paul Shari for believing in me and investing in my development. Thank you to Martin Rasser, Vivek Chalukri, and Kate Kuzminski for opening doors and giving me the tools needed to succeed. Next, I'd like to thank and speak directly to the Basovich family. You crossed my mind last week as I sat in a football stadium in Colorado Springs and watched my brother, Ethan, graduate from the U.S. Air Force Academy. I thought about the pride you surely felt for Andrew's service. I thought about the awe and admiration you surely held for his tenacity and self-discipline. I thought about the mix of emotions with which you surely grappled, the joy that stems from witnessing someone you cherish fulfill a dream, and the simultaneous fear of what his country might one day ask of him. I thought about what an immense privilege it is to receive the Basovich Award. What an honor it is to receive an invitation to help carry forth the legacy of someone else's loved one. You've gifted me an opportunity to remember Andrew through my own life and career. This is a responsibility that I will not take lightly. As a proud new Basovich Fellow, I promise to draw upon Andrew's example of courageous, selfless, and dedicated service. I pledge to approach my work with rigor and intention. I pledge to never settle for good enough, to hold high standards, to pursue excellence in everything I do. I pledge to listen, think critically, and speak up when I have something to contribute. I pledge to thank those who helped me and pay it forward by lending a hand to the next generation. I pledge to celebrate the achievements of others. I pledge to strive for impact rather than promotions. I pledge to always put America's interests ahead of my own. Thank you.
Congratulations again, Sam. And now we will hear a few words from Emma Swisslow. Emma.
Good afternoon, everyone. I want to start today by extending my deep gratitude to Dr. Basovich and Nancy Basovich for allowing CNAS to honor their son Andrew's legacy through this award. It's an incredible privilege to receive it, especially alongside Sam, my office mate and friend, and to be able to speak with you all. During my nearly 5 years at CNAS, I've had the opportunity to edit hundreds of reports about subjects ranging from the US tech competition with China to the plight of women and girls in Afghanistan. I also spent a year at the Pentagon working with 2 CNAS alums, I'll add, which showed me what policymaking looks like in action. And it taught me how to communicate that policy with the press and Congress and the public. In addition, I've worked closely with my colleagues at CNAS to include and platform new and underrepresented voices in national security. And there are 2 main things that I've taken from these experiences. First, being able to clearly explain the complexities of decision-making to an audience that goes far beyond our very small community here in Washington is nearly as important as policymaking itself. By providing accurate, digestible information on topics that are very complicated, we make it possible for people from across the country and world to have nuanced conversations about things that eventually do impact them, whether indirectly or directly. Second, to create effective and equitable policy, our country's decision makers must come from a diverse array of backgrounds. At the Pentagon, some of my colleagues had served in the military, others had worked for the federal government their entire careers, some came from academia, and others from the private sector. But each had their own way of solving problems based on their prior experiences, and bringing them together helped create more well-rounded policies. The point being, diversity is a strength, not a weakness. And before wrapping up, I'd like to acknowledge some of the many people who have been so indispensable and important in my career so far. First, I'd like to thank my boss and mentor, Mara McCarthy, who has just been the most supportive, encouraging, and all-around wonderful supervisor I could have ever asked for. I'd like to thank Richard Fontaine, Paul Shari, Anna Saito-Carson, and Kate Kuzminski. The four of you have taught me what leadership looks like, and I'm incredibly grateful for your commitment to the Center's junior staff. I'd also like to give an especially warm and appreciative thank you to my colleagues on the publications, design, and communications teams. Without you, CNAS wouldn't be what it is. This conference would not be happening, and I feel so lucky to work with each and every one of you. And finally, I would be remiss if I didn't thank my parents. Both of them are professional editors who instilled in me the importance of good writing, critical thinking, and reading widely. It's such an honor, so thank you.
Congratulations to both of you, Sam and Emma. In just a moment, we will hear from General David Alvin, but first we have a lightning talk by last year's Basovich Award winner, Gibbs McKinley. So, Gibbs.
Good afternoon, and thank you again for joining us today. My name is Gibbs McKinley, and I'm the Research Associate to the CEO here at CNAS. The world is currently undergoing a period of increased global competition. China seeks to dominate Asia and beyond, and Russia is aggressively revisionist in Europe. Both are working with Iran and North Korea in an axis of upheaval to challenge a world dominated by the West. The United States has several tools to sharpen the edge it needs to compete in this new reality. Its relationships with 6 global swing states, Brazil, India, Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, South Africa, and Turkey, are some of the most important it possesses. The US should prioritize working with these pivotal states to better compete with its adversaries and shape a world order that supports American interests. Admittedly, what that order looks like is currently up for debate. But what is certain is that the global swing states will play a disproportionate role in its outcome. But first, what makes a global swing state? Each country is multi-aligned and maintains ties with the US, Russia, and China. They don't want to be forced to choose between the great powers. They all seek meaningful changes in international rules and institutions, and each of the global swing states plays a dominant regional role, but their actions also have global repercussions. So, what can the US achieve by working with each of these pivotal states? Why should they be the priority in a time of American foreign policy and fiscal retrenchment? Let's start with Brazil, which boasts a population roughly 1/3 of South America's total, along with the largest GDP on the continent. Brazil is ready to help the US diversify its supply of key technologies and can help reduce supply chain reliance on China in several key areas, including through domestic semiconductor production. India's demographic and economic growth have fueled its global influence and made it an increasingly strong military partner. The US needs India on its side to achieve a favorable military balance in our priority region, the Indo-Pacific. India's role in the Quad, for example, is key to countering China's influence in the region, and the US should increase existing maritime planning and joint naval exercises with India. Indonesia is in the world's top 10 emerging markets by GDP. It's the third largest democracy and an influential global player. It also holds the key to the most significant grouping in the Indo-Pacific, ASEAN. Influence in this group is required to counterbalance China's claim over the region as its own sphere of influence. Saudi Arabia's recent economic growth and efforts to liberalize through Vision 2030 have enabled it to emerge as a key middle power. The US needs Saudi Arabia's support to achieve regional normalization in the Middle East. If successful, a more peaceful and stable Middle East would allow the US to reduce its military presence in the region and shift its focus to other global and domestic priorities. South Africa is a dominant political and security figure on the African continent and has the highest GDP per capita of any large African country. Like multiple other swing states, it possesses significant critical mineral reserves. South Africa is home to one of only 3 high-quality manganese processing plants in the world, with the other 2 being owned by China. If the US and South Africa can reset currently poor relations, Washington should partner with Pretoria to diversify American sources of critical minerals. Finally, Turkey has established itself as an ambitious regional and global power, including by maintaining the largest standing army in European NATO. The US needs Turkey's support to deny Russia access to the Mediterranean Sea and maintain a favorable military balance in Europe. Turkey's military is integral to Europe's ability to defend itself in a period of increased Russian aggression. By pursuing these goals with the global swing states, along with a wealth of other opportunities, the US can better compete with the axis of upheaval. It must do so to make progress towards what should be Washington's ultimate goal: preserving a world order aligned with US interests and security. Thank you.
Here at CNAS. I am honored to be introducing our next session, which is with the 23rd Chief of Staff of the United States Air Force, General David Alvin. I'm thrilled that he is here today, given the theme of our conference, which is America's Edge, because he's written very pointedly about this topic in Breaking Defense and other outlets, and the fact that the United States has probably had an unprecedented amount of dominance in the air domain over the last 30 or so years, but that edge has been eroding. And it's eroding because the US Air Force is smaller than it has been for a very long time, and the fleet is the oldest that it has ever been. But there's a lot of momentum in terms of modernizing the fleet and figuring out what type of Air Force, what the fleet needs to look like going into the future. There's been the recent announcement of the F-47 fighter aircraft, the next generation air dominance, the collaborative combat aircraft, the Loyal Wingman type drones that will be accompanying it, the B-21 bomber, and the Sentinel ballistic missile. So we're gonna dive into all of these topics. I'm going to ask you, if you have questions in the audience, online or in person, submit them at cnas.org live. I will introduce them in the course of the conversation. General Alvin's going to come up and make a few remarks to begin, and then we'll begin our discussion. General Alvin.
Well, good afternoon. It's great to be here. I know it's like just after lunch and it looks like I'm going to give you a long briefing, I promise. Just a couple of slides maybe to open the conversation and give a little bit of what's on my mind. But I really appreciate the opportunity to be here, Stacy, and a chance to have a good conversation. We talked about America's Edge and how it's been eroding. And right now we're in an incredible time, right? We're in an incredible time in history, an incredible time in our country, incredible time in our Air Force. We do have an advancing threat. We do have massive disruptive change going on all around us. We do have the pace of change advancing. And in order to look into the future, which is becoming more and more nonlinear, right, we need to be able to have ourselves grounded in something. We know that the United States Air Force has done 5 basic things since its inception and before. We know we do air superiority. We know we do precision strike anywhere in the globe. We know we do rapid global mobility. We know we do ISR. We know we do command and control to support all of that. But the real question is, in order to do what? We need to do them to advance American air power, to help the joint force, to help the nation, to help the president accomplish the national security goals. So when we're in the midst of these cacophony of voices about what we need, what we don't need, what we should invest in, what we should divest from, it really does us good to start focusing on why we actually have an Air Force. So, and this helps us in these times of prioritization. What should we invest in, and how do we compare, with the Air Forces of the past or the other services? However, why do we need an Air Force? And so I've come up with 3 priorities, and I chickened out because the first 2 I didn't choose between them, because I believe they're equal. The first one, it really is, we can talk about how we can deploy across the globe and do X, Y, or Z, but if we are not defending the homeland from threats in and through the air domain, we're failing the American people and the country. So we can never forget that's what we're doing. So as we start thinking about things like Golden Dome or any of these other things that are new imagination of how we're going to need to defend the homeland in the future, through the space domain, air domain, there's an air domain layer in there. And so I believe we're going to play a part in that. And we look forward to supporting the whole Golden Dome initiative. But we've been basically on alert in some form or another for almost 25 years now, safeguarding the skies of America. So we cannot walk away from that as a primary reason why America needs an Air Force. And right next to that, I'm not going to put either one of those number 1 or number 2, but it's the nuclear deterrence, supporting strategic stability. 2/3 of the nuclear triad, 3/4 of the NC3. That's our responsibility. This is the price of admission for an Air Force for the United States of America in these days. So it's not only one of those things that happens before all the cool stuff we're going to talk about projecting power. This is the price of admission. And oh, by the way, that price is not cheap. But we can't walk away from that. And so we need to understand that when we're seeing what the value is of the United States Air Force to the nation. And finally, we do project power. We do it in a unique way. We provide the most responsive. We can put a responsive impact across the globe, faster, and perhaps with less of an escalation potential because we don't have to bring massive amounts of forces with us that once they're there, maybe we get entangled and it's hard to disentangle from that situation. And we go across the spectrum of conflict. That's why you have an Air Force in the United States of America right now. That's what we need to keep our eye on as we're trying to figure out how we keep America's edge, how we keep the Air Force's edge. And when we're talking about priorities, this is where we have to come back to. And America will decide how much of an Air Force it wants. If it wants a big Air Force, I want to ensure it's a big ready Air Force. Small Air Force, a small ready Air Force. But we're going to be ready to do what the nation needs, and we believe this is the value that we provide. So how do we continue to provide this into the future? So how do we look at the changing character of war, look at the new manner in which potential adversaries have fought back against the strategy that we've used in the past to make it harder for us to do what American air power has been able to do? How do we look at that? Well, I'll use the old risk board as you guys remember this? How many forces do you put up in the Kamchatka Peninsula, and understand you can get from Brazil to West Africa in one move? But anyway, it's an interesting, sort of the way we've done it, and I'm going to simplify to make the case, at least in the past 25, 30 years, is an event happens, and if we decide we're going to go to war, what do? We set the pieces. We decide this is where we're going to go, and we put all the forces there. We move the Iron Mountain, whether it was, even at the end of the Cold War, we did the return of forces to Germany to make sure we get the forces there in time to, when the dikes start rolling off, we can go. Desert Storm, we did it the same way. We fought from Saudi Arabia just outside of the contested environment for our Air Force so we could generate the tempo that could degrade the air defenses, that could gain and maintain our superiority, that could make it an unfair combined arms fight. That's what we did. So we positioned ourselves as close to the fight, just outside, so we could generate that tempo. But then, now potential adversaries start building a more dense threat environment that makes it harder and harder to do that. So that makes it more challenging for us, and maybe we have to move a little bit further back. Move further back, now it's harder to generate that range and tempo in the way that we've done it. So this idea of limited contested environments surrounded by large pockets of sanctuary around the globe is a 50-year-old paradigm that's really was been broken a while ago. We need to recognize that and understand for the United States Air Force to do what's expected, we might have to do it a little bit differently. And then when you talk about space and cyber, there are very few sanctuaries on the globe. So we need to rethink that. We still have to provide what America needs from its Air Force, but we have to do it in this a little bit of a different environment, which means understanding what it's going to take to be able to penetrate those dense threat areas, ground threat and air threat areas. How far out can we go before the tempo can't be generated at a cost? How far in can we go before the cost becomes too high? Do we think about leveraging other capabilities, learning from recent conflicts, learning from disruptive technology on ways that we can generate effects both outside and inside the contested area? Because we don't do air superiority just because we're going to do air superiority. So we need to do it in whatever manner or fashion it takes, whatever capabilities we can garner to make it effective going forward and to where you don't break the bank. So when we think about our force design, we're understanding it's the outcomes that the Air Force provides, not just the platforms in the traditional way that we've done it. So as we move forward, think about the changing character of war, what that privilege is when we're talking about speed and tempo, speed of recognition, speed of decision, speed of action. So it's not only in the tactical area on the battle space, operational speed. If I can gain information dominance faster and keep the adversary on his back foot, and I retain the initiative operationally as well as tactically, that's become more and more important because the action counteraction tempo is just sped up to the point where we need to be able to respond and be on the right side of that. Agility, whether it be tactical agility or strategic agility in the way that we develop our platforms. When we think about the capabilities that we have right now, which are largely ones we've had for the last 25 years, as we said, we're sort of an old Air Force, we're trying to get a new again, but we didn't always build them for agility. We didn't think about a small footprint so you could be agile. Why? That wasn't the way we fought before. We owned the shot clock, so we would bring all the supporting kit, and then we're ready to fight, we rolled the dice. We have to think about agility, not only in the way we fight, but the way we procure capabilities. And along the way is adaptability and flexibility. So not only understanding how to adapt to the environment, but adapting our current kit. So let's take, for example, what's going on in the Middle East right now. You know, at $400,000 a pop or $1.3 million, whether it's an AIM-9X or it's an AMRAAM, that's how much it would take traditionally to be able to go after those one-way attack UAVs. That's not on the right side of the cost curve. We're innovating though now with the Falco program, where basically it's a laser-guided rocket. Rather than being able to have 6 weapons on, you can load 42 on the same F-15E, and you can launch them at $32,000 a shot rather than $400,000 or $1 million a shot. That's the way we adapt. That's the way we understand the environment and be able to be flexible in the way that we execute and adaptable in the way that we can upgrade or use our systems against all environments. So we don't break the bank and we can meet the threat with a balanced capability mix. And then connectivity, both understanding how to maximize the connectivity because that allows the speed and enables the information dominance and the initiative to stay on the right side of the decision curve, but then also understanding how to operate and get it back when you lose it, because we're going to lose it. This is going to be key to enabling all of those others with speed and tempo. So these are just some of the things that we think about when we lay out the value proposition for our United States Air Force going forward, and then we think about the way that we build a force design and the capabilities that support that force design in order to be able to continue to deliver air power for America. So I look forward to the questions, and I think this is a very important conference and a very important time in our country, so thank you.
Thank you, sir. That was a great scene setter. We're gonna hopefully unpack some of these issues a little bit more, and I'm gonna push you on them and probably characterize them a little bit differently than the sort of elegant way that you did. I think if you look at the debates right now about the future character of war, to simplify it, you see a lot of people arguing that drones and that cheap drones are better than traditional crewed air forces and aircraft, and that you don't need expensive, exquisite systems, that you can do everything that you want with a mix of cheap drones, not just quadcopters, because those are pretty short range, but maybe something a little longer like a Shahed 136. So this is a gross, simplification of the debate. But you've written about, and the CNAS defense team has also written, that we think that the Air Force needs a high-low mix going forward, and that this is really important, especially for the Indo-Pacific, but more broadly. So can you describe what you would see as the optimal force design, not only for deterring and, if necessary, defeating China, but for the Air Force going forward?
Yeah, thanks. I like the way you characterize it, in that a lot of times we make it a binary conversation. It's a 1 or a 0. You either have this very high-end, exquisite set of manned platforms, or you just have a bunch of cheap drones that can do the same thing. I also find the flaw in that when people start talking about and waxing romantically about drones, a lot of times you say, well, you know what, all we need to do is just invest in a bunch of cheap, long range, and very kinetically powerful. Well, those three don't necessarily go in the same sentence together. So it might be a fantasy, but it's not really reality. So I think the mix is understanding how we can leverage the high mass, low cost in a way that we can afford to lose them, but generate effects early. The point I was talking about with the risk board is you can have the best Air Force in the world, but if you only have a high-end force and say, well, if I have the high-end force, I can solve for every lesser included case. Yes, but at what cost? And so if we're just using the high-end force to do all of the penetrating and trying to generate the effects, in order to do it in the time that we need, that's why I say speed and tempo. In a time before a fait accompli and the facts on the ground have changed, it could be very, very costly, and you wouldn't have anything left over to fight the main fight. So a mix, a balanced capability mix that allows you to use the right weapon for the right target, and you're not expending all your high-end kit like I was just talking about in the Middle East, but being able to use the low-cost, high-mass to be able to generate disruptive effects that will enable our more expensive, exquisite capabilities to be that much more effective. It is going to change for each environment, but for the pacing threat in PRC, there really is a mix there to ensure that we can have disruptive effects while we are penetrating and degrading the air defenses. It's a balance.
Yeah, I think you hit on a really important point that people don't think about enough, which is time and tempo and, B-2s, B-21 when it comes online, B-52s, those are great. They can fly from far away from the United States, maybe Alaska, yes. Perhaps Guam, though that's a little, iffy given the threat environment early in a conflict, but they're tempo constrained when they have to conduct these long sorties, but they can, at least the stealthy bombers can penetrate and hit targets that you aren't going to be able to take out with a standoff missile. But you need something to supplement that to help get you to the point where you have enough effects. So I think that is something that we need to continue to think about, especially if you expect a conflict to protract. Right. How is that balance going to shift over time, and when can you introduce different capabilities, and how do you reinforce your forces? What can your industrial base produce? Becca Wasser and Phil Shears have a great report on the DIP that looks at this question. So, and when we're thinking about the future force design, you're considering this sort of optimal mix that gives you enough mass but also endurance. And one of the factors that you brought up in your characterization of war was adaptability. And this seems to be really, really important, not just in terms of modifying our current forces with maybe new sensors or EW packages or weapons that are more cost effective or provide them with additional protection, but being able to do so really quickly in a way that typically isn't the case today with like the big block upgrades. We're still waiting on the TR3 Block 4 for the F-35. How are you thinking about ensuring that any capabilities that you have already, and especially the future ones that you're acquiring, can be updated, modified, and iterated rapidly?
Yeah, you make a great point there. We need to be able to think in time. So, and not necessarily project the challenges we have today as automatically being the challenges we're going to have in the future. We need to remember that when we were developing, creating, and in the early stages of the F-35, that was a quarter century ago. And the manner in which we were doing it, that was really at the time when we had gone through the Last Supper and all the mergers and acquisitions, the defense industrial base was solving for efficiency, which, as part of the sort of total package that they were responsible for. And so we outsourced a lot of that. And they built it a certain way with a certain rigidity to it. So right now the challenge with the current force we have is actually building in the interoperability into a system that was not designed for that piece. We have to do that. So when they say when's the best time to plant an almond tree, 20 years ago or today, so let's start today. And in the way that we are developing the next generation air dominance family of systems, which includes F-47, which includes now the YFQ-42, the YFQ-44, both of those, they were designed from the beginning a different way, intended specifically to be able to accept disruptive change and updates and modernization into the future. So much so that in the first increment of our CCAs, in which the 42 and the 40A are now both prototyping, we baked in the key performance parameters that we did not want to solve for a long term. We're going to build in a long depot maintenance structure in it because we don't want to necessarily be strapped with that for the years to come. But we did build in the mission systems architecture that we own that allows more of the innovation part of industry to come in and play and adapt and upgrade. So it is built to update and adapt from the very beginning. And if it's the first increment version of the CCA is something that only lasts for 15 years, okay. We don't have to fight the sunk cost theory and we can move on to the next thing. If it's still good enough with the modularity we built in to last for 30, even better. But we're not strapped into one thing of a large capital investment that you can't deviate from.
You put this well previously, built to last versus built to adapt, I think. And I think it really is true. There are these different types of weapons that we're looking to procure now, and some of them might not have the decades-long lifespan or, almost 50, 100 years. Some of our aircraft are getting up there, long in the tooth. Since you brought up the industrial base, I'm going to take a question from the audience, introduce it here from Andrew, who is asking about the fact that you need a strong industrial base to support the Air Force. Where do you see the most critical gaps between what the Air Force needs and what industry is currently positioned to provide? And how is the Air Force thinking about working with industry to close those?
I think right now we're making progress. I think one of the bigger gaps that we have is sort of the integration of artificial intelligence and the autonomy into it. I think we're getting there, and I think we're doing a good job. But that's where I'm really looking forward to gathering the best in industry to see how best we can integrate that in the future. And it's only with this sort of a structure that we're able to do that. We talk about the lamentation of the increasing brittleness of the industrial base. We're hoping that more of these innovative companies can come in and show us gaps that we didn't know we had. So sometimes we're stuck with the strictures of the past and we're trying to do that last thing better. But if we help have a better dialogue with industry about the types of outcomes that we want, and I think this is where the human-machine teaming and artificial intelligence integration into those platforms, I think is going to serve us well, because I don't think we've intellectually let our imaginations go as far in the government as perhaps it has in private industry.
Yeah, I think that's definitely true. It's harder to think about the things that you don't expect to do versus finding a better way to do what you've always done and incrementally improve. So we're going to turn to a topic that you mentioned in your introductory remarks, and that is on the forefront of everybody's mind, which is Golden Dome. Mm-hmm. Obviously, in the last probably about 4 years, you've seen a growing recognition that the homeland is vulnerable and that homeland defense, which was something that had been taken for granted in many respects from state threats, what needed to be reinvigorated. And the president has made the Golden Dome Initiative for America a priority with his executive order. But when you think about air defense, typically, the Space Force is obviously in the lead of this initiative. Since so many of the sensors and then some of the space-based interceptors are going to be within their domain. And then the Army is typically responsible for ground-based air defenses. The Air Force, you've said, plays a role in this. Can you sort of delineate what you see as the Air Force's role in Golden Dome for America and what sort of investments you think are needed to support that?
Well, I think I'm really looking forward. General Gutlein has a really tough job.
Yeah.
But it's one of those once-in-a-lifetime opportunities that I think he's going to have plenty of help. But I think architecting this is going to be fascinating. And so going from outer space to undersea there's a large integration piece. So I can tell you about the one sliver that's the air domain, but understanding that it has to integrate with all the others is the one thing that may be the most important task to do, to make sure that the integration across domains, across systems is really working. I think in the air domain, it's not dissimilar. And this is why I think when people look at Golden Dome, you're doing something different. It's this bespoke system. I believe there are so many capabilities, so many technologies that are going to be used beyond that we need to recognize that there are things, understanding that the domain awareness is key. So we have to have the ability to have domain awareness through the air domain, or whether that's working with the radars that are going to be leveraged for the space layer as well, or airborne platforms or whatever. You need to have that domain awareness. There's also going to be perhaps a mass of incoming missiles that need to be dealt with that may not all be ones properly serviced by space-based or ground-based. So there's going to be an airborne layer for cruise and hypersonic and some ballistic missiles that we need to be aware of as well. So it's still that supporting in the sensing and sense-making, and then some of the kinetic effectors that may be engaged by airborne platforms that could be crewed or could be uncrewed, depending on how you do it. So I think there's a case to be made, but none of those things are things we would do uniquely and solely for the Golden Dome. And then going back on the air-based air defense, that's something that we need to continue to work with the Army on, because we need that over in our agile combat employment locations in the Indo-Pacific as well. So there's obviously an integration that has to happen there.
Yeah, no, for sure. This hits on some of my former colleagues at the RAND Corporation, spent a lot of time looking at air-based defense, and one of their obvious but not often fully recognized observations was the fact that the Air Force relies on the Army for ground-based air defense, and that's been sort of a perennial sore spot from time to time. But the Navy is responsible for the defense of its own surface fleet, and you see they have a fully layered integrated system, but ground-based air defenses, especially cruise missile defense, has been something that the Army's been a little bit late to need to, and just starting to make significant investments. So you don't see a roles and missions debate emerging?
It could. Quite frankly, if that is a mission that was given to us with resources, we can roles and missions all we want, and I'm happy to have the debate, but the bottom line is the Joint Force needs more robust ground-based air defense, regardless if it's from an airfield or from some place that the Marines are operating or the Army's operating. I think it's a problem for all of us. So how that gets divided out of the resources, that's all going to come at the Department of Defense level. But I have been speaking very clearly that we do continue to need robust point defense for agile combat employment to work. The F-47 is going to be an amazing aircraft, but it's going to die on the ground like everything else if we don't protect it.
Yeah, absolutely. Now we're going to take this air-based defense a step further and marry it to one of my other favorite topics, drones, since we've just seen Ukraine pull off this spectacular surprise attack deep within Russia, taking out some significant number of Russian strategitic bombers, which is kind of incredible in many ways, with small, tiny, fast quadcopters. So I'm going to try to fit in two pieces here from the audience. Tom Sugar was mentioning that China's built a lot of hardened shelters. So, we've been chatting about active defenses and actually going out and shooting down incoming threats. But another piece of the puzzle is putting in place protective measures that mitigate the damage that can be caused. And the Air Force has, I would say, not invested in significantly hardening many of the bases in the Pacific, despite the growing threat picture there. So is this something you're going to be looking at overseas and home now, especially as we're looking at small drones? And Ali also had said, is that going to change your integrated air and missile defense posture?
I think I wouldn't say it's a wake-up moment now. We've been awake. It's a sort of an eyebrow-raising moment. We've always known that hardening our bases is something that we need to do, and so we have that actually in our budgets to be able to get more resilient basing, and we have some hardening for the shelters, and we have some more survivable capabilities of our bases forward. Right now, I don't think it's where we need to be. So it's something that we haven't necessarily been ignoring, but it's been a matter of resource prioritization. And so it's that we could really make it very defensible, but if all we're doing is playing defense and we can't shoot back, then that's not a use of our money. So it really is finding the resources to meet all those priorities. I think the fascinating thing will be to what extent in the future, it's not under this first instantiation as I understand it, that the Golden Dome will integrate not only this sort of integration from the larger ballistic cruise hypersonic missiles, but also some of these closer in, more effective ones. We'll see how the conversation gets stirred up again based on this strike, but it shows us that seemingly impenetrable locations need to pay more attention to that. So seeing how we do that in our own homeland is one thing, but it also shows that maybe we ought to understand how we can use that on the offensive side. Those red circles I had there are maybe not as solid red as you thought if you know how to attack them. And that's something we need to think about. Air power being inherently offensive, we need to think about how we integrate that into our force design to ensure that we create that dilemma for the adversary as well.
Absolutely. It's a two-sided coin, and you can use it offensively, and you need to be able to defend against it. It is a pretty wicked problem. My colleague Molly Campbell and I have been working on counter-drone defenses and looking at that in the context of a protracted war with China. And you can imagine them doing a lot of the things that Russia has done in terms of relying on cheaper munitions to supplement inventories. And they can be a pretty effective suppression weapon, and you need a lot of point defenses. And we can build shelters for small aircraft, but not necessarily all the big ones, so there have to be other solutions. There's no one solution. Hopefully this is a wake-up moment, and that Congress might actually, be galvanized and put forward money to help to rectify some of these vulnerabilities that have emerged. So we're talking about the low-end threat here with small drones. Let's go to the high end. One of the biggest, I think, titanic changes in the international environment has been the emergence of China as a nuclear peer. They've not only been undertaking this incredible conventional modernization and building ships and aircraft and long-range missiles pace, but they have significantly expanded and operationalized their nuclear force. And this creates a different situation and a different problem that the United States has ever faced, where it has two peers that have secure second strike capability and non-strategic nuclear weapons, and we have to think about deterring them at the same time, which is why we're modernizing, partially why we're modernizing the nuclear deterrent, but this is coming at a pretty eye-watering price tag. If you look at CBO's recent estimates, since the Air Force is so responsible for at least 3, if you include LRSO, the long-range strike standoff missile, and the B-21 and Sentinel, and then nuclear command and control, you've got a whole bunch of this that's within your wheelhouse, and it's really expensive. How do you pursue nuclear modernization at the same time as your conventional modernization?
That is a tough question, which is why I put that first slide out there. It has to be first. If we don't do that, then we're sort of failing. And so I think you laid it out very well. And there are a lot of things, and they all go together. The challenge is it's all modernizing at once. And there were some things that were deferred that maybe in hindsight we might have wanted to accelerate, but we are where we are. And strategic stability is so important. We can't afford not to. And that's why I want to ensure that as we're having these conversations, it doesn't just look like it's Air Force's ability to go do this and projecting power versus whatever other decisions we have to make. That's the third thing. We have to do the defending the homeland and the nuclear modernization first, because if we do that, we're letting it down. So I want to remind us all that it is expensive, but it is sacrosanct. Now, the interesting thing that you mentioned was now that we're in a 3 major nuclear power, I'm very interested in how really smart folks like the folks in CNAS and others are going to reinvigorate the nuclear deterrence debate, because I think we need to get back the minds of those who are talking about and thinking about it in the 50s, but it's not algebra. It's not like, well, there was just 2, and if you had a third one, then you have to have 50% more of it. It's something different. What does that look like? What does strategic stability and sort of strategic deterrence and nuclear deterrence look like with 3 major powers? That's one of the more fundamental things. Thank God I don't have to do that because I'm not smart enough. I get the direction from the nuclear posture review and all those things that happen, and then we just go and build it out. And so I just say that that is a sacrosanct mission we have to do, and so we can't afford not to, but we still need to do all the other things.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think you are smart enough. We are thinking about this problem, though, and I think it is a wicked hard one that requires so many people in so many places to start trying to grapple with, and considering the different ways that you could have simultaneous conflicts with the two nuclear peers, and they might not come in the order that you want, or it might not happen the way that you expect, and we've got to kind of start thinking through what this could look like and how we could respond effectively in those situations. So let's get down. We keep coming back to how expensive things are and resources, and we're in this fairly unusual moment, not that we're in a continuing resolution, that's normal and a problem, but that there are two budgets underway right now. We're waiting for the details of this year's budget, and at the same time, I know you're getting close to finalizing the submission for next year's defense budget request. Secretary Hegseth has mandated that there be an 8% reallocation from existing programs to the president's priorities, and that this happen for the next 5 years. Where should we expect to see cuts and consolidations either this year or going forward? And how do you expect or plan to sustain your air power advantage in this budget-constrained environment?
The dangerous question that one hesitates to answer, especially when I'm 48 hours ahead of testifying in front of the House. Because we don't have a budget, I'm not going to get out in front of the president, but it's a great question, because that is another reason why we went back to our foundation and went to those three things why we need an Air Force. This is the opportunity for the Department of Defense and the nation to say, okay, with this budget, what do we want the entire force to look like? So what they really did was they said all of the services, if you had to give up 8% of your budget in order to feed the priorities, what would that look like? And we all made our submissions. Now, each of the services would probably also be the beneficiary of that windfall, because we're all going to be involved in some of the president's priorities as well. So to see how that actually shakes out is going to be interesting. But it does give the opportunity to look across the joint force and say, as we're trying to do the president's priorities, sealing the border, defending the homeland, and deterring the PRC in the Indo-Pacific, what are the capabilities that we need across the joint force? And that's all any of the services that can ask for. I mean, Randy and Eric and Mike, they're now at Space Force with the Golden Dome. We could all fight about who should have the most money, and I'm going to make my case for the Air Force. But at least now the Department of Defense can look across and say, with this 8%, you really start to prioritize. So I'm just making my case, and I think, like I said, I want to ensure that as we go forward, whatever the country is going to bear resource-wise, I'm going to give it the most Air Force I can. That sounds like a very Pollyannish answer, but that's where we really are. You layer your priorities and you tell what you can deliver, and when the nation comes back and says, this is how much resources, we just put the best Air Force forward.
Yeah, it is one of those interesting conversations that's really evolved, where previously very few people would go out and say that one service should be prioritized over another, though air power's flexibility means that it's critical in Europe. In Asia, can flex to the Middle East. Maybe something happens on the African continent. You know, the speed and responsiveness is pretty unparalleled. But if you have priorities, you actually should allocate your resources along to support them. And then something has to not be a priority, because at a certain point, there are too many and it's not really meaningful. I want to ask one question, one final question, since we're heading up on time here, about allies and partners. Mm-hmm. This is something that has been a theme that was in the 2018 NDS, the 2022 NDS, and has been identified as one of America's core sort of asymmetric advantages. How are you going about trying to build and expand or deepen relationships with allies and partners, especially in the Indo-Pacific, given that it's the priority theater?
Well, partially I lean on our Pacific Air Force's commander, Kevin Schneider. Mm-hmm. He does a great job in interfacing with him every day, but I look forward every time I can talk to any of those air chiefs or any of them around the globe. The key is really interoperability and a comfort level to understand that whatever level of capability that they have, the more interoperable and the more we can fight together. And that's just not talking about it, that's exercising together. The exercise we're going to have this summer, we have more integration with allies and partners. It's having that comfort level and that consistency to know this is where we're headed. And if our countries are at least headed in the same direction, and we can make sure there is some interoperability for us from the get-go, not on day 4 month of the fight, that's going to be actually key. So that really hasn't changed for me as an air chief. To the extent that different allies and partners are interested in earlier on sharing and co-production, co-development of capabilities, that would enhance our warfighting at the end, but that becomes downstream of a policy decision. And so when we see things like AUKUS and some of the other elements, I think there's a role for us to play in our air forces to be able to start looking at those co-development, co-production, because now we're integrated from the beginning.
Yeah, no, ideally you want that co-production, co-development, shared stockpiles.
That's right.
That are perfectly interchangeable, to use Admiral Redikin's word, right. So that you can reduce the logistics burden of operating in the vast theater in the Pacific or wherever it may be.
That's a great point. Interchangeable is beyond interoperable. It has the ability to reduce that time response to be able to create effects because they're already in the theater and you know how to operate. And we're doing that more and more. And we're looking at being able to service each other's jets, those sort of things that just reduce the footprint. Because like I said, when we built the Air Force that we have largely now, we didn't think about having a key performance parameter being keep it light, keep it agile, because we hadn't imagined the world we're in now. But now that's a premium.
Yeah, no, that is absolutely true. And those are wonderful things to hear that you're working on because they're absolutely necessary and will be critical to the U.S., particularly in the Indo-Pacific. So I think we are just about up on our time. I want to thank you for such a wide-ranging conversation and frank one. We've talked a little bit about how the Air Force's edge has eroded a little bit, but it looks to me like you're putting it on a really good path to sharpen it going forward in the future, and hopefully there will be resources to support that. I'm going to ask everybody to stick around for the next panel. It's going to nicely dovetail on this conversation by exploring the issue of how Congress is viewing the U.S.-China competition.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Curtis, the Director of the Indo-Pacific Security Program here at CNAS. Welcome to our next panel session, Through Lines and Departures, U.S.-China Strategic Competition During the Second Trump Administration. We have a highly distinguished bipartisan panel of congressional members to speak with us today. We will talk about competition in the areas of technology, trade, economics, military power, politics, and more. And we are so privileged to have with us today Congressman John Moolenaar, Chairman of the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the United States and the Chinese Communist Party. We also have Congressman Jim Hines, Ranking Member of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, as well as Congressman Richie Torres, who is a member of the House Select Committee on Strategic Competition between the U.S. and CCP. So Congressman Moolenaar, I'd like to start with you And I do want to talk about US-China trade, which is top of everybody's minds right now. But I also understand that you just returned from the region. I think you were in the Philippines, Vietnam, and you attended the Shangri-La Dialogue. So I wondered if you could first give us a few comments on that experience, and then talk a little bit about US-China trade. Your bipartisan bill to revoke China's permanent normal trade relations, PNTR status, would signal a major shift in US trade policy. And given China's use of industrial subsidies, its IP theft, its non-market practices, of course, many would argue that is the right thing to do, and it's justified. But what specific economic or strategic objectives are you aiming to achieve with this step? And how would you respond to concerns that it could trigger Chinese retaliation and could harm exporters and consumers? So if you wouldn't mind addressing those two issues.
Sure. Well, thanks for having me, Lisa. It's good to be with you and my colleagues. And we did have a great bipartisan trip, and the Shangri-La Dialogue, where they have defense leaders from around the world, and leaders from Indo-PACOM, some of our friends and allies throughout the world. And Secretary Hegseth gave the keynote speak on one of the mornings and did a fantastic job laying out our strategy for the region. So very beneficial to be there and have a strong U.S. presence in the region. I think that communicates a lot to our friends and allies. With respect to trade, I don't think anyone would describe our trading relationship with China to be normal. And when we think about, as you pointed out, the subsidies and the overcapacity, the dumping, the supply chain leveraging, it's important that we realize that we need to reset our trade relationship with China. I have legislation, and as you pointed out, it's bipartisan, that would revoke the PNTR designation for China. It would also set a tariff schedule, like a third column for tariffs, which would put China in a category of its own. And we'd have a higher tariff at the rate of 100% for strategic materials. You think of things that were very dependent on China. So it could be critical minerals or advanced technology, battery technologies, different, EVs, areas that we want to make sure that we don't further become dependent on China. And then a lower tariff rate for just regular consumable goods that, don't need to be considered strategic, and that we don't have to worry about whether we're dependent on China. So that would be the approach there, and I think it would be the right way to go. Congress taking some leadership in this area would be helpful.
Great. Makes a lot of sense.
Well,
very sensible.
And the other thing about Congress getting involved in this is it would provide certainty. I think the business community wants some certainty, and when you have Congress in this space, it provides that certainty.
Great, thank you. Congressman Himes, you and Congressman Molinar co-sponsored the 2023 AUKUS Submarine Transfer Authorization Act. I should also mention that CNAS hosts an AUKUS task force, for which we held a meeting a couple of months ago. We had the Australian ambassador, the British ambassador talking about AUKUS, and we really are seeking to keep the momentum going on this very important initiative at CNAS, and we're holding our second AUKUS task force meeting on July 16th. But I would like to hear from you, Congressman. How does the AUKUS initiative fit into our broader goals of competing effectively with China, and how does it contribute to deterrence in the Indo-Pacific? And I guess lastly, do you see the initiative continuing its momentum under this second Trump administration? How are they doing on the AUKUS initiative?
Yeah, great questions, and thanks for having us here this afternoon. AUKUS is really two things. It's Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. Pillar 1 is less about competition and more about deterrence. And if deterrence relies on interoperability finely tuned defense cooperation. That is AUKUS. We, as we speak, have Australian sailors training on U.S. Virginia-class boats. This is, by the way, full disclosure, important to the state of Connecticut since we build those Virginia classes in Connecticut. But it's really important to the country and to the alliance and the deterrence. The alternative would have been, as much as it created a hiccup in U.S.-French relationships, the alternative would have been the Australians driving French boats, diesel-powered or whatever, not conventionally powered, without the interoperability, without the training that we are now going to see between the U.S., the U.K., and Australia. And that's obviously a very good thing in general, but particularly for its deterrent effect. We'll be fueling and stopping, all of these boats will be stopping in each other's countries. And so it just represents a unified deterrent, which I think is really important. With respect to competition, the lesser regarded pillar 2 of AUKUS is this theory that we will work with the Australians and the UK to develop innovation in particularly sensitive areas, so AI, quantum computing, responses to hypersonic missiles, all of these things that have a little bit of a defense component to them. And what we've seen is, first of all, pretty good achievement in that we were able to modify the ITAR regulations, the dual-use trade restrictions that often make this very, very complicated. We were able to modify those so that you actually do have now joint ventures between private companies in all 3 countries doing some pretty interesting technology. I think that's valuable. It does, however, point to, to be totally plain spoken about this, it does point to a challenge that the Western Alliance, however you want to define it, NATO or Indo-PACOM has, which is that innovation lives in the United States now. If you saw a list of the 100 top technology companies on the planet, some 93 of them would be in the United States. And it's important that we work with our allies, but we need to do that, with open eyes about the need for our allies actually to continue to develop their innovative capacity. As I hear Europe maybe trying to entice research scientists into their universities, that may happen regardless. So that when Pillar 2 is really operative, I think that's really going to contribute to our competition. And as John said, all of those technologies will have a little bit of a defense flavor to them. So we'll want to think about, is this a product that we put out there for all to use and consume, and we're very proud that it was created by a U.S. and an Australian company, or is it something that we would have to get into this fairly messy conversation around restricting its export and that sort of thing? But that's down the road once Pillar 2 actually starts producing innovation.
Yeah, and I think AUKUS is really about burden sharing. Deterrence and allowing our allies to have the most advanced capabilities to be able to contribute to deterrence, which does fit with the Trump administration philosophy of sharing the burden. So, yeah, I appreciate that those insights on AUKUS. But while we're talking about AUKUS, I want to raise a similar topic with you, Congressman Torres, which is that of shipbuilding. And China now accounts for more than half of global shipbuilding. Chinese state-owned yards are rapidly producing both commercial vessels and warships, using civil-military fusion to scale production in ways that our industrial base just simply can't match. What role should Congress play in revitalizing U.S. commercial and naval shipbuilding to close this strategic gap? And given the time that it will take to rebuild domestic capacity, how can the United States work with other allies, maybe South Korea or Japan, to strengthen our collective industrial readiness?
Look, I see the lack of maritime capacity as one of our greatest strategic vulnerabilities. And it's tragic given the history of our country, because during World War II, we were the arsenal of democracy, building 2,700 Liberty ships in the span of 4 years. And since then, we've allowed our manufacturing muscles to atrophy from neglect. I believe a former Secretary of the Navy said that one Chinese shipyard has more capacity than all American shipyards combined. China's shipbuilding capacity is upward of 23 million deadweight tons, whereas the United States is less than 100,000. And so, is the United States in a position to deter a foreign adversary that has 230 times more shipbuilding capacity than we do, I feel like we have to come to grips with the fact that the United States alone cannot out-manufacture China, A, because it has a population that is 4 times larger than ours, and it has ecosystems and supply chains that have been developed over the course of decades, and we cannot easily replace or replicate those supply chains. And so I feel like we have no choice but to embrace our alliances, which is our greatest strategic asset. If we allow the free world to be fragmented by America First isolationism, we're going to lose to China because it's a manufacturing superpower. But if we allow the free world to be united through friendshoring, then we have a fighting chance of out-manufacturing China. And so I would err on the side of friendshoring, multilateralism. I feel like that's our only strategy, not only our best strategy, but our only strategy for rebuilding the shipbuilding capacity of the free world. And South Korea, Japan are formidable shipbuilders, and we should be leveraging those alliances.
Yeah, great, thank you. And of course, we just had an important election in Korea. Yeah, this has been an important alliance, and we should be burden sharing those opportunities as well. So Congressman Molinar, I'll come back to you, and it's a related military financing issue. You have reintroduced the Fight China Act to prevent U.S. capital from funding Chinese military and surveillance capabilities. What mechanism do you envision for effectively screening outbound investment, and how can the U.S. coordinate with our allies so that Beijing can't find loopholes in our efforts?
Sure. Well, as was mentioned, sort of the dual use technologies, civil military fusion, that does create an issue where when our investors or our taxpayer dollars are funding adversaries, that's a problem. And so when you think of our dollars from America going to fund entities that are somehow partnering with the People's Liberation Army, there should be red flags there. There should be, we have entity lists, but we need to make sure that we're identifying specific companies that should not receive American investments, but we also have to look at strategic sectors, because so much of our American dollars are going to fund aspects of the Chinese military because of some of these advanced technologies. And so the Fight China Act really has a combined approach that looks at sectors as well as entities who are entities of concern. And that's something we're working on multiple fronts on the Foreign Affairs Committee as well as financial services, because there's a component of both. It's complicated. We need feedback from people to make sure we get it right, because what happens with China is you can have a company be on an entity list and then they'll reorganize or have a subsidiary kind of play whack-a-mole. And some of the sectors are complicated because if you think of AI as a sector, it covers a very broad range of things. So we need to make it targeted with sectors as well as strict abilities to keep people who are on strategic lists not funded.
Great, that's really important, very important. Congressman Himes, CNAS recently published a report titled Democracy in South Asia Amid U.S. Foreign Aid Cuts, What's at Stake for Great Power Competition? And in that report, we argued that U.S. competition with China is not just about economic and military competition, it's also ideological. And it's about whether countries will foster rights and freedoms in their own countries for their own citizens, or whether they will be ruled by authoritarian leaders. And we caution in our report that cutting aid for democracy building and transparent economic development in vulnerable nations will create vacuums that China will seek to fill, while also spreading its authoritarian form of governance. So with the recent cuts to U.S. foreign assistance, do you think the U.S. is still well positioned to be able to compete with China's Belt and Road Initiative?
Yeah, you know, we were never terribly well positioned to compete with Belt and Road as a thing, right? You know, the United States government does not make U.S. government investments in bridges in Indonesia the way Belt and Road does, or offer credit guarantees for the construction of mines in Bolivia. And so they always had an angle there that we never really had. World Bank notwithstanding, the things that we try to do that sort of look like that. So we were never going to meet them head on that particular thing. But there's lots of other things that we can meet them head on, from starting with the fact, I think the way you articulated it is right, and sometimes this is lost. You know, well, how does our foreign aid help us in competition with China? Let's remember why we do foreign aid. We do foreign aid because if you take a country, you know, that is backwards economically, where women have no rights, where, you know, there's commodity-driven economies, and if you help develop that into a much more diverse economy where women have rights, and I keep dwelling on women because one of the biggest predictors of success of a country is the empowerment of women. I know that's odd to say here, you know, in the context of the security stuff that we're talking about, but that's a fact. So the more we can contribute to a country sort of coming out of a economic and political you know, Middle Ages, the much higher the probability is that this is a country that will seek to do business with us and emulate us, politically speaking, rule of law, and all those good things that we care about. It is, you know, there's a very powerful correlation out there between underdevelopment and autocracy, and, by the way, ungoverned spaces and other places that are very amenable to the growing up of terrorism and other ills that we ultimately end up dealing with very expensively. So that, you know, the dismantling of USAID without an obvious and quick substitute is very directly going to make us less safe. And then, of course, there's the, you know, we use the term soft power. Everywhere I've gone, and in my congressional career, I've probably officially visited some 50 or 60 countries, without exception, people would much rather do business with the United States. Right? We're a lot less predatory in the way we assist in projects. We do our best to minimize graft and corruption. That can put us at a competitive disadvantage sometimes. We don't bring in our own workers to build a harbor or a bridge. So these places would much rather do business with the United States than with China. And yet, you know, by sort of suggesting that we're out of that business, we have opened the door to no alternative. Other than to you know, take on those projects that are financed by China, that are built by Chinese laborers, that are, you know, and so it's a sad thing to see because, and you know, any of the three of us up here will tell you, sometimes the most, whenever we're doing our budgets, the most aggressive advocacy for the foreign operations budget is usually advanced on Capitol Hill by people with 3 and 4 stars on their shoulders because they really see day to day how the world is made a better and safer place for their troops when we are really engaged with soft power.
Great, thank you. Yeah, I think we can't say that enough today, how important soft power is to U.S. global power and influence. It's not all about the military. Soft power is important. So, Congressman Torres, I want to turn back to the technology competition. You've co-sponsored multiple AI bills, and one of those bills would mandate AI disclosure in advertising and messaging, recognizing the risk of deep fakes and foreign propaganda. Your latest proposal focuses on unleashing AI innovation to advance the financial services industry. So how can the U.S. ensure its AI models remain preeminent over new tools like China's DeepSeek, which of course pose censorship concerns?
Look, there's quite a bit of apocalyptic rhetoric about AI, but I'm fundamentally optimistic about the technology. I feel like it's the most revolutionary technology of our time. And I am of the view that we have as much to fear from over-regulating AI as we do from under-regulating it, because if we over-regulate, we risk ceding a competitive advantage to China. You know, the rules of a rules-based international order are ultimately going to be written by the winner, and we have to win first, and then we can set the rules for the world. And I feel like we should be pursuing AI dominance with almost with the fierce urgency of the Manhattan Project, because I feel like we are locked in a strategic arms race for AI dominance, and the first country to achieve AI supremacy will likely emerge as the superpower of the 21st century and write the rules for the rest of the world. I'm a strong believer in our export controls. I feel like the export controls have been effective. China made an AI breakthrough via DeepSeek, which is powered by tens of thousands of GPUs. But as the AI competition progresses, more and more GPUs will be required. And I'm skeptical that China can sustain the AI breakthrough without sufficient access to computational resources. And so we have reason to believe that the export controls are imposing a ceiling on China's AI competitiveness. It's limiting China's ability to scale AI and compete with the United States at the frontier. That's my belief. So we should be restricting China's access to compute, but we also have to be careful not to restrict our own access to energy. The AI revolution needs massive amounts of energy, not in the long run, but in the immediate term. And I worry that a recent reconciliation bill would radically restrict the supply of energy that we need to power the AI revolution. So unlike sources like nuclear and natural gas, which take time to build out, solar and battery storage are immediately and rapidly deployable. These are short-term scalable options that could power the AI revolution. And if we were to remove the tax credits that incentivize battery storage and solar, I worry that we're putting ourselves at a competitive disadvantage with respect to the AI arms race. So I think more energy for the United States and less compute for China. That's the bottom line.
Well, thank you. We had an entire panel on powering AI that focused on all of these issues this morning. But thank you for raising those issues again. Congressman Molinar, I'll stay on the technology issue, and I want to discuss your bipartisan Chip Security Act. It would require location verification to help prevent U.S. chips from ending up in CCP hands. At the same time, without a formal AI diffusion rule, which we now don't have, third-party countries like the United Arab Emirates, for example, could still serve as a backdoor for China to access advanced U.S. technology. So how do you see the absence of a diffusion rule and how this could impact the U.S. ability to protect our advanced chip technology? If this is a problem, what should be done about it?
Well, just to build on what Richie said, I think it's important that we do lead in this area, and we do want American innovation, spread throughout the world. We do need guardrails, and I think, the Biden administration came out with the diffusion rule right at the very end. It was by many considered to be cumbersome, and my belief is that the Trump administration will build on that and hopefully get a new rule in place soon, because I do think when it comes to UAE, Saudi Arabia, there's a great opportunity there, but there need to be commitments made to safeguard that technology. There needs to be verification and the ability to ensure that it doesn't go into the Chinese hands. And we've seen, even with the DeepSeek questions about, how some of that technology got into China's hands. We were in Singapore. We mentioned in a number of discussions with leaders there that we need to have strong relationships based on trust, and I believe they're working in good faith to make sure that they don't in some way allow chip technology into China. I think we need to do that with any of the partners that we're working with. So I think a combination of a new rule from the Trump administration that promotes innovation and the expansion of that throughout the world, but having the guardrails in place. And the legislation you mentioned, there is technology where you can make sure that you can locate where the chips end up, because that's one of the concerns that you may ship something and a business may ship something one place and it totally ends up in a different place. And so we need to be able to verify that and then hold the private sector accountable for that as well.
So if you had to guess, when do you think a new system would be put in place? Do you think sooner rather than later?
I hope sooner rather than later, because I haven't seen the specifics of various agreements. I think there are agreements in principle, but the details are very important, and having these guardrails in place are important. And so that's something I think needs to happen as we go forward.
Great, thank you. Congressman Himes, you recently spoke about your concerns over China exploiting federal workforce reductions by both targeting disgruntled employees and gaining access to critical systems via cyber espionage. How can the U.S. better protect its critical infrastructure and sensitive systems in a moment where we've got government downsizing and government reform happening?
That's a question that haunts us on the Intelligence Committee, but let me answer it in two parts, because there's a very snarky answer to your question, which also has a lot of truth to it, which is that we can't. And all of the technology controls that we're talking about, that we've now spent half an hour talking about, those are very, very short-term fixes. I support them, right? I don't want Sequoia investing in military quantum capability in China. On the other hand, even that example is an interesting one, right? Like, if you told me that there's a really innovative Chinese company that is doing really cool stuff on AI, and through door A you get to put 2 American board members on that company, and through door B you don't, I might choose door A to get that kind of visibility. That's why we have CFIUS in this country. We have CFIUS in this country because we understand the value that a foreigner can have looking at our innovative capacity. So anyway, I say all that just to say that if we're betting on slowing technology diffusion, which we are, and it's what we've been talking about this whole afternoon, that's fine, but it's a 1 or 2 year fix. Don't imagine, because you can't name for me a technology that hasn't diffused over time. Pakistan, India, and North Korea, with GDP per capita less than $6,000 per person, or whatever their numbers are, have thermonuclear weapons, right? So betting against technology diffusion is a very, very near-term thing, and you better have a strategy behind that, because it's just not going to work in the long run. So, and the same thing, just to part two, which is more directly the answer to your question, we can do a hell of a lot better than we do protecting our networks. And I think that Volt Typhoon and Salt Typhoon, which were very different things, both perpetrated by the Chinese, is a real wake-up call. And particularly a wake-up call to the US government. So not a good idea in this moment in time to create a lot of angst inside the entities like CISA that are there to defend us, or to see the brain drain out of those organizations. But the private sector, of course, is investing like mad in this space, particularly the financial services sector. And I think it's up to us now to, again, we're never going to solve this problem. There are always going to be very capable Chinese or Russian or Iranian or North Korean or Belarusian hackers. So this is not a problem that we can solve. But if we really commit ourselves to, this is the recurring theme here, staying at the cutting edge of technology, making sure we're not second or third, we can at least put ourselves in the position to manage the long-term solution, which is to say to the Chinese, and this is what we haven't talked about instead we've talked about these 1 or 2 year solutions, say to the Chinese is, we're going to figure out a way to agree to a realm where you don't get to plant beacons or plant, offensive weapons, hospitals, infrastructure, et cetera. And by the way, we're going to come to some agreements about exactly what we steal from each other. A little harder because we spend a lot of money trying to steal stuff from the Chinese, not commercial stuff, but espionage, as do they. The reason in my mind to keep that cutting edge is to have the leverage and the positioning to be able to negotiate those more durable, long-term agreements with somebody that we will never contain.
Great. Thank you. I'm going to ask Congressman Torres one more question, and then I'll turn to audience questions. So if you have a question, please put it in the chat, and we'll try to get to it. So you mentioned already, Congressman, that China has a dominant position in the EV battery, as well as the critical minerals global supply chain, and produces 90% of rare earth magnets. On April 4th, China halted the export of rare earth magnets as part of its escalating trade war with the US. Some have said that a complete halt of these magnets could bring US auto assembly to a standstill. We have known about the US vulnerability to something like this happening for many years, going back to 2010 when China halted export of these items to Japan. How can Congress support ramping up US mining of critical minerals and the manufacturing of rare earth metals? How can we do this on an expedited basis?
Dangerously complacent, and China has essentially a chokehold on both the defense and decarbonization of the United States, because clean energy technology and military weaponry depend heavily on critical inputs that are either primarily or even exclusively sourced from China. And so I feel like one of our highest strategic priorities has to be to make America mineral independent, just like we made America energy independent, just like we harnessed the power of innovation to make America energy independent, the shale revolution. We should figure out how to harness the power of innovation to make America mineral independent. And to the chairman's point earlier, we have to recognize that our relationship with China is not normal. China's not practicing free market capitalism and free trade. It's practicing mercantilism. It's not competing, it's cheating. Whenever the United States has attempted to invest in a domestic mining, processing, and refining capacity, China will overproduce, flood the market with exports, undercut our competitors, make refining and processing uninvestable, commercially unviable here in the United States. I once heard a head of a critical minerals company compare China to almost like John Rockefeller. In the 19th century, John Rockefeller, Standard Oil would leverage its power as a vertically integrated monopoly to crush every semblance of competition. China's playing the same game. It's leveraging its supply chain dominance to crush every semblance of foreign competition. And I feel like if we are playing the game of free market capitalism and China's playing the game of mercantilism, it feels to me like unilateral disarmament. We're putting ourselves at a strategic disadvantage. And so I do feel like we in the United States have to embrace industrial policy as a counterweight to the mercantilism and Rockefeller-style monopolism of the CCP. Maybe we should have our own international champions that are guaranteed predictable pricing and predictable procurement that will protect them from the predatory pricing of China. And just like we have a strategic reserve for petroleum, we ought to have a strategic reserve for critical minerals. So even my Republican colleagues will have to come out of their comfort zone and start embracing industrial policy, because I feel like if you do the same thing over and over again and expect a different result, that's the definition of insanity. Mm-hmm. And I feel like we have to break out of the cycle of insanity.
Now, very interesting, and the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is something that had broad bipartisan support, and so it's a good comparison. Thank you for that. Okay, I'm going to turn to our audience questions. Chairman Molinar, start with you. So David asks, what is the panel's reaction to today's Fox News report that President Trump plans to give TikTok another extension from the ban or bylaw passed by Congress last year? It's a tricky one.
Well, there is in the legislation kind of a glide path. And I would say the strongest way for us to negotiate would be to let it go dark and see if China comes to the table. ByteDance ultimately is the decision maker here, and they are not dealing with us fairly on this. So I would advocate, as the Trump administration negotiates this, there are a number of viable offers. I've talked with a number of people who would love to invest and make it an American version of TikTok that wouldn't have the Chinese Communist Party involved. But at the end of the day, Xi Jinping calls the shots. And if there was ever a good example of how there is no such thing as a private sector in China, this TikTok ByteDance situation is very much that case. And so I trust that the Trump administration is working on negotiating and along the parameters of getting the CCP out. But at the end of the day, if ByteDance does not participate because Xi Jinping won't allow them to, I think we need to let it go dark.
Great. Okay, Congressman Hines, you're going to get the next audience question. This one's from Tom. Given the example of the recent Ukrainian surprise strike against some of Russia's most valuable military assets, should we be allowing PLA-associated merchant ships to sit in our ports with thousands of containers on board? If not, what should we do about it?
Yeah, such an interesting question. You know, what we saw with whatever was Operation Spiderweb was kind of what we knew was happening, only much more so, right? And I worry about this a lot. And what I mean by that, of course, is that you know, the way the Ukrainians have, and the Russians as well, have really changed the face of warfare with unmanned vehicles, largely UAVs, is remarkable. I'm not sure that any of us would have predicted 10 years ago that the Ukrainians, without any Navy, was going to be able to deny the Russian Navy the use of the Black Sea, right? 10 years ago, we would have all, you know, looked at each other a little funny had we said that. And then, of course, what we saw putting at risk the country's, Russia's most, you know, sensitive strategic assets is a very big deal. And the reason I worry about it is that while I have a lot of respect for the Pentagon, this is not a nimble, rapidly learning organization, right? And I think that the lessons that are coming out of this better be learned quickly, right? And I mean, it could have excruciating institutional and cultural implications. I don't know, I'm not a Navy guy, but there is something in me that says that, you know, maybe carrier strike groups aren't going to be a thing 20 years from now if you have massive swarms of autonomous UAVs. Again, I'm purely speculative here. That doesn't come out of any RAND research report. But, you know, we have always fought with massive, expensive platforms. And one of the lessons here seems to be that massive, expensive platforms are enormously vulnerable to really cheap stuff. So your question about ports, you know, in some ways I worry less about the port operators learning the lessons very quickly because they've got a commercial interest in doing so. And of course, Russia is a terrible country. I don't imagine Russia is going to choose this moment to containerize a bunch of drones that, you know, take out Lower Manhattan or whatever. So, you know, I'm not going to lose sleep on that particular thing other than, yes, this does raise a whole new way of thinking about conflict. And again, I don't worry too much about the Russians in New York Harbor right now, but, you know, what if a potential antagonist, you know, we've talked a lot about the Chinese implanting beacons or other assets in our networks that could be used against us in the moment of conflict, which is what the typhoons were partly about. Why not with physical stuff? I mean, it's not hard in a country this size to hide the kind of containers that inflicted so much damage on the Russians. So it is going to, I don't have the answer, but it is going to require a rethink of how we think about war in the 21st century and associated things like, you know, what sorts of you know, surveillance and capabilities do we put around really sensitive things like ports and airports and that sort of thing.
Great, thank you. Yes, okay, Congressman Torres. So we've seen quite a bit of Chinese aggression in the South China Sea and gray zone activity, particularly against the Philippines over the last couple of years, really, with, you know, shooting water cannons at Philippines vessels and other activity aimed at intimidating the Philippines and over their dispute over the Second Thomas Shoal in the South China Sea. What can the U.S. do to support the Philippines? And one of the ideas that has come to the fore is the former Assistant Secretary of Defense for Indo-Pacific Affairs, Eli Ratner, recently wrote in an article that the U.S. should support the development of a military bloc between the United States, Australia, Japan, and the Philippines. How do you react to this idea, or what thoughts do you have about supporting the Philippines as it's facing this increased coercion from China?
Look, I mean, I see, two ticking time bombs in the Indo-Pacific. One is the Taiwan Strait, the other is the South China Sea, and the South China Sea is arguably an even greater ticking time bomb, given the aggression that China is actively showing toward the Philippines. It goes to my earlier point. I just feel like our greatest strategic asset is our alliances, and we should be doubling down our alliances and creating more alliances in the Indo-Pacific in the mold of AUKUS, so I would be all for the proposal that you just articulated. But I also feel like it's a reminder that we have to carefully manage our relationship with China. And I feel like we should take substantive actions that will enhance American competitiveness, but avoid needless provocations, because it is in the interest of no one to see our competition with China escalate into a catastrophic outbreak of war. And we have to maintain a constant channel of communication, because I worry when there's a lack of communication, you're one accident away, you're one misunderstanding or miscalculation away from a catastrophic outbreak of war. And so in addition to doubling down on our alliances, I just feel like we have to pick and choose our battles with China, avoid needless provocations, carefully manage that relationship, and maintain a constant channel of communication.
Wonderful. Well, thank you so much. I'm afraid that's all the time we have, but that was a very rich discussion. And yeah, please join me
All right.
in congratulating you. And yeah, thank you so much, gentlemen. And
My name is Ryan Claffey with the Indo-Pacific Security Team, and today I want to talk about something most people never think about until they break. Subsea cables, these bundles of hair-thin strands of glass, wrapped in copper, armored in steel, and sealed in plastic, lie unassumingly along the ocean floor. Yet they carry over 99% of global internet traffic and facilitate the flow of $10 trillion in financial transactions every day. They are the unseen arteries of the global economy, the physical manifestation of the internet. And right now, they're under attack. Russia and China are leveraging thousands of older, foreign-flagged vessels to sabotage these cables in what amounts to gray zone warfare, aggressive, deniable actions that fall below the threshold of outright conflict. Last November, a Chinese-flagged Russian-run ship called the Yipeng 3 shut off its tracking systems as it dragged its anchor for over 100 miles, cutting a series of cables in the Baltic Sea. These cables have now been severed 3 times in just 3 months. However, the threat is far more acute around Taiwan. Taiwan is currently connected to the outside world by just 15 of these cables. And in early 2023, Chinese vessels severed the only 2 cables that link Taiwan's Matsu Islands to Formosa. The 14,000 residents lost internet access for 6 weeks and had to rely on microwave radio to stay online. Now imagine that on a national scale. If China were to launch a Taiwan contingency tomorrow, it could deploy its fleet to systematically sever the other 13 cables, plunging Taiwan's 23 million citizens into a communications blackout and sparking a crisis for the broader Indo-Pacific region. This isn't theoretical. In January, a Chinese-owned cargo ship near Taiwan's Keelung Harbor switched off its identification system, passed over a cable, severed it, and reappeared under a different name. It was trying to confuse attribution. Again, classic gray zone warfare. This is deliberate sabotage, and right now, there's no global playbook to stop it. So what do? I propose 3 steps: monitor, respond, and build resilience. First, better monitoring. We need better visibility on who's doing what, where, and when. Taiwan is already building a watch list of suspicious ships, but regional allies need to pitch in. The Quad, Japan, Australia, India, and the United States should expand maritime surveillance efforts and invite capable partners like South Korea and the Philippines to contribute. Together, a Quad Plus can track suspicious ships, share intelligence, and flag repeat offenders. Second, response. If a vessel is caught interfering with a cable under suspicious circumstances, it should be immediately impounded, its owner sanctioned, and its crew arrested. We need clear rules for a fast, proportionate response. The current lack of consequences normalizes this behavior and risks malign actors continuing to cut cables with impunity. Maritime law needs teeth. Third, resilience, which requires alternative communication tools and repair capacity. Low Earth orbit satellites can provide a stopgap for emergency connectivity, but it's not enough. A single subsea cable like Google's Grace Hopper can transmit 354 terabits of data per second. That's over 300 times more than the latest Starlink satellite. Cables are irreplaceable. So we need to invest in Allied-run cable repair fleets, fund programs like the Cable Security Fleet, and reform the Jones Act to allow trusted allies like Japan and South Korea to help scale up our shipbuilding. We need to build out infrastructure that reduces dependence on China. But ultimately, this isn't just about infrastructure. It's about deterrence. The US and her partners have a narrow window to expose and confront this threat before it becomes the new normal. By monitoring threats, preparing rapid responses, and building resilient systems, we can help Taiwan stay connected in peacetime and protected in crisis. Because the next conflict won't just start with missiles flying, it'll be anchors dragging. Thank you.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Carrie Cordero. Welcome to this afternoon session on national security reporting. Delighted that you are with us here this afternoon, and also to our virtual viewers. I am joined today by a terrific panel of experts in the world of national security reporting and national security media editing and analysis. And so let me introduce to you who I've got with me today, and then we will dive into a conversation to talk about what it's like to be a national security reporter and leading a website in national security reporting and analysis in today's current environment where we have ongoing conflicts all around the world and a very interesting and dynamic political environment. So joining me here first is Alex Marquardt, who, as some of you know, is also my colleague at CNN, where he is the chief national security correspondent. Alex has extensive experience reporting all around the world. In particular, he was in Ukraine when Russia invaded in February of 2022. Prior to being with CNN, he was with ABC News, and he was based all around the world in Moscow, Jerusalem, Beirut, and London. I'm so, so grateful that Alex Marquardt is here with us today to share his extensive experience reporting on national security issues all around the world. Also delighted to have with us another Alex, Alex Ward, who is a national security reporter covering the White House and State Department for the Wall Street Journal. Alex Alex's reporting, in particular, he's focused on all of the major national security issues that are going on today, as well as into the inner workings of how the National Security Council and the other institutions that do our national security policy making work. He also has a book that came out last year, which is The Internationalists, The Fight to Restore American Forest Policy After Trump. And so, Alex Ward, we're looking forward to hearing your insights. I'm also joined by my fellow lawyer and media person who's engaged in media. Natalie Orpett is the executive editor of Lawfare, which is very familiar to many of us in the policy audience here in Washington. Lawfare is a multimedia platform, and so Natalie works to edit that, which includes both some independent reporting and then also a lot of commentary and analysis, bringing sort of making sense of all of the policy goings on in DC and around the world. So really grateful to have different types of media represented here today and a wide array of experience. I wanted our session to focus on, make sure that our conference included something on national security reporting and the work that journalists are doing. In particular, because those of us in Washington who are in the policy space, we often pride ourselves on having kind of the inside scoop to things and being in the know and talking to folks in government. But oftentimes, people in government, those of us outside of government, we learn what's going on from the actual reporting. And so the work that all of you do is so essential to informing the policy debate, informing the outside audiences, and of course, informing the public. A few things that I'm hoping that we get to in our conversation today is we're going to start with the ongoing crises, 2 wars ongoing, which have been themes throughout the day, both in Ukraine and in Israel and Gaza. What it's like to cover national security in this current environment. And I'm also interested in your thoughts for how you envision your current role as national security reporters, journalists, and those working in the national security information space, I guess I'll call it. So, Alex Marquardt, let me start with you. As we've mentioned, you have served overseas, you have been in conflict zones dating back over a decade, but also quite intensively in the Ukraine war. Can you just talk to us generally about what has it been like being a journalist in this most recent period of years with these conflicts when the resolution of them is so uncertain?
Yeah, and being a policy reporter in Washington, you gain so much by going to these places, and it is a completely different kind of job where you're going to, say, the front lines in Ukraine and you're talking to the regular soldiers or the regular people in those towns and villages versus when you're back here in Washington and talking to policymakers. And those trips out there into the field really, really do benefit you back here. There's been a real evolution, I think, of the way that we have covered Ukraine in that it was so intense in the beginning, and of course now more than 3 years on, it has, I'm not going to say petered out, but there's far less attention to it unless there are big things that are happening. I think the last few months of these negotiations, or at least the attempts by the Trump administration to get these negotiations up and running, have really put the spotlight obviously back on Ukraine, back on the Russians, and we at CNN have had a pretty consistent presence in Kyiv throughout the past few months. But there was a moment a couple years ago, I can't remember exactly when it was, when we went from certainly the TV news press went from consistent, nonstop, always covered presence in Kyiv to sort of going in on an ad hoc basis. So much of what I'm doing now is trying to figure out where these conversations are going. And that means, of course, talking to as many people in the Trump orbit who are focused on this, talking to the Ukrainians. The Russians are a little bit harder to crack, and of course there are other parties who are involved in this as well. But it is, without question, an extraordinarily dangerous conflict to cover. The weaponry that the Russians are are firing into Ukraine is considerable, to say the least. The last time I was in Ukraine, I was in Odessa for most of it. This was when the grain deal fell apart. The Ukrainians had just attacked the Kerch Bridge, which connects Russia to Crimea, and the Russians were coming into Crimea into Odessa with everything. They had Shahed drones flying low over the hotel, hypersonic missiles, all different kinds of missiles coming in. So it's extremely dangerous. I have so much admiration for our colleagues, other journalists who are doing that kind of work, both Ukrainian and foreign, and then of course the Ukrainian civilians themselves who are facing this unjust war. It's been an extraordinary story to cover, and just watching the way that these conversations, discussions about a potential ceasefire, we're not even talking about a peace deal, but a ceasefire have unfolded. I don't have much hope that that's going to happen anytime soon.
Thank you for those insights. Alex Ward, let me ask you, Alex Marquardt was talking about the fact that sort of the news coverage ebbs and flows, right? And so when there's an initial invasion, it's sort of all the media attention is geared towards that. But currently, and I think sort of the various topics that we've been talking about today here at the conference, there are so many different national security issues. So the trade issues and the tariffs is sort of can suck the oxygen out of covering what is this ongoing war. Also have the war going on in Israel and Gaza. How do you, from your national security journalism lens, like how do you manage that broad array of issues and try to figure out what do I need to be focusing on to get out to my audience?
Well, the first thing is that one of the earliest insights I had when I got into this kind of reporting was we do foreign policy, we don't do foreign affairs. And I think that just kind of goes for pretty much all U.S. media. If that were the case, if we were covering foreign affairs, Sudan would be a much bigger story, for example, or a bunch of other things happening in the world. So we cover foreign policy. So that helps me narrow it down. I've got to focus on things, and my colleagues have to focus on things that President Trump's going to be talking about with his colleagues, that our allies are going to be caring about what our decisions are. And so then I go, okay, so that means I got to focus on Ukraine, I got to focus on Israel-Gaza, I got to focus on tariffs, and that's kind of it. Where like Biden, you would think, okay, you got to think about Ukraine, of course, you got to think about Gaza, maybe climate change type stuff. You've got to think about the investments they're doing in AI, and so it changes with every administration, and that's because of their policies. Now,
so does that? Can I just interrupt you for a second? So does that account for the fact? I think one of my colleagues was mentioning earlier. There was a flare-up in India, Pakistan recently, and yet other things tend to dominate the coverage. Is that sort of an example of
right? I mean,
what's the U.S. policy angle to that?
Yeah, I mean,
from a news perspective.
If Trump had named some sort of India-Pakistan envoy, and we were really there to solve all the kinds of issues that are going on between India and Pakistan, yeah, it would get more coverage. But because Trump kind of said, we did it, we solved it, there's no more nuclear crisis ever between those two countries, then we kind of can go back to what is really sort of dominating every day, which is right now, and to the point sort of Alex was making, I mean, when we're talking about the Ukraine-Russia war right now, the main stuff is about, is Trump going to sanction the Russians again, or add sanctions? Is he going to send more weaponry to Ukraine, or what actually happens if the U.S. doesn't send more weaponry to Ukraine? These are the sorts of policy questions we're having now. It's different than, especially those initial days in which we were trying to figure out where are the troops, what weapons are being sent. Is Putin going to relent at some point, or what is his actual objective? Can the Ukrainians hold? And of course, stories move naturally, but we've really moved to sort of a policy space. And to your main question of prioritization, there's a whole world to cover and a billion things to cover, but at least I think our charge is we have a foreign policy world to cover, and foreign affairs, we kind of leave it to others.
Okay, all right, so we've got CNN, we've got Wall Street Journal, all household names. Natalie is the editor of Lawfare, might be a household name in this room, but might not necessarily be a household name all across America and the world. So can you tell me from your perspective, Natalie, as you're looking at the landscape of the issues that you guys cover to inform your audience, like how do you narrow down what it is that you want to focus on and that you think is important for your particular audience?
Yeah, so we are primarily focused on the intersection, the nexus of law and policy in the national security space. So a lot of what we do is responsive to what's going on in the news. And so we rely very heavily on people like Alex and Alex. And a lot of it is sort of anticipatory. So, for example, when there were early discussions about whether a response to Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine should be the American or even European Union seizure of Russian assets, either as a sanction or even as a means of providing aid to Ukraine, we did a deep dive into whether that was lawful, whether that was a feasible option, or whether it was just sort of a policy proposal one-off. We also did things that were more responsive in the vein of explaining exactly how the aid package that Congress had just passed for supporting Ukraine would actually roll out, what would it look like, what were the legal authorities around it. So our charge is really to provide a oftentimes more technical and usually much more in-depth coverage of what's going on, but with a heavy focus on what is timely. So we're able to produce, or at least we aim to produce, really academic level rigor, but the day after something happens, to help inform journalists, to help inform policymakers, to help inform academics about how to think of these things. And so that can range from highly technical, but it can also be sort of explainer pieces. So for instance, when the discussion of what was going on in Israel's response to Hamas's attack on October 7th, we did some basic explainer of, there are these terms going around that are part of international humanitarian law, and here's what they actually mean. Some people might respond that that's irrelevant to what's important about understanding this conflict, but our view is that the law really matters, and it's important to understand, and it's important for an audience to be able to understand as well. So we did things like explain, proportionality has a meaning under international humanitarian law that is not at all the same thing as proportionality in the layman's sense.
So, Alex Marquardt, so much of the work that you and your colleagues do requires access in some way. Again, going back, let's sort of first talk about the international side of things, and then we'll come back to what here in the US. But on the international side, when you're covering these types of conflicts, what has been the environment over the last few years, and we can talk about Ukraine, and then also, I know this is a particular issue in the Gaza war, but when you are an American journalist covering a war abroad where America has interests, America has influence, America is providing support, but it's not an American war, it's a foreign war. How does the host government, what is your experience in terms of the access that you've been able to have and how that influences what you're able to report out?
It's conflict by conflict, and I do think it's important to get to Israel-Gaza in a second, because that is very black and white, and that is just an extraordinary case of journalists being completely cut out of one of the biggest stories in the world. But it's going to depend on the government, and there's going to be an evolution. I mean, the Ukrainians have really changed over time. They've definitely restricted access to the front lines, access to different units. They're very, very particular about who you're talking to and how you're talking to them. There is a level of, and I don't say this lightly, there's a level of paranoia that I've seen in Ukraine that I haven't really seen in other conflicts in terms of identifying or potentially identifying where you are. I was out doing a story on some soldiers testing a new drone, and they were very, very particular about how we shot the different angles, because they thought that if we got certain towers and trees that the Russians would be able to geolocate this position outside Kyiv, which was not a very sensitive position. Someone else I interviewed about a drone wanted their voice changed and only shot from the back because he thought that even if it was his normal voice, the Russians would be able to figure out who he was and come after him and his family. So there's a lot of fear. I think some of it justified, some of it not necessarily justified. And I've had at times a difficult relationship with the Ukrainians in terms of the access. One of the times I got there was when I had just arrived when President Biden visited, And that was kept under, that was very, very tightly held until the last minute. And I think we had a bit of a heads up just in terms of minutes. And I reported that as President Zelensky and President Biden walked across the square, that the air raid sirens went off, and that I hadn't heard that in the days that I'd already been in Kyiv. And that got picked up in the right-wing media here in the US, Tucker Carlson and others, who made it sound like the Ukrainians had staged this in order to really amp up the atmosphere while President Biden was there. And the Ukrainians were furious and threatened to kick me out of revoke my press pass and kick me out of the country. So those are just a couple examples of, they're obviously understandably trying to shape the narrative of the war. Now, that's not to say that they're not allowing access. It's just you really do have to go through the formalities, and the same goes for the U.S. military. I mean, if you were doing embeds with the U.S. in Iraq or Afghanistan, it was the same thing. I didn't do a lot of Iraq and Afghanistan, but I think without question there's an overarching theme of it is getting much more dangerous for journalists to work in these war zones. There was a time, and I'm looking at my colleague Kim Dozier over there, who's done a lot of this coverage in the Middle East and elsewhere, and she'll correct me if I'm wrong, but I do think that there was a view that conflict journalists were neutral players in all this, and were kind of seen as not necessarily above the fray, but just not involved. And I think these days there's a total disregard for that kind of thing. And then the last thing I'll say is I just think that the fact that Israel has gotten away with blocking journalists from getting into this conflict for 20 months is just outrageous. Now, of course, Egypt shares a border with Gaza as well, but Egypt's not going to do anything unless Israel allows them to. So the fact that we've been covering this from the outside for 20 months is incredible, and I don't think we make a big enough deal out of it.
And so just to educate both our virtual audience and our in-person audience, so since October 7th and then the Israeli incursion into Gaza, there has been, correct me if I'm wrong, I think one CNN reporter who was allowed in by the Israeli government. Other media?
So Gaza, of course, surrounded on all sides by a wall and the sea, so you can't just walk in, of course. And there have been past conflicts. There was one in 08-09 that was short-lived, where Israel did the same thing, not allowing independent journalists in from the outside. I covered the wars in Gaza in 2012 and 2014 when they did allow us in, and of course we want to be on the ground. But journalists have only been allowed in with the IDF on IDF embeds, and of course that's great that you get to see it, but there's a big difference between being with the Israeli military and going in independently. Clarissa Ward, my colleague, went in December of 2023. She's the only one who has gone in independently. My thinking is that didn't make Israel look very good, and that's why we have not seen anybody since then. In the meantime, Palestinian journalists have been doing absolutely heroic work in getting the word out, getting video out, getting sound out, and have been killed to the tune of some 200, I think, at last count.
I want to shift the lens a little bit and direct it towards the U.S. side and the access, so still the access to information and what that's like on the reporting side, but to shift it in terms of U.S. Politics, the current administration, how that compares to prior administrations. Alex Ward, I'm looking at you. No secret that there is a turnover in Trump administration national security positions, most prominently probably being in the national security advisor position. Talk to us, Alex Ward, as you are covering American foreign policy, how does the sort of shifting landscape of senior level officials, how has that affected your ability to accurately inform the public about national security issues?
No one knows anything? Like it's, and I'm saying that a little bit cheekily, but like it's not really exact, it's like 6 to 12 people who really know what's going on any major given subject. And Steve Witkoff.
I want to be 6 to 12 reporters or 6 to 12
6 to
people
12
in
Trump
the
administration officials, and so 8 of them are Steve Witkoff.
So there you go. Okay.
It's like the West Wing, where the whole country is run by 6 people.
Right. I mean, it's all on WhatsApp or Signal, I guess. But like, it's what's kind of wild is, I mean, the NSC's been decimated. The Secretary of State is the National Security Advisor, but really he's also the National Archivist, so he's spending time looking for treasure maps. And
okay, wait, let's pause on that for a second. Okay, so Secretary Rubio is dual-hatted as the National Security Advisor. From your reporting, how does he divide his time?
He's at the White House. He's barely at Foggy Bottom. Christopher Landau, the Deputy Secretary, is basically the one who runs that building, which is traditionally kind of how it works anyway, but as far as I understand it, Rubio is...
So he really is serving as National Security
Advisor. He's the National Security Advisor, but he is dual-hatted, but like he's not in the building. He's not running that building as much as he would otherwise. So he's moved from sort of the outer circles of Trump world right into the center of it. And then you have the NSC underneath where senior directors have been wiped out. There are, of course, and then you've had detailees, a lot of them, about 100 plus, moved back to their agencies. So it's a small crew, it's a skeleton crew there at the White House without a full-fledged National Security Advisor, although Rubio's doing that job. You've got tons of assistant secretaries missing. You've got tons of, at state, you've got tons of high-level folks at DOD missing. And then you've got Witkoff, who's running 3, arguably 4 of the biggest foreign policy negotiations going out there. So like, again, it's like 6 to 12 people. And part of the reason they did this NSC shift was to make it, I mean, they've been open about this, to make it more top-down, not bottom-up, right? This is CNAS and this is a DC crowd, so we all have to talk about process. We all know how it works, right? It's supposed to start with multiple meetings that take forever, but eventually gets up to the president if the decision's big enough, and it could be 3 options and then the president chooses. Now, it is what the president says and everyone underneath makes it work. Granted, foreign policy is mostly these days the president's prerogative, but it's almost like he being Trump is not really getting tons of options. He's not really having the deliberations he normally would have. It's just he makes a call and then the bureaucracy goes and follows.
Okay, so the institutionalists in the room here would really talk about the value in the process, right? I used to work in a government agency long ago in my former life. Many in the room and many of my CNAS colleagues have as well. And so there can be value in the process. NSC had a very specific process in terms of coordinating the interagency. And so the theory behind that is that through interagency debate, coordination, informing, that then the best ideas would come up. And so what you're describing is just a different model.
For sure, and like it's not a knock necessarily on this team. I mean, the process has to serve the president, and in this case, it wasn't necessarily serving because, and this was kind of the same in the first term too, right? Trump would just kind of make a decision everyone would follow. So they've cut a lot of needless meetings in their mind and just kind of cut to the heart of the matter, which is where's the president? What does he want to do? And we'll all just follow underneath. The pro and con. The pro for them is, again, it works for Trump's model and it can move things faster and there is a quality to speed. And the con is it could move things faster and the best ideas might not have risen to the top.
Natalie, how do you see this play out from your perspective in terms of the network that Lawfare would turn to inform the work that you do?
Yeah, well, one comment on that, the way that I would think about things with a sort of legal framework on things is it's not just that that's a policy theory for making good policy, it's also that that's what the law says. That's the legal structure, right? We have a system where cabinet secretaries have to come through advice and consent from the Senate, and those people are supposed to be involved in making policy. That's the system of separation of powers and the way that branches interact with each other that we've decided upon. So there is a sort of different perspective to bring to that as well. In terms of access, we are not primarily a reporting entity in the way that these guys are. We do some original reporting, and that tends to be, again, through sort of a legalistic lens, which is often things like having our contributors sit through an entire trial. We had coverage of the Proud Boys trial, of the Oath Keepers trial, of the various trials of President Trump's criminal indictments, and now several that we're following very closely relating to challenges of executive orders in the national security space. And that's in part because we have a different mandate. It's much more analytical, and in breaking news, it's often, or in reporting on things, it's often using the time and resources and space that we can dedicate to things to do deep dives into complicated issues and put things together, but also be able to convey things that you're really only going to get from being able to spend a tremendous number of hours deep into documents, deep into listening to a trial, understanding the bizarre procedural twists and turns. Separately from that, I think an interesting vantage point that we bring to things is we have sort of a network of experts in various areas, and many of them are located abroad. So we did have some, I would say sort of in between, and depending on the piece, some sort of more in the reporting category, some more in the analytical category. For example, we have a fellow right now who's located in Kyiv. She's a former journalist for the Kyiv Independent. So she's doing some sort of reporting work, much more analytical. We have several people who are Ukrainians working either there or elsewhere, reporting on Ukraine. We have several Israelis who have contributed to our site quite a lot, and so they're doing some very complicated work on some of the domestic legal framework, which is contributing very much to the access point that Alex was talking about, and what is available to the press based on changing rules domestically in Israel.
Now, having been, disclosure here, I get to work with Alex Marquardt in my outside capacity as an analyst with CNN, and I've had a long relationship with Lawfare as a contributing editor there. Over time, Lawfare has had sort of informal conversations and dialogue and been able to engage with people in government, not necessarily at like the senior NSC levels, but also just sort of civil service and people who are working in government. And in the many years that I've been familiar with the site's work, they were able to have those conversations, and those conversations that folks working for Lawfare were able to have with people in government would inform the work that then you're able to put out. I want to ask you, and then I want to come back around to both of you, how in the current environment are you finding the willingness of people in government to engage with you, or has that dynamic changed in some way?
Yeah, I mean, I think our network is a combination of former officials, people who are involved in the policy or lawmaking process in one respect or another, a lot of government lawyers. So we are able to get a lot of insight from people who are former officials, but then we do also still have quite a few contacts who are in government still. I think the primary difference is because we're not a reporting entity as much as we are an analysis entity. People are willing to talk to us to help us understand issues and policies as they're going on and what's really happening so that we can produce content that is useful to what's actually going on. But our mandate is not to sort of take quotes from them and publish a factual account of what they're saying or what's going on.
Alex Ward, let me ask you, how is that looking in terms of the willingness of individuals in government at various levels to help inform your reporting?
I mean, it's there, and I want to make clear that when I said earlier nobody knows anything, I was being cheeky about like just the fact that the information is a really tight circle, right? Because there just aren't a lot of these people. But people are willing to chat about the sort of debates that they're having, about the ideas that they have, the kinds of people who are mattering, who's the internal, the palace intrigue. But when they talk to us about the ideas that they're discussing or policies that they hope to be executing, they're not always speaking for what's going to be the decision or that idea necessarily is in play, because that's that tight circle, right? So people are willing to chat, but I will say it is very different from obviously the Biden years, but even Trump 1. And Trump 1, even though that policy process was bottom up, but not really fully, people would still chat and they would have at least an idea of what was really in play. And even though there was a sort of a tight a tight circle around leaks, there were still a bunch of people willing to chat, and the Trump one was notoriously leaky. Trump 2, much more disciplined, much more disciplined, and much more policy discipline. And part of that is because, again, things are coming almost directly from the president, but the other part of that is there's a lot more loyalty around this administration. There's a lot more team play. There isn't as many factions infighting, and so they're not trying to like jockey for position in the press. They are very mission oriented, and so that makes so they're still willing to talk to the press, but it's more about here's what we're doing, you report it accurately or don't, and sort of move on.
But to that point, I don't know how much they care as much about shaping that message, because there are obvious benefits to them engaging with us. Yes, you can put Caroline Leavitt up at the podium and she can give the president's position, the White House's position, even if it's on national security. But the NSC, even before the NSC just got dismantled, their NSC press team did not engage nearly on the same level as the Biden NSC press team or Trump 1 NSC press team. I mean, I'm the top national security reporter at CNN. I couldn't even get the NSC's press spokesman to return my calls or emails. They just didn't engage in the same kind of way. You remember John Kirby would have background or off-the-record calls all the time. The NSC would call up reporters to speak off the record and try to shape our reporting, or at least like really get inside what we're up to, what we're thinking all the time. And you would have press shops all across town, and again, this goes back to Trump 1 as well, that would engage with reporters. That doesn't happen anymore. You look at the Office of Director of National Intelligence, they barely respond. You look at the State Department, the spokeswoman does not give out her phone number to reporters, and it's not consistent across the board, because I do think the State Department right now, for example, is doing a much better job at engaging with reporters than, say, the Pentagon. Which I think has had one press briefing this entire year. But it really is a unique approach to how they engage with journalists.
Just one key point on that: the NSC press team that did not respond to reporters. It wasn't just you. They just don't like the name Alex. But it's that's gone. They're gone now, and now it's the White House press team that is responding on behalf of the NSC. So I sent some normal, request for comment for a story I was writing. Caroline Leavitt responded. It was on record.
Very centralized.
So it's very centralized. And look, that's gonna, to your point, I think that's gonna hurt their messaging. There is a specialization in the way that the NSC deals with the press, in the way that they understand the complex foreign policies that are out there. And if you're gonna only do things through a domestic or a political lens, or for the people that are just, their sole goal is really to protect the president, provide the best narrative around him, that's not always going to provide the best information on a complex national security thing, not only to the reporters, but of course, by extension, the main customer of the American people.
There's a reason that John Kirby was brought in after Jen Psaki left. Jen Psaki had done the State Department. She was a foreign policy person. Karine Jean-Pierre, very good at what she did, but also was not a foreign policy person. John Kirby came in to fill that void. A lot of what we do is extremely nuanced, extremely complicated, and you need specialists to handle that, even on the press side.
I want to remind our audience and our virtual audience that if you want to send a question into us, you can do so at cnas.org/live. And I've got my handy iPad here, and I can see if you've got a question or two from the audience as we're continuing our conversation. Let's be a little bit introspective to the media side of things. Obviously, there is a shifting media landscape. We've got different types of mediums represented here today, but there are also, and the administration communicates this, there is both labeling by the administration, and there is a perception, I think it's fair to say publicly, that different media organizations come to their stories with a particular angle or a particular bias, and you can layer on top of that sort of corporate ownership of media and sort of the general conversation about media being fair to one side or being not fair, having a particular angle or bias. Those of us in the national security space often like to place ourselves in the position of we're just doing national security. Like, we are not as interested oftentimes in the partisan politics side. We care about national security issues. So I tend to think that many who are in the national security reporting space also have that worldview, are thinking about things because they are interested in the world events, in the world more broadly, and in national security issues. So how do you, Alex Marquardt, I'll start with you, how do you as a journalist think about your reporting, and how do you deal with the fact that the broader public may have a perception of the news organization that you're working with?
It's very tough, and I think to some extent you kind of have to ignore it. And I very much bristle when people try to lump CNN in with, say, MSNBC, which is unabashedly a left-wing opinion outlet for the most part, certainly in the evening. I do think we try to hew as closely as we can to our centrist roots. I thank my lucky stars every day that I don't cover the White House and I don't cover politics, and I do get to just focus on Gaza, Ukraine, Iran, for example. I mean, Alex Ward and I spend our days trying to figure out what is the latest step in these talks, who's saying what. I think where the two kind of meet is say, for example, Steve Witkoff is running off to meet with Putin by himself with an interpreter provided by the Kremlin. And most of us who have covered national security are kind of aghast at that, as are Republicans and Democrats who have been doing this kind of thing for some time. And so, when you analyze that or criticize that, is that you don't want that to be a reflection of any kind of political views. They are reshaping the sort of the approach, and that's where things that's kind of the new angle on a lot of this. But I really do think that generally, thankfully, what we do doesn't necessarily change from administration to administration, except for the different approaches of those administrations.
There are policies that work and there are policies that don't. And I mean, with the Biden team, for example, they were like, well, I mean, I was on Blinken's 11th trip to the Middle East to try to get a Gaza deal. At that point, we were like, really? Like, what are you trying to get out here? He goes, well, you do this and then it's multiple days of failure and then one day of success. But you're allowed to report and say, look, this isn't working. Might it work? Maybe. And they needed the Trump administration at the end just to get there. But we're allowed to call the balls and strikes there to go, okay, what the current policy we're pursuing is not showing any signs of success, it's not really up to us to say there's an alternative, but we can talk to people who have alternative ideas. But one quick thing about just the media in general. I mean, it's a human enterprise, right? And as any human enterprise, there are mistakes. The good news, I think what we all do is we go, hey, if there was a mistake, big or small, it's corrected. Do we miss certain big stories? Of course. Do we miss certain small stories? Of course. But overall, we hold ourselves accountable, which is more than can be said for just many other kinds of institutions. And so for that alone, I think we're still trying to do the best job we can out there. And just very quickly, since I see people with birthdays definitely way after mine, anyone here want to be a reporter? I'm going to assume that sound we're hearing is a bunch of hands up online. But I don't blame you actually, because it's tough right now. Not just the job. The job is hard. Many jobs are hard. But it's a tough environment to be one, and I totally get why you'd want to work on other things. However, if you're thinking about it, please join us. We'd love to have you.
We're winding down our time. Natalie, I'm going to give you a quick word because I know the nonpartisan nature of the work that you guys do is important.
Yeah, it's really crucial to us. I think, again, you're both absolutely right. It's a really difficult time, and I think, frankly, if you focused all of your editorial decisions on whether the public might perceive you as biased, you wouldn't get any work done. So we have to do the best we can, making very clear that we are representing arguments. We put a lot of effort, Carrie, because you've written for us. We put a lot of effort into making sure that what we publish is a very honest and robust engagement with the issues, so people can write a normative piece, but they will be absolutely required to engage with the best arguments on the opposing side. And we're partially able to do that because we are a nonprofit organization. We don't have the same pressures that the Wall Street Journal or CNN have. It's okay for us if we have a very small audience of people who are going to get all the way through a 3,000-word article, right? For people who are not journalists, that's 12 pages of a double-spaced article. Most people are not going to necessarily have the time or energy to read that or listen to our hour-long podcast conversations with an expert that get sometimes very in the weeds. But we try to just do the best we can engaging with ideas, issues, the law, If it turns out that, you know, our analysis of whether something that has happened in an executive order is an overextension of executive authority as designed by the Constitution, can you perceive that as a legal analysis? Can you perceive that as a partisan attack? I suppose it's in the eye of the beholder, but we feel pretty strongly that it is very much a legal analysis.
You're going to say that. Well, as CNAS is a bipartisan organization in terms of our people, and we think of our work as nonpartisan and really just working to develop policy recommendations and ideas for U.S. national security. We could not do it without the work of national security reporters and journalists and analysts. So thank you all. I hope you'll join me in thanking our panel of Alex Marquardt, Alex Ward, and Natalie Orpett.
Welcome to De-Risky Business, the economic security podcast from the Center for New American Security in Washington, D.C. I'm your co-host, Emily Kilcrease.
And I'm your other co-host, Jeff Gertz. So Emily, we have a special episode today for a couple of reasons. First, this is a live recording, live from the CNAS annual conference at the Mayflower Hotel here in Washington, D.C. Got slightly grander ballroom to record in than our normal little studio.
That's right. And the other reason it's a special episode for us is that it is our 1-year anniversary of De-Risky Business. So happy podiversary, Jeff.
Happy podiversary to you too.
Yes. And for those listening at home, we have a very delightful cake brought out by Charles Horn. Charles cannot leave yet, though, because I did want to thank Charles and the rest of our production team. This podcast does not happen without Charles Horn, Anna Peterson, Eleanor Hume, and Kyle Rudder, all of whom are behind the scenes every other week or so whenever we get an episode out. So thank you, Charles, and everyone give him a big round of applause.
Thank you.
All right, it is making me nervous to have a live flame on the stage, so Jeff, can you blow that out for us? All right. Oh, that didn't work out well. All right, we should have rehearsed that a little better. All right. So we launched this podcast, De-Risky Business, about a year ago to cover the ever-growing policy space of economic security. It had become clear to us that economics and national security were no longer held in separate silos. They were increasingly coming together. whether that was export controls, investment screening, US-China tech competition, tariffs perhaps, we'll get to tariffs. And so we thought it made sense to have a place where we could talk about these issues in a much more kind of informal, current way, and that's why you've had to put up with about 30 or so episodes of De-Risky Business over the last year.
That's right, Emily. We've covered so many issues, lots of issues coming back several times we've noticed. So TikTok, another recurring topic here. Spent a lot of time talking about Nippon and US Steel and that ongoing saga, but there's really one topic that we've come back to more than any other, and that, of course, is tariffs.
That's right. So our very first episode over a year ago was titled, Everyone Loves Tariffs. And I'm sure that still holds. I think everyone still loves tariffs.
Yeah, I don't, like, is it our fault that we've had the last year of tariffs?
I don't think it's our fault. But in that context, I mean, even though we were talking about tariffs a year ago, it was such a different conversation we were having. At that point, we were talking about kind of a very slow and steady incremental change in the tariff landscape. We were talking about President Biden using tariffs in this very kind of narrow, targeted way to try to shore up some domestic industries, really focused on clean tech, focused on chips, focused on EVs. And that seemed like a big deal at the time, but now that seems like small ball.
Yeah, exactly. What a world it was. You know, so we were focusing both on kind of the Biden tariffs announced in sort of late April 2024, focused on China, and then also at the time the kind of Trump campaign promises where he was saying, oh, maybe we'll have a 10% universal tariff, maybe we'll have 60% tariffs on China. And I think that was the real question then: is this just kind of empty campaign talk, or is this a serious policy proposal? And you know, as you heard it more and more at every rally Trump went to, I think we started to say, all right, time to take this seriously, and we've seen a year later, yes, he is serious about this.
He does appear to be serious about tariffs, that's correct. And why do we spend so much time on this issue, right? There's so much we can and do cover on De-Risky Business, but we end up spending so much time on the trade and tariff issues, particularly now, because it's such a big shift in US international economic policy, such a big shift in how the US engages with the global economy. It's worth noting, you know, in the first few weeks of the Trump administration, there were higher tariffs on more countries just in that first few weeks than the entirety of the first Trump administration. It's not an overstatement to say it was the highest shift, the highest increase in tariffs for 60, 70 years. So we talk about tariffs so much because there's been such a massive change in the landscape in terms of how we use this particular tool. We also talk about it a lot because there's still so much uncertainty about how it's all going to unfold. Obviously, folks, I'm sure, are following the negotiations that are ongoing with the United States and almost every other country in the world. I don't know if they're doing herd and McDonald Islands, you know, but almost every other country in the world. So there's just so much dynamism in this space and so much uncertainty about how those negotiations are going to unfold, although we have some thoughts on that, which we'll get to. But I think really for us in a think tank, one of the reasons we want to spend so much time thinking about this trade issue is that we do think we're at an important inflection point in the international economic order. Like the global economy, the global economic order, just it won't be the same. There's no going back to a world in which it was just sheer globalization, low tariff rates, open markets. That's partly because of Trump, but it's partly because of just shifts in the geopolitics that we've seen for the last 5 to 10 years. So there's no going back.
Yeah, exactly. So if we're not going back, I think the question is, where are we going? So we thought we'd focus our discussion today on some of these big picture questions about how will the trade wars unfold and what does the future of the global economic order look like. So we definitely want to take advantage of this being a live event and having a live audience. A couple ways we want to engage with the audience. One, everybody either in the room or watching at home, please do submit questions at cnas.org/live, and we will kind of incorporate those into our conversation as we go. But second, again, sort of having room full of people in front of us here, we want to do a little bit of live polling to kind of gauge reactions on how you all think the trade wars may be unfolding. So we're going to do some polling by round of applause on a few different yes-no questions to get your sense on kind of how are the trade wars going to unfold. So I think the place to start maybe is just the kind of overarching question: are Trump's tariffs going to stick around? Is this, actually a sort of real change in U.S. trade policy that will be, lasting at least through the next sort of 3-4 years, we can imagine? Are we moved from a world of the U.S. having, 2% tariffs around up to the sort of new normal of 10% tariffs? So let's do a quick kind of, poll of the room here by round of applause. Who thinks a year from now we'll have average tariff rates of around 10% or higher?
That may be the first time we got a room full of Washington, D.C. people to cheer.
Yeah, cheering for tariffs. Yeah, everybody, this is on the record, everybody loves tariffs.
Everyone
right?
loves tariffs. Everyone loves tariffs.
All right, let's poll the opposite side. Who thinks the opposite? That a year from now we'll be back to sort of the general low tariff rate, kind of 2-3%. Tariffs are sort of passing fancy. Moderate response. But I think that was a clear win for the tariffs are going to stick around. And I think, certainly for me, that's my view as well. I do think, again, going back to the campaign, this is something Trump has been talking about for a long time. I think what we've seen over the first sort of 4 or 5 months of his administration now, the second administration, is that he just is very serious about this. And as we've watched all the different negotiations play out, that sort of 10% universal tariff idea is sticking around even for the countries that get to successful deals.
I think that's totally right. And exactly what that tariff structure will look like, I think that is certainly up for grabs. But there's no question in my mind that we're headed towards a higher tariff environment. I might remind our friends on Wall Street to kind of keep that in mind, because they focus so much on the back and forth, the quick reversals, and that's all interesting and important to watch, but the longer term trend is absolutely towards higher tariffs across a range of countries and a range of products. It is the one very firmly held belief that Trump has, which is that tariffs can work and we need to use them aggressively.
Yeah.
All right, so our next question is about China. Obviously a major front in the ongoing trade wars. So we're again going to ask for the audience to weigh in here. So round of applause if you think that there will be a grand bargain between the United States and China on the trade issues. Oh, no one. Wait,
Deafening silence.
Hold on, I'll wait. No, okay. So round of applause if you think there is no grand deal in the offing. Ooh. Well, that's optimistic.
That was a decisive answer.
That was a decisive. Well, I tend to agree with the audience here. I think it's hard to see what the contours of a deal would look like. I'll say we looked at this question when we did some wargaming around the trade question, and what came out there is that there might be some sort of superficial deal, maybe some transactional deal, but that neither side really had the faith that the other side would come to the table to make meaningful, durable concessions. And I think you're seeing that play out even in the last couple of weeks. What we've seen, you had extreme tariffs and the tariffs come down, then export controls go up, and now the deal's off, and it's just very uncertain where this could land in a positive space. But what do you think?
Yeah, no, I think that's right. I mean, I guess a lot of this probably depends a little bit on how you define grand bargain, because I do think there's a sort of, coordinated rollback of tariffs like we saw in Geneva a few weeks ago. Sort of that type of deal seems in the offing. I continue to think that eventually Trump does really want a TikTok deal, and so I think there will be some type of negotiation that involves, some rollback of tariffs, kind of some TikTok deal. Maybe there's some kind of critical earths, rare minerals piece to that as well. But in terms of a kind of actual grand bargain that would address the fundamental obstacles in the U.S.-China relationship, that is really about the sort of, structure of the Chinese economy and how to integrate that into a market-based global trading system, that is not in the offing, and there's no signs from the Chinese that they are, thinking about those types of big reforms that would be necessary to get that done.
Yeah, I mean, what's China going to put on the table, right? I mean, hopefully there will be a conversation about fentanyl. That was the initial reason for the first 20% tariffs in the Trump administration. But are they going to shift the structure of their economy to move away from massive exports that's leading to the trade deficit that's, a core concern of the president? Seems unlikely.
They're not privatizing SOEs. Like, that is not going to happen here. All right, one more audience question for now. So, it's clear that the Trump administration has a sort of theory of the case on tariffs, which is that tariffs will lead to greater U.S. investment, that in the face of tariffs, both U.S. and foreign companies will want to increase their domestic presence in the U.S. market to get around the tariff wall. So again, by round of applause, who thinks tariffs will lead to more U.S. investment? All right, a smattering of applause, we can say. Who takes the opposite view, that the tariffs will not lead to more U.S. investment?
All right, some skeptics.
Yeah, I think, division, but I think more people are very skeptical of the Trump theory here. I mean, I'll say for my part, I don't want to endorse the Trump theory because I don't think it's like kind of fully going to play out that this is all kind of, a garden of roses and everything will be great. I do think, though, that kind of faced with being shut out of the U.S. market, you do see a lot of companies that will want a U.S. presence and will kind of, invest domestically. We actually ran a sort of little mini kind of TTX scenario this morning, thinking through kind of what our private sector response is to tariffs. And you see that reluctantly, many people will engage in the U.S. economy. Now, I think the question is sort of at what cost, right? It's sort of you get marginal more investment, but with higher inflation, with slowing economic growth. It doesn't necessarily mean it was all worth it, but I do think there is a path to more U.S. investment here.
Yeah, and I think it's going to be access to the US market that's key. So the other thing that we saw this morning was that if there is, for example, a successful renegotiation of the North America Trade Pact, actually Mexico could do quite well in that scenario, because if they retain that access to the US market, which is enormous, let's not forget about that. It is a very important market for most companies. That there could be some winners outside the US context as well, but clearly for the companies that are in the US and they're kind of faced with this decision of how do they navigate the tariffs, how do they kind of navigate the kind of personal relationship with President Trump, I think we're already seeing that a lot of companies are making the decision that they're gonna try to do what they can to increase that investment in the US as they try to think about this broader, very complex tariff environment.
And you can be sure they're gonna put out a big splashy press release about whatever it is.
Sure they will. All right, so we're going to give the audience a break and kind of just chat a little bit about some of the other topics that we get questions on all the time and that are coming up in our conversations with industry, with foreign government counterparts, US government counterparts. Folks who are in the audience, either in person or online, can go to cnas.org/live if they want to submit questions. Otherwise, Jeff and I are just going to ask each other the questions. So I mentioned USMCA and the North America trade deal, but I think it's worth spending a little bit of time on this intense set of negotiations that the US is moving forward with right now with almost every country in the world. And what do you think are the most likely candidates for actually getting to a positive outcome there? We've seen the UK with an outcome, right? We've seen China with an outcome, although whether we call that a trade deal as opposed to just an oopsie-poopsie, is debatable. But what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, so, we've certainly been closely following the reporting saying there's a group of 18 countries or so that are coming in for sort of weekly meetings with the administration to get to framework agreements during this 90-day pause of the reciprocal tariffs. My own view, it seems likely that maybe sort of the Japanese and the Koreans, I think, do really want to get to something, and it seems like there's a deal space there that's possible. I do think some of the other Southeast Asian countries, kind of Vietnam, seems to be kind of engaging quite seriously in this effort, I know. So I would expect to see some outcome there. Again, how far any of these agreements go is up for debate. I think, frankly, the UK agreement had some elements of cooperation in it, but still ended with a 10% tariff, and frankly, not big concessions on the UK side. So if that's the model we're looking at, I think we should temper our expectations. But I would expect to see another handful of agreements like that. I will add, I think there are also places that are going to find it much more difficult. And top of that list, frankly, is the European Union and our friends in Brussels, who are in a bit of a tough position here. I think they are unlikely to accept an agreement that looks like the UK agreement, where they are still facing the 10% tariffs. I think given that, they are quite likely to retaliate with their own tariffs, and I think that does kind of put them in that potential retaliatory spiral that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, there's a bunch of things that could trip up negotiations. I think it's clear every country is going to want to have the conversation with the U.S. administration. They kind of don't have a choice, right? If they want to keep that access to the U.S. market, they have to come in and figure out what that deal space looks like. But the stumbling blocks are, well, is everyone just going to get stuck with a 10% tariff? And whether it's for revenue generation or trade deficit, whatever it is, that's still a 10% tariff, right? So the rationale almost doesn't matter if you're stuck with, a very high tariff rate compared to what the U.S. traditionally had. There's also this question of how hard is the U.S. pushing on economic security issues in the trade talks, right? So we've certainly heard that it's been coming up in terms of, well, can we use the trade talks as leverage to line up policies on export controls or on investment screening? And with some partners, I think that makes a ton of sense. If you look at the relationship with even Canada, with the UK, with Australia, there's already cooperation there. You can build on that. There's aligned security interests, and it would make a lot of sense. I think it's a lot harder when you look at a country like a Malaysia, a Singapore, a Vietnam, and particularly when the US is putting new types of commitments on the table, right? So we're hearing as well about really strict rules of origin in countries like Vietnam. Basically, you can't have any Chinese content in your good if you want it to come into the United States. That's a really, really hard choice to put these countries in, because now that we're forcing them to choose between the United States and China. And for some of those partners, the answer is not clearly that they're going to choose the United States.
Yeah, absolutely, particularly in the context of, you even saw with the UK agreement that had, I think, relatively modest kind of vague gestures at the sort of anti-China coalition building. Kind of China came out with a quite strong statement saying, we don't like this, we're not happy about it. Right. Kind of clear message to every other partner, think twice before you would sign on something like this. So it's going to be an issue. But maybe that's a good pivot on sort of, where does economic security fit into these agreements, to talk a bit more about USMCA in depth. It's an area we've both been following. So this is the North American Trade Agreement with Canada and Mexico, which obviously the Trump administration in his first term renegotiated what was then NAFTA into USMCA. Famously, that included a review clause that says after 6 years, it would be up for kind of review/renegotiation again. It seems the administration is leaning into the idea of a pretty substantial renegotiation, although I think kind of quite how substantial is still up for debate. But Emily, what do you think is going to happen in those USMCA talks when they kind of really kick off in earnest? And what are the changes that might be made to that agreement?
Yeah, I think that process is going to heat up once we get towards the end of the summer, and as some of these other deals get signed, or at least they're put on a glide path where you can kind of see it moving to more of a technical level, if, in an optimistic scenario, candidly. But look, what are Canada and Mexico going to be asking for? They're going to be asking for certainty. They got hit really hard in the beginning of the Trump administration with high levels of tariffs that were directly in violation of the USMCA commitments. So they're entering into a complex negotiation that is almost existential for their economies, with no level of certainty about whether, if they make concessions, if they make those sort of hard commitments that the US administration is asking for, does that give them that safety and guarantee from future tariffs moving forward? Now, there's some indications that we may have reached something of a kind of tariff peak when it comes to the North American market. Canada and Mexico were not hit with the so-called Liberation Day tariffs, right? So perhaps that is a sign that things are moving in a more positive direction for the North American partners. But it's going to be a tough negotiation. I think they're going to have to deal with some really hard issues, like the level of Chinese engagement in key sectors in the Mexican manufacturing sector. We've heard a lot about that. When it comes to autos is going to be a huge issue when it comes to an integrated North American market. And here again, the economic security issues are going to come up. So I think they're going to, I think that is going to move towards a real free trade agreement. Sorry, I don't want to say free trade agreement. We don't say that.
Do we like free trade anymore?
We know, it's a trade agreement. So I'll just take off all qualifiers for the North American market. But I think it's going to look really different than what we used to see in these sorts of agreements.
Yeah, exactly. It's sort of, the idea of trade agreements mostly being about how do we coordinate our lowering of tariffs just sort of is not where the energy is at the moment. I think that's
no, that doesn't seem to be where the energy is. So we also want to talk about the economic impacts of all of this. I mean, obviously in the most recent presidential elections, inflation was a really big concern that was on voters' minds. If you listen to kind of mainstream economists, they will tell you that tariffs are going to lead to inflation, including some really high levels of inflation. If you look at the recent reporting coming out, including of the OECD meetings that are happening this week, the IMF, they're all predicting that a escalating trade war is going to lead to slowing growth, maybe even contraction in some places, which is a pretty scary scenario to think about. But how are you thinking about kind of the economic impacts of the trade war?
Yeah, well, maybe I'll start by saying, I'm not a political strategist by any means, but it is definitely a curious choice that, having been through this election where one of these central kind of ideas that were up for debate was this idea of kind of Biden being responsible for high inflation and that kind of costing the Democrats the election, to sort of come in with a policy approach saying, we're going to carry out these sweeping tariffs that everybody is saying is going to lead to price increases. And again, I think it's worth underlining, sort of, even if you think the tariffs are going to kind of work, quote unquote, for almost any definition of what you mean by work, it is associated with higher prices. Like, that is the sort of mechanism through which tariffs have an impact. So we should expect there will be some higher prices no matter what, I think. How is this going to play out? I mean, it's been super interesting watching the Trump administration almost trying to kind of get ahead of the political messaging here and say, look, we are willing to bear the cost, that there may be some short-term pain. They are thinking about this as a kind of very high-level kind of restructuring of the U.S. role in the global economy. They, I think, again, whether you agree with the ends or not, they kind of correctly perceive that there will be transition costs to what they are trying to carry out, and they are kind of trying to lay the seeds to say, maybe we'll only have $2 instead of $30, right? These sort of like famous comments from the kind of high-level Trump folks that, we will see how those will play in sort of next political election cycle. But I do think they're kind of prepared for there to be economic costs and are sort of willing to, at least for the medium term, bear those out.
I think that's right, although one thing that we've been watching and we've talked about on the podcast is this idea of, well, what are the guardrails on the president's tariff actions? Will there be guardrails on the tariff actions of the president? The political issues will, I think, become more salient the closer we get to midterm elections, candidly. And in the wake of the Liberation Day tariffs, you did see at least some glimmers of Republican opposition, very muted as it was. You saw the bond market reaction, which certainly was influential in some of the president's decisions. So I do think there are going to be these external forces that matter to some extent when it comes to how the team is thinking about moving forward with their tariff program in the future, including how they do it, right? There's, I think, an argument to be made that just the very immediate disruptive nature of some of the actions was part of what was leading to the concern. And if there was a more methodical approach, people would still be concerned about higher tariff rates, but if there was time to adjust, if there was time to kind of process the potential impacts and actually adjust over a period of years, maybe some of this, general freakout would be a little bit less.
Yeah, maybe.
Maybe.
So we've got a number of questions coming in through the chat here, so please do keep sending those in at cnas.org/live. Emily, maybe one question to start with, something we've been thinking about. What do you think the recent legal rulings, including by the U.S. Court of International Trade, mean for the Trump administration's tariff policy?
Well, I have bad news. I don't think tariffs are going away. Look, it was a really important ruling. So the Court of International Trade last week had a pretty sweeping ruling that said that all of the tariff programs that were based on emergency powers, so these are the reciprocal tariffs, it was the 10% universal baseline tariff, that those are just flatly illegal. And there's been a debate about this in the trade community because these emergency powers, they literally don't say the word tariff. There's a question about whether there's sufficient flexibility in the law to authorize the president to use these particular legal authorities to impose tariffs. Now, we'll see how this plays out in the courts. I do think that will be an interesting question to watch. I am not 100% convinced that the courts will strike it down all the way up to the Supreme Court. And even if the emergency powers are off the table, it's worth remembering that the president has a lot of other trade authorities. You've got national security trade investigations, you've got the so-called Section 301 investigations. There's a bunch of other tools that they can pull out of the toolkit to impose tariffs. Now, they haven't used those tools to date because those tools take a longer time. You have to do an investigation, you have to write a report, you have to take public comment. And it seemed like there was a bias to action, as we've heard from the president's team, to kind of move forward fast. And emergency powers, of course, let you do that quickly. So one outcome of all the court actions could be not that there's fewer tariffs, but it's a slower pace of tariffs coming online.
Yeah, no, I think that's exactly right. That's sort of wherever this court case lands, and again, there's sort of a lot of uncertainty around that. But it seems pretty clear that the broad thrust of new tariffs, there are kind of many different legal levers that the Trump administration can pull, and I think, they have a number of smart lawyers over there who are kind of going through arcane trade law and Section 338 tariff authorities and all kinds of other things that haven't been used in 100 years if ever. And I think they will find the authorities they need. So again, it may sort of shape them at the edges of exactly sort of how they implement the tariff policy. But I do not think the courts are going to be a sort of significant constraint on can they actually carry out a high tariff policy.
Yeah, and it's worth noting, we've got tariffs from before Trump 2.0 that were based on these other legal authorities that still stand, right? So those are much more durable, much less risky tariff authorities to use. So I think they'll head in that direction.
Yeah.
What about Congress? So we, of course, have been watching congressional reactions to the tariffs. It's been a bit muted. Republicans control both houses. Do you think that that's going to shift at all? Or what would cause that to shift moving forward?
It's a good question. So, look, I think the baseline view for what is Congress going to do, baseline is always probably nothing. So that's a sort of starting point for how we should think about congressional action here. Having said that, I'm maybe a bit more, I don't know if optimistic is the word, but at least sort of open to the idea that we'll see some action from Congress here. And I do actually think the idea of kind of bringing back trade promotion authority and actually getting Congress to reclaim some of their, constitutionally mandated authorities over trade policy would be a very useful thing and kind of would be beneficial for kind of U.S. good governance. And you could actually get the right kind of constellation stars aligning to say, all right, the courts are kind of reining in some of Trump's unilateral executive authorities, Meanwhile, we see a number of, both Republicans and Democrats who have some concerns with how this administration is carrying out their trade policy. And you could imagine Republicans stepping up a little bit and saying, all right, we want to support the Trump agenda overall, but we think there's a better way to do this, and here's how Congress can engage in them. That could potentially get you to a trade promotion authority that would actually kind of put a more sort of sound foundational institutional basis behind this big shift in US trade policy. We'll see if it actually happens or not. Again, if you're betting kind of over under, I'd still probably take the under. That is sort of unlikely to happen, but there is kind of, you can squint and see a path there.
Yeah, no, that's absolutely right. And I think kind of the theme we keep coming back to in this conversation and in other conversations we've had is kind of the process here matters. It's so dorky to say, but like the more you have kind of some of these processes in place, the more likely you are to kind of have unintended consequences discovered before you actually implement the policy, which is always a good thing.
Yeah, always a good thing. Yeah. Hopefully it's come before, not after. We'll see.
We'll see.
So maybe a few more questions from the audience coming in here. So we've got a question from Matt. How do you think other countries can leverage the Trump administration's transactional economic approach in their favor? Can they use his push for US domestic investment to their own benefit? And what can other countries extract from Trump?
Ooh, that's a spicy question.
Yeah.
I don't know that every country can offer a plane. Look, I mean, I do think it's important to note that I think that the deal space, as other countries are coming to the administration and kind of figuring out like what does the deal space look like, it's going to be bigger than just traditional trade issues. So even if you're kind of cabining that in like, well, what should the economic deal space look like? I think you're definitely going to have to talk about tariffs. You're going to have to talk about non-tariff barriers. You should talk about investment, right? I mean, I think that's potentially an area where there could be some win-win outcomes. Investment in the U.S. in some of the kind of key sectors where we want to rebuild manufacturing capacity, that could be a good thing. I think there will be purchase commitments, although I don't know that those have quite as much salience in this administration as they potentially did in the first administration. For me, I think one of the big question marks, though, in thinking about kind of the broader deal space is how much is the administration linking the economic and trade issues with some of the broader issues in the relationship, right? So like when they're talking to Europe, how much are they saying, well, we want you to get rid of your data regulations and also we want you to increase defense spending, right? And so I do think that there is a move to kind of look at these relationships more holistically. And like we've always done that to a certain extent, right? But the question is how directly are those issues being linked in a negotiation and how much are we trying to use tariffs as leverage to get countries to do other things outside of the trade space? And I think that's an area that's just very fluid right now in terms of, well, how hard is that push going to be? And do countries see it as in their interest? Like maybe it's actually helpful in some respects to be able to be like, oh, actually like, Germany's increasing its defense spending. Maybe that's a helpful thing to be able to talk about in the context of these trade talks.
Yeah, no, that's exactly right. I think specifically that focus on the linkage between national security policy and trade policy is really interesting. And one of the distinct and maybe kind of defining features of how Trump thinks about a lot of these issues. If you go look at the America First trade policy, it says, the memo that came out on day one of the administration, kind of right up at the very top, it's sort of trade policy is national security policy, and that's the lens through which we are viewing these issues. And again, I think there's, in some ways, kind of good reason for that, and it makes a lot of sense that all of these issues do run together. I do think that there's a real question, going back to sort of what are foreign countries able to extract from Trump and how are they thinking about this, kind of where is Trump thinking about trading off national security issues for some of his trade priorities? And I think it's come up kind of most notably in the case of AI chips and kind of, is there a sort of deal on the table of loosening export controls around AI chips or sort of holding those out as leverage to get market access to other things, which is a very different way from how the United States has traditionally thought about national security export controls, and I think could get quite messy quite quickly.
That's absolutely right. I mean, but since you brought up export controls, it's worth thinking through how everything that's happening on the trade space kind of fits into the broader tech competition space, right? I mean, tariffs are one tool. We've talked a lot on the podcast about export controls and how we think about AI diffusion and all of those very complex processes. But what's your sense of how one implements a trade war while also trying to preserve kind of an edge in the tech competition, particularly when it comes to China?
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting because I actually think, from what I see in the administration, I'm not sure that they're putting these things together, but in my head, they're kind of completely run together.
Yeah.
So, I mean, there's a number of different areas where you think the trade war is going to run into the tech competition agenda. So one is, so much the tech competition agenda is trying to line up our allies to be on our side, and this, again, in kind of broad terms of sort of US-China competition. We want to get as much of the world sort of on the US side in this war. At the same time, we are sort of picking fights with them all over the place, and all of our sort of traditional allies are understandably a little pissed off with the United States at the moment and are kind of not super keen to follow our guidance on, oh, you need to stop China from getting access to these technologies or whatever else, these sort of other asks we may be making of them, given everything we're doing on the trade front. So I think that's one area that is going to cause some friction in that kind of tech competition area. The other question is thinking about what a lot of the kind of run faster agenda on tech competition is in terms of how are we ensuring that US leadership is moving as quickly as possible here. And we want to make sure that we are advancing our own technological capabilities as quickly as possible. This is something that I think the administration is quite focused on. I think we heard earlier today talk about sort of AI dominance being a big theme that this administration is pushing, and I think there's a lot of value in that. But I do think there's potentially going to be some real friction between a trade policy, and again, I'm sort of thinking specifically about the idea of Section 232, national security tariffs on semiconductors, and particularly on kind of leading edge chips, that is at least being kind of debated about and talked about now. To put it blunt, if we are kind of putting tariffs on the most advanced chips and on, frankly, like all of the products and goods that go into building advanced AI data centers, we are needlessly slowing ourselves down in this tech competition fight. So like, how are we thinking strategically about where we want to put tariffs in a way that we are not hobbling ourselves in the tech competition, I think is a big issue. And I hope those conversations are happening within the administration, that the people that are focused on the kind of tech competition run faster are able to have at least some influence over the trade policy questions to make sure that we are not kind of getting in the way of each other there.
Yeah, especially because there are some areas of what the Trump administration is thinking about on the domestic kind of tech build out side of things that actually could be pretty helpful, right? When you talk about kind of getting rid of kind of excessive permitting and some of the techs, like maybe it is something that would be kind of an accelerator for some of the data center build out. But how do we make sure that all of these policies kind of work together and aren't counterproductive?
Yeah, exactly. All right, another question from the audience here from David. Is there a way that tariffs could be helpful for the US economy or national security and good for the US consumer?
And good for the U.S. consumer.
Oh, yeah. And or, I guess. Let's take
Yeah, I'm going to go with or. Or is way easier. Well, look, I mean, we may sound critical of tariffs at some times, but I do think there's a really important role for tariffs in certain instances, right? Like, so we have been thinking about this in the context of legacy chips, for example. Like, so we just talked about advanced AI chips, which are really only made by a handful of companies and mostly in Taiwan, right? So if you put a tariff on that, like, you just are making that product more expensive for yourself. The fact pattern's a little bit different, though, when you're thinking about a product like legacy chips, where China's just building out a massive amount of capacity to make these chips. If they use the playbook on legacy chips that they've used on solar, that they've used on EVs, they're quickly going to kind of dominate their own domestic market and then flood the rest of the world with low-cost legacy chips. That could crowd out those sorts of chips, not even just from the US, but from friendly sources, from our kind of Japanese or Korean counterparts. That's not a great security outcome, right? And so I do think that tariffs, particularly if we could get a shared solution between the US and other major markets, so if you have kind of a joint tariff wall, that actually could be part of the solution, but it can't be the only solution, right? Because if you build this beautiful tariff wall, you also need to make sure that we're making chips within that tariff wall. And I think, so it's thinking about how you think about more of the proactive, how do you create shared demand, how do you spur demand for some of these chips, which will be more expensive.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think, stepping back a little bit, the way I think of tariffs, they are one tool in the broader policy toolkit. Mm-hmm. Tariffs per se are not kind of inherently good or bad. Mm-hmm. They can be useful for certain specific things. Even when they are useful, they still have costs. There's kind of a cost-benefit analysis. But then I think your last point there is exactly right. That's sort of, there's almost no policy problem the United States is trying to face today that can be fixed through tariffs alone. It's sort of, tariffs are one piece as part of a broader comprehensive toolkit, often including domestic investment, including export controls, investment security, kind of whatever else that sort of full economic security toolkit looks like. And so I think the challenge for this administration is being kind of so quick to turn to tariffs. How can they kind of complement that tariff approach with the broader, more strategic maybe view of like where are we actually going over the long term, and then how do we make sure we have all the pieces we need to achieve those goals?
Yeah, and because we're not going to completely ignore the consumer part of that question,
yes.
I think the key for us is it's usually targeted, right? It's strategic goods. It's where you have kind of that holistic plan to how to build capacity. And so the thing that, when you're a consumer and you're just going to the grocery store, you're trying to buy, food for your family, clothes for your kids, toys, whatever it is, like those aren't really strategic goods. Why should you pay the higher cost for that? I think it's a fair debate for us to be having. in terms of the level and scale and breadth of the tariffs that we're seeing to date.
Yeah, exactly. It goes to the question of sort of like, what level is the consumer willing to pay for this, and how do we sort of make the case that that is worth paying?
That's right, that's right. All right, so we are coming up towards the end of our live podcast session. We have one more question for the audience. And perhaps whoever cheers the loudest gets the piece of cake. So a little bit of incentive there. And then Jeff and I will react as well. Will the US win the trade wars? And I know there's going to be somebody in the audience that is like, well, what do you mean by win? So just interpret that as you will. So if you think the US will win the trade wars, let's hear a round of applause. Okay, either people are tired or they're not incentivized by cake. All right, if you think the US will not win the trade wars, round of applause.
Pretty clear answer there, I think. Pretty clear.
All right, do you agree?
Can I be the annoying person that says depends what you mean by win?
Yes. You're that guy. Yeah, go ahead.
No, look, I mean...
But you don't get the cake.
That doesn't count, yeah.
Yeah.
No, I think obviously, this is a question we've been thinking a lot about, writing a lot about. I think the answer is there conceivably is a path forward here, right? That kind of, and what we come back to a lot that we've sort of written on before is that there was a need in the current international trade system for a reset, for some fundamental change. Frankly, it's been clear for a while that there was a need for a change. We've seen, the rise of China as now the dominant global trading power in the world that is sort of enmeshed in the WTO system and yet not really kind of living up to the spirit of what the WTO is meant to be in terms of sort of open capitalist economies. And that fundamental tension kind of was causing real problems that need to be fixed somehow. I think Trump's tariffs kind of are a jolt to that system, and so the question is, where does it go from there?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely right. And as we've been thinking about it, there's kind of three different pathways that this could take. I mean, one is that we kind of muddle along and we get some kind of superficial deals, but overall we just kind of end up with a kind of a muddy, kind of higher tariff scenario that really doesn't fix the underlying problems in the trading system. There's a very kind of extreme possibility on the other end of things, which is that we're just moving towards disorder, right? Rules are all about order, they're about constraints. And clearly in this administration, that's been deprioritized, right? And so when you look at the tariffs, they're all being imposed not at all consistent with the spirit of a rules-based order. So there's certainly a possibility we keep going down that path, we just head towards chaos and disorder, and that's a little bit scary. But I do think, and this is where we're trying to push the conversation a bit in our work, is there's a way to leverage the disruption, right? There's a way to kind of get out of some of the very stagnant conversations that have been happening in the trade space for a while, like when was the last time the WTO did something helpful, like it's been quite some time. There needs to be a change, there needs to be a hard reset. And so it's one of the main pieces of advice we give to foreign governments as they're thinking about how to engage with the US administration right now, is to keep that kind of longer term generational reset of the global economic order in mind. We're not going back to this completely open system, just purely globalized trading system. It's going to have to look different. It's going to have to account for China. It's going to have to account for Russia. And ideally, it should account for the fact that we should have stronger, better, deeper economic relationships with our close security allies. And so that's kind of the North Star as we think about it. And we hope that there will be an opportunity to use the disruption of the current moment to kind of get to that somewhat more optimistic path somewhere down the line.
Yeah, I mean, I just add on that. I think that path is out there. We should also be clear, sort of, there aren't a lot of signals from the Trump administration that that's necessarily where they want to go, right? I think achieving that path would look very different from what we've seen so far. You need a kind of clear strategy from the administration of what exactly they're trying to do, kind of lay out, here's the vision we want to get to. You would stop picking on your allies and partners so much. You would stop, announcing new tariffs by tweet at sort of midnight and then rolling them back the next day. There are a lot of things this administration is doing that is not putting them on that path, but we do still think that path could potentially be out there if you see a big change in how this administration is waging the trade war.
That's right. And we've been up here for 40 minutes. I haven't checked my phone, so it's possible we have a new
There's
trade
new
policy.
Tariffs maybe,
so we'll have to go check. All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us today for this live recording of De-Risky Business. And stick around for our last panel coming up on the US-China battle for biopower. But first, our last lightning talk from Molly Campbell on drones. Thank you, everyone.
Good afternoon. I'm Molly Campbell, a research assistant on the defense program at CNAS. Over the past 3 decades, the diffusion of military and commercial drone technology has created serious vulnerabilities for the United States military, and those vulnerabilities are growing. Drones are already ubiquitous on the modern battlefield. Since the Korean War, American soldiers have enjoyed sanctuary from aerial attacks. We've never had to look up. But now, drones can hold American forces at risk, at range. If America is to preserve its military edge, the Department of Defense must act with greater urgency to advance counter-drone technologies and enable operational resilience within the joint force. Now, for most people, the term military drone brings to mind the Reaper or the Predator, the drones made famous during the global war on terror. And you're not wrong to picture them. Those types of large drones have dominated the global drone market for nearly 2 decades. But the threat is different now. I collected data on military drone proliferation since 1995 and found that, starting in 2020, small, less expensive, one-way attack drones have boomed in popularity. And at the same time, the growth of the commercial drone market has made advanced quadcopters widely accessible. Together, these 2 trends have led to a democratization of surveillance and strike capabilities that before were only available to great powers. Now, fundamental to countering such drones is a system of layered air defenses to quickly detect, identify, and defeat incoming threats. And since 2016, the Pentagon has allocated billions of dollars towards the counter-drone mission and has successfully deployed new systems that are protecting American forces as we speak. But the majority of US defense systems were not designed to defend against drones, and they cannot operate at the speed demanded by the modern battlefield. The rate and scale of drone proliferation has outpaced the DoD's counter-drone efforts, and as a result, US forces are ill-equipped to address current and future threats. Now, in some respects, the United States has been very effective in countering drone attacks. Since October 2023, there have been nearly 500 drone strikes against US forces in the Middle East. Sailors in the Red Sea and soldiers in Iraq, Syria, and Jordan have had resounding success intercepting Iranian-made kamikaze drones fired by proxy forces. The Houthis have launched over 300 drone attacks in the Red Sea, but no US ships have been directly damaged. And at bases across the region, soldiers from the 10th Mountain Division have shot down 93 of the 115 drones fired at them. These attacks have been tactical successes, but they've come at great cost to the United States. The Navy has fired over $1 billion worth of missiles against drones worth less than $100,000 per unit, and has lost 3 F-18 fighter jets in the process. And at Tower 22, a US military outpost in Jordan, 3 US service members were killed when base defenses failed to stop an incoming drone. Now, to be clear, Iran's drone threat is real and dangerous, but their drones are still relatively crude. Adversaries like China and Russia are far more advanced and are building large numbers of more sophisticated, more autonomous drones. If US air defenses can barely defend against low-end threats like Iranian Shaheds and DJI quadcopters, we may be quickly overwhelmed by China's autonomous swarms. Earlier this year, the CNAS Defense Program ran a tabletop exercise exploring exactly this scenario, placing current and future US counter-drone technologies against sophisticated Chinese drone attacks. And not surprisingly, we found that there is no silver bullet. The United States needs to accelerate its defense-in-depth approach to countering drones and continue building out every layer of air defense. This should include emerging technologies like high-powered microwaves and AI-enabled sensor processing, but also old-school tools like anti-aircraft guns and sandbags. The stakes are not theoretical. Without adequate defenses, even the most advanced systems and technologies are irrelevant against overwhelming drone attacks. Thank you.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Vivek Chillicurry. I'm the Senior Fellow and Director of the Technology and National Security Program here, and we're very excited to close it out with the last panel of the day with Caitlin Fraser, the Executive Director of the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotech, for the battle for biopower, how the US and China are competing for biotech leadership. So let me just make an observation that without casting any shade on our position in the program, I think it in some ways is telling that, a lot of times when you have technology conferences or national security conferences, that biotech always doesn't get top billing.
Yeah, it's like
right?
fourth or fifth.
Fourth or fifth.
Yeah.
And I think that's actually a great place to start, because I think it suggests that there's a lot of learning that has to happen in Washington and the national security community about why biotechnology deserves higher billing than it's been given, right? There's a lot of things competing for attention: AI, quantum, nanotechnology, hypersonics. Why does biotechnology deserve higher billing? And maybe you can tell us a little bit about what you've been doing on the National Security Commission, the report recently, and the case that you've been making for why biotech matters.
Absolutely. Thanks for the opportunity to be here. I lead the team at the National Security Commission on Emerging Biotechnology. This is a group established by Congress in anticipation of the need to legislate at the intersection of emerging biotech, national security, and economic security. Congress does this from time to time, particularly when grappling with complicated technological issues. They impanel a group of experts to look across the range of policy issues facing that technological sector and advise them back on the measures that are needed to promote US leadership. So for the last 2 years, our commission has been working on a project to answer that question. Not just why is biotechnology important for US national security, but what should we do to retain, or in some cases regain, the US leadership position in biotech. Yeah, look, biotech is always like fourth or fifth on any critical and emerging technologies list. And I think there are a few things that I really like to emphasize when communicating about this to policymakers. The first is that this is not a particularly new technology. Biotechnology is actually one of the oldest technologies that we have, because at the end of the day, a lot of it has to do with fermentation. We have, as a human race, we have been fermenting things like beer and wine and yogurt and all kinds of things, bread, for a very long time. What is new about biotech are the tools that are transitioning this technology from a field of tinkering and testing, where innovations might represent a scientist's entire career, to a field of design, where we can more predictably engineer the outcome or output of a biological process with these increasingly available and precise tools to read, write, and edit DNA. I think that biotechnology, I'm paid to think that biotechnology is the most important of the critical and emerging technologies, but I actually believe it for two reasons. One is it is a manufacturing discipline. We make products that consumers use with biotechnology. There's a study that our commission often points to that says that something like 60% of the things that we make and use every single day can be made with biology. That's not science fiction, that's not 50 years from now, that is near-term use cases like textiles, plastics, chemicals that are critical for our defense supply chains, food, of course, medicines, cutting-edge therapeutics. 60% of the things that we use can be made with biology. Extrapolate from that the job-creating potential of this sector, right, as a manufacturing discipline, the opportunity to reindustrialize many of the supply chains that have left the United States and create really exciting jobs all over the country, not just in Boston and Silicon Valley, where a lot of the R&D happens, but in Indiana, which is our chairman's home state. Senator Todd Young leads the commission, and Indiana has become a biomanufacturing powerhouse. The other thing I want to remind policymakers is that losing the innovation and commercialization race on biotech has, in my mind, perhaps more significant consequences, higher stakes, than losing on other technology sectors. So, in our report, which, by the way, you can find at biotech.senate.gov if you haven't had the opportunity to read it yet, talks about a future scenario in which China uses its growing dominance in this field to exert control over key nodes of the supply chain, denying Americans life-saving cures, and thereby creating all kinds of economic and geopolitical leverage from their ability to weaponize things that we would desperately want and need from a healthcare perspective.
Yeah, no, that's a great answer, Kaylin. I mean, it's not hard for people to understand, for example, when AI had its moment with its ChatGPT moment, why it's a transformational technology. Because when you think about it, it's okay, anything where we use cognition or data analysis or critical thinking, regardless of its application, AI would be applicable and potentially transformative. And so for biotechnology, maybe the parallel is it's not necessarily where any place that we use critical thinking or cognitive analysis, but it's anytime we're making things, right? No matter what sector it is, whether it's in pharmaceuticals, whether it's in textiles, energy, and when agriculture, and when you think about it that broadly, I mean, in some ways that's, I think, the breadth of biotechnology has been one of the opportunities, but also the challenges in the advocates for biotechnology to make the case because it is so far-reaching. It's everything from the pharmaceuticals to the spider silk to the biofuels to the genetically modified chicken and corn. And so as a result, I think even as a political matter, the different constituencies within the biotech community don't even necessarily see themselves historically as part of a common community, advocating for investments from Washington, investments from states, and seeing also the threats sectorally that they're facing. And you talked a little bit about what the world would look like if we lose our leadership to China, or any other country for that matter. But I think your report and also a report that we put out in January called Biopower also assesses China as the most likely competitor to match or exceed the United States in emerging biotechnologies if it hasn't already. And I mean, just help us understand what would the world look like, if China overtakes the United States in critical and emerging biotechnologies? Like, in terms of the practical consequences for the United States, the specific national security implications of that. Help us see that picture a little bit.
Sure. Excuse me. So maybe just to expand a little bit on the supply chain point, which is to say, we have seen China extract either licitly or illicitly the innovations across technology sectors from here in the United States and other Western countries, and then they are really good at scaling those technologies, at making things far more quickly and cheaply at scale than we are able to do here in the US. One of our diagnoses in the report is, and I think this was common to the Biopower report, is like we're great at innovation. We are not sufficiently commercializing those innovations here in the US. Some of that comes down to capital, some of that comes down to the availability of infrastructure. A lot of it has to do with the way that we regulate the products of biotechnology, get them from lab to into the hands of consumers. But at the end of the day, China has been making dominance in this sector a strategic priority for 20 years, and that is across the capital vector, across the talent vector. I mean, really everything. And yes, it is. We should want for there to be competition and innovation, right? That makes all of us stronger. But when you see a brute force economic playbook that China, the Chinese government has run on multiple technology sectors, applied to biotech, and you think about what happens if they're able to turn off the supply of a key therapeutic, or even further up in the innovation pipeline, a key piece of equipment or enabling technology. That's a scenario that the Commission worries a lot about and that we think is very possible if we allow our historic strengths in innovation to erode, and if we don't deal with the fact that we are not very good as a country, as an economy, at commercializing this. The other thing is that biotechnology has really potentially transformative applications for conventional military capabilities. So one of the things that we highlight, we have a whole chapter in our report about maximizing the benefits of biotech for defense. And here we're talking about things like biomanufacturing, high-performance coatings, and it sounds really like deeply unsexy, but when that coating is the difference between your airplane catching on fire and not, that really matters. Or the range with which you can fly, or the explosive power of a munition. Like, these are things that biomanufacturing affords us an ability to reshore those capabilities. You know, another really great example, actually, I should have brought it with me. Like, we have this bag of synthetic blood that we sometimes carry around.
It's probably good you didn't bring that with
which
you.
I brought it to my last meeting, and I like took it out and I like fumbled it, and people were like, "Oh no, like what has she got?" But the point is, right now, in military medicine, one of our major constraints is the supply of blood. We talk in a military medicine context about the golden hour after a trauma, right? This is the amount of time that our service members have to get, you know, medevaced out to a higher level of medical care. And one of those major constraints is around blood. It's hard because right now the standard is, you know, you have to have blood donations, you have to keep it cold, you have to have the right type for everybody's blood type. And synthetic blood, which is something that DARPA has been working on for some time and is really promising technology, solves the cold chain issue, solves the blood type issue, and you know, it is operator friendly in the sense that you basically like crack this thing open like a glow stick, mix it all up together, hang it, you know, like an IV bag, and you turn a golden hour into something more like a golden day. And that is the kind of potential that, you know, we would be leaving on the table. We would be ceding to a potential adversary if we lose, you know, if we don't make the kind of investments that, you know, your report calls for, our report calls for, that a lot of voices in this space are calling for.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a second. I mean, I would like to we'll shift a little bit to talk about where the U.S. and China stand in terms of our relative strengths and weaknesses, and we've previewed some of that already. But just to take another lap on your point, I mean, a recent and perhaps obvious example, but I think one that's worth restating over and over again, is we just all lived through a pandemic, right? And if we want to think about the consequences of not having a cutting-edge ability not only to develop world-leading effective vaccines, but then to produce them quickly, right? Just imagine a world, and this is in no way to diminish what happened during the pandemic, it's just to encourage people to think about how much worse it would have been, right? We lost 1 million Americans to the pandemic. We, as a federal government, spent something like $4 or $5 trillion. That's not even including the indirect and direct economic consequences of all the shuttering. Imagine if we had to wait 2.5 years for a vaccine instead of about a year, right? Imagine if in a context of even worse U.S.-China relations that they developed a vaccine faster than we did, but weren't willing, or were putting us at the back of the line because of where our bilateral relations were. That it would be a massive threat to the American security and well-being, just at the literal level of our lives and our economy. And that's not a position the United States ever wants to be in, which is why I think it's encouraging that we actually have a president right now who's talking maybe more than any president that I can remember about the importance of developing domestic pharmaceutical capacity and manufacturing. Now, it's easy to say that, it's hard to make that transition. You can't snap your fingers. But yeah, so I think it's just worth reminding everybody that biotechnology is not some fanciful, futuristic thing. We all presumably most of us have already benefited from it. The entire economy benefited from it in the world. And it wasn't an accident. It was the result of long-term investments that the US government has made through NSF, through NIH, DARPA, precisely. And so, you know, it's not an accident that we were the country that produced multiple leading-edge vaccines in record time. But anyways, that actually is a good segue into thinking about strengths and weaknesses, right? The United States, I think we assess in our report, and you guys do as well, that right now we have a sort of clear but tenuous lead in emerging biotechnologies vis-a-vis China. And so maybe you can just do a little walk around in terms of some of the top-line reasons why the United States is in this position. And you also talk about in the report, which I strongly encourage everybody reads, it's excellent. You know, if we lose our edge, we may never get it back. And so what are some of the reasons that we have the edge, and what are some of the reasons that we are at risk of losing them?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I'll just say, and far be it for me to correct you, but I think our diagnosis is a little more nuanced, which is in the aggregate, yes, the U.S. has a tenuous lead, but a lead. But when we look across different metrics, like what adds up to that, there are places where, even a year ago, when we put out our interim report, we said China is sprinting to close the gap. Now, what we're saying, and this is a result of both technological developments as well as policy developments, there are clear metrics against which China is beginning to exceed the United States, right? So some of the metrics that we looked at were things like capital, manufacturing capacity, talent, IP, research, highly cited research papers. One of the things that even has changed just in the last couple of months since we went pencils down on our report is things like US companies licensing Chinese biotechnology, biotech innovations. Those are the things that drive us towards a conclusion that yes, sure, we are very good at biotech in this country, and I can get into the reasons why. But 20 years of strategic prioritization across not just their government, but their private sector in China is starting to show results. So when I sort of look at the assessment, this of the strengths in the U.S. system, of course, is our capital markets. But you talked earlier about this sort of biotech community not necessarily seeing itself as one cohesive unit, and part of that is that the paths to market, the paths to exit for investors in the biopharmaceutical sector are fundamentally very different. It's a very different economic model than in the industrial or agriculture or other types of applications of biotech. We still see far more private sector investment in biopharma than we do in other sectors. Part of that is a regulatory issue. We can work on that. We have a prescription for working on that. And we have some of the best and brightest and smartest and most dedicated people here in the biotech ecosystem, whether that's working in the US government or in research institutions or out in industry, all of whom want to solve hard problems in biotech and with biotech. And that has really been the engine, the people, I think, and the discoveries that they have made have been the engine of innovation and leadership in the US. That's starting to change, I think. We are, but let me just pause there and say, like, on the China side of the ledger, quite strong in manufacturing capacity. Very assertive about attracting that talent to China, whether that is Chinese students who come and study here in the US and return home with what they've learned, or increasingly attracting and retaining American, Western, leading edge scientists. Increasingly good at, on sort of like an innovation and research metric. We look at, highly cited research papers or things like these out-licensing deals. So it's, we still absolutely have some major strengths here, but not because we have been, as a government, making this a strategic national priority for 20 years.
I think what's true for biotech is true for a lot of emerging technologies, and sort of when we think about relative strengths and weaknesses for the U.S. and China, there are virtues to basically Washington paying very little attention to biotech, for better or worse, in that we have a very innovative sector, we have an extremely highly capitalized and dynamic private market, but the downside, at least on that point, is you mentioned how even though the United States, like if you ask people around the world what they wish they had to jumpstart their biotech sector, it would be America's capital market, right? And our relative sophistication and understanding the biotech sector. If you talk to European VCs or ones in Asia, they're just not, because we have hubs in Massachusetts, in the Research Triangle Park in California that are co-located with capital centers. And so there's just a greater familiarity with the industry and therefore a willingness to invest in what is in some cases a higher risk long-term investment. So as a result, we're able to funnel capital into the biotech sector more than a lot of other countries, private capital. With that said, it's still chasing the most likely return because it's a private investment and it's overwhelmingly flowing to the health and pharma side. That's good, we need health and pharma, but you mentioned some of the other sectors that are not getting as much capital as a result. Just to be more specific about it, I mean, we're talking about companies that might be making the defense applications that you were mentioning, Caitlin, right? The armor for soldiers based on spider silk that might be lighter and more durable, that gets talked about a lot in this context. The replacements for synthetic chemical inputs for explosives that the DoD needs, that all of a sudden we realize in the context of a conflict or escalating tensions we can no longer source, or we can't source it at the level that we want to. All of those things, you know, but they're not necessarily getting the private capital because the return isn't there. Energy, agriculture, manufacturing generally. So as a result, we're very strong on some sides, but underdeveloped in the other. Whereas the flip side of that, of course, is in China, it's overwhelmingly state capital, and as a result, they're able to brute force their way into not your way, but they're able to brute force their way into a leadership in areas like synthetic biology, you know, biofuels, biological engineering. I think ASPE has done some really good research and tracking in terms of technological. And you're right, it's not as clear cut as we're clearly in the lead and they're behind. It's more nuanced. I still think on balance, I would rather play America's hand than China's hand, but we're not really playing a hand right now.
We have to play the hand.
We have to play the hand.
We can't just like hold it and go, oh yeah, we used to be good at this.
It's, you know, you mentioned you're writing your report before you were pencils down. When we were working on our report, you know, when we were identifying strengths in the United States, you know, talent, capital, allies and partners, domestic, you know, a research, like world-leading research institutions that are private or academic. And in one way or another, I hate to say it, but in one way or another, we've actually, I would argue, in the last few months, undermined a lot of those strengths, and we could talk a little bit about that later. But I hope this is just a temporary thing. But one thing I wanted to dig into a little bit with you, Caitlin, is we haven't really talked about biodata. And you guys have a great section in your report about biodata. Maybe you can explain, because we don't have, you know, bioscientists and all here, what that even means. And, you know, our report assesses that this is actually a big disadvantage of the United States, that China in some ways has an asymmetric or structural advantage when it comes to biodata compared to the US. Can you just talk a little bit about it, whether you agree?
We came to the same.
And then let's think about what we should do about it.
Yeah, sure. Okay, this is the part where I try to convince you that biological data, which is not a thing that most people think about day to day, really fundamentally matters here. I am not a scientist either, so this was a learning curve for me, for sure. If you think about, we spent a lot of time thinking about the convergence of biotechnology with other tools like AI, ML, and automation. And we did that because we really think that convergence and the use of AI in the biotech sector is what is going to power a ChatGPT-like moment for biotech, where, you know, like I said, historically, innovations have been the product of, you know, decades of work, maybe whole careers of work. And now, you know, with these tools applied to biotech, that time scale and the cost associated with it is rapidly shrinking, so that we can start to see lots and lots and lots of really exciting innovation on a much shorter time scale and much less cost. So if you think about how, you know, LLMs are powered with the English language, like that is the data that, you know, powers actual ChatGPT, not biotech ChatGPT. It's exactly the same analogy into biotech and how we use AI. The AI models for biotech are called biological design tools. They are powered with biological data. Sometimes that's human related data, but a lot of times it is things like how we understand how proteins work, or how we understand the genetic information of flora and fauna, non-human genetic information. I guess it was last year and a half ago now, a team won the Nobel Prize on the basis of work that they did with a model called AlphaFold. AlphaFold fundamentally changed the way that we understood how proteins work and also drove innovators towards novel protein design. So these are things that don't happen in nature, but we can use this convergence of AI and biotechnology to make new proteins. That was on the basis of a database called the Protein Data Bank. And over decades, researchers had been contributing to the Protein Data Bank largely on a voluntary basis, with the understanding that this is the kind of information, what's called proteomic information, that was going to power this kind of really exciting new model, and therefore all kinds of discoveries out of it. So now we're seeing people use AlphaFold to design new drugs that we really couldn't have imagined without that tool. A lot of our best biological data here in the US is held proprietary in private sector companies. That's appropriate. That's one of those things that actually makes sense in the US hand. But we also have really exciting stores of biological data in USG hands. And we're not taking sufficient advantage of those. They're not well curated. They're not particularly accessible to researchers. And we also have a lot of flora and fauna and biological information just out in the natural world that we don't particularly understand. So let's go get that data. And
you should talk about that. I think one of the best or most exciting recommendations in your report. Yeah.
Okay.
To that
So
effect.
here's the thing. This is the thing I didn't understand either. But a lot of our drugs, the ones that you'll be familiar with today, whether that's penicillin or Ozempic or whatever, are derived of a phenomenon in the natural world, right? This is something that penicillin is a bacteria it's a fungus, right? Yeah. Angie would, maybe Hannah can help me. Angie on our commission would debate whether it's a bacteria. Anyway, point being. We derive a lot of medical innovation from our understanding of the natural world. One company that works in this space described this to me as if you think about the wealth of biological information, genetic information about just non-human flora and fauna as the oceans of the world, what we actually understand is an ounce. That is human understanding of the natural world is an ounce, the genetic information of the natural world. So one of our recommendations we call the Public Lands Sequencing Project, and the idea here is that the Department of Interior, working with the private sector, will sample the flora and fauna of US public lands and then sequence that information and drive it into this other idea that we have, which is the web of biodata, which will be a US government-led effort to really treat biological data as a strategic national resource and make it available to researchers easily, well-curated, able to pull from different databases. And our goal through the combination of those things is that researchers will be able to focus on deriving innovation on top of that data rather than the creation of data to drive their innovations.
Yeah, that's really exciting. I mean, I think this is one of the issues in getting back to the pros and cons of a very decentralized approach to biotech leadership that we've had in this country, is that we have a massive amount of private sector innovation that's been leading to an abundance of digital information, and a lot of it's biodata. When we think biodata, we think, okay, health data, but I think you've helpfully reminded us that it's a lot of environmental data related to flora and fauna and plants and animals. And oftentimes the combination of all of these things will yield insights that we're not even aware of now. Yeah. And I think as machine learning and AI tools improve, the possibility of that only increases. But the issue is because we have really no national strategy for biotech, all of the, when we think about even just the migration, sort of encouragement of medical health records and electronic health records in this country, we've sort of nudged the clinics and hospitals to make this transition and encourage them to be interoperable. But anyone who's spent any time in the healthcare system knows that it's a total mess. And we have, this is on the private side. We have a lot of medical data, but none of it really speaks to each other. They're all processed differently, secured differently, the intake is different. And so it's like a bunch of, it's like we're sitting on a massive gold mine that we can't quite use. And also we have to be careful about how we use it because it's people's personal medical data. And we aren't the CCP. We aren't just going to take people's data in the country and outside of the country, which is something that Wuxi and others have done. I would argue, using some sort of shady business practices. To amass a lot of biodata. So I think the opportunity for the United States is how do we take the wealth of biodata that we have, including in the federal government, honestly just the biodata in the federal government that resides within NSF and NIH and DOD. And we even imagining that the Department of Interior and the U.S. Forest Service and all can be enlisted to survey and collect these resources is an extraordinary opportunity. But it's going to take resources, it's going to take a mandate, and it's going to take the infrastructure to put it all together. And there's no reason we can't do that, but it will take leadership and resources. And just to put another foot stomp on it, China does have policies to mandate the digitization of their health data, to migrate to electronic health records in a much more systematic way, to build large-scale databases for their biodata. They understand this, right? And they've been spending a lot of time taking biodata from their population and from populations around the world. And this is going to be a growing disadvantage of the United States over time unless we do something about it. And the United Kingdom has done some really interesting work around a UK biobank, which is sort of a quasi-governmental organization to help sequence and amass biodata on a voluntary basis that researchers can then access. And I think the proposal that you guys have for a web of biodata could be a real interesting way to fill that gap. But one thing that I worry about, because our team also does work on AI, a lot of work on AI, you mentioned AI, and this is something I'm giving some thought in real time to right now, so I'm just going to test it now. But I worry that our inability to fix the biodata problem that we're describing is going to not only inhibit our bio leadership, but our AI leadership, because we have a ton of data that is not AI ready, right? It hasn't been labeled, it hasn't been cleaned up, it hasn't been curated, and that is, as are these LLMs have basically scraped up everything they could scrape up from the internet, they're going to need high quality sort of specific data, and biodata is one of those areas, and we are just not making it available for a lot of our frontier models to use responsibly, I should add, which they would need to use. And that's going to limit their capabilities. And then, of course, the slowing down the development of AI models on the one hand will prevent us from using those models to drive biotechnology insights on the other. So these things can be working together synergistically, but it requires vision from this town that you guys have provided, but I think hopefully will get picked up a little more. So one thing I did want to mention on that note, Kaylin, is Kaylin and I are both recovering Hill staffers, and you guys been stood up by the Hill, and you guys are working, your commissioners are all members. How has this been received on the Hill? What are the next steps in terms of implementation and some of the specific recommendations you see getting carried forward?
Yeah, absolutely. So taken together, the commission makes 49 recommendations, which sometimes when I say people go like, oh, eye roll, that's a lot of recommendations, how are we going to do all those things? But it is roughly an even split in support of a two-track strategy to run faster and slow China down. And our commissioners feel really strongly that we need to be able to do both. We can't outrun, and we can't just use protect measures to slow down. We have to do both things. The bipartisanship and bicameralness is built into the construct of the commission. Senator Young, as I mentioned, is our chair, but we also have on the commission Senator Alex Padilla, Representative Stephanie Bice, and Representative Ro Khanna. And then the remainder of the commissioners were appointed on a bipartisan basis by leadership from both chambers. So inherent in the work was a push and pull between commissioners about what would solve these problems, and also what would policymakers act on in an urgent way. And we think we've come up with a playbook that does both things, right? That really, in total, our recommendations amount to a $15 billion investment over the next 5 years. Sounds like a lot of money, is a lot of money, but is far less money than we would have to spend if we did this 10 years from now to claw back this ability to lead in biotechnology. That message seems to be resonating with policymakers. I think they are increasingly appreciating all of the myriad, possibilities of biotech. The message around job creation and sort of the opportunity to leave on the table, jobs that would benefit all states and districts. We have another 18 months of work before the commission closes its doors, and our goal is that we will write legislation against most of these recommendations, and we'll work with members of Congress, including our own congressional commissioners, but others too who have raised their hands already to be champions in this space, to move these initiatives forward legislatively. We did not want to just observe the problem. Yeah. We wanted to offer and we also didn't want to just offer a playbook. We want to work hand in glove with members of Congress on new legislation, oversight of existing programs, and appropriations needs, so that when the commission closes its doors eventually, we have a cadre of champions who are moving this forward. I will say, just to take us full circle, I do think that among all of the things that policymakers have to worry about, that lawmakers have to worry about, our former bosses have to worry about every day, even just in the sliver of that is technology policy, our job and those that agree with the things that we found is to raise the level of prioritization of biotech in that tech stack, and to raise the level of what we call bioliteracy among policymakers, right? So the last the last biology class that I took was in high school. I think that's pretty common among Hill staffers. I don't know when yours was. Maybe it was sooner. Yeah. But that can be kind of a barrier, right, to action in this space, is the sense that, I'm not a scientist or I'm not a biologist and I'm never going to understand the technology deeply enough to be effective at making policy around it. And there is a place in this battle for biopower for everyone, whether you are a deep subject matter expert or someone like us with liberal arts degrees who become bioliterate, right? I use the analogy of like a computer. I don't know how my computer works, but I know how to use it and I know how to use it safely. Like that is what we should be striving for with respect to education and information around biotech for policymakers, is like, let's equip our leaders with the tools to understand enough about how this technology works to make effective policy, and then also empower them with subject matter expertise.
Yeah, great. I'm realizing I'm selfishly asking all the questions and I haven't. Oh, well, I guess we're getting the time is up signal. So let me ask with. So I'm sorry, audience, I didn't even get to ask your questions here, but I'll take a mea culpa for that. Let me take one more question, which is, if you could leave this audience, in person and online, with one takeaway from your report, what is the most important thing you want to leave them with?
Sure. There is time to act, but no time to wait on biotech. We are not yet in a situation where we have lost. But we are not squarely in a comfortable leadership position any longer. There are discrete actions that policymakers can take, whether that's our playbook, your playbook, somebody else's playbook, but like, let's play the hand we have. Yeah. If we wait longer, even a matter of a couple of years, we will lose in this technology sector in a way that we will never be able to recover.
Thank you, Caitlin. We have time to wait. We have no time to wait. Time to act.
Time to act. No time to wait.
Okay, I'm going to put that. That's going to be.
You could get a tattoo. I'm thinking
about
a tattoo.
I think I'm going to have to get a tattoo. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. Well, thank you so much, Caitlin, for your time. I want to just bring us full circle at the risk of getting the big hook by saying that we have our final speaker coming up before we close this out. And as Caitlin mentioned, one of the very first biotech innovations of humankind was beer. And we do have a reception after this.
It's a biotech reception, I heard.
And so I should probably stop talking so we can all enjoy that at some point. But before we get to that, to close out the day, please welcome to the stage our Senior Vice President of Development, Anna Saito-Carson.
All right, so here I am. I'm the closing act, so good to see you guys, and thank you, Vivek and Caitlin, for that fascinating conversation on biopower. So I'll keep it short and sweet. I know we all want drinks soon. So my name is Anna Saito Carson, and I'm Senior Vice President of Development at CNAS. I'm really honored to be with you all today, and thank you to all of you who have been with us online and throughout the day. You know, we've all been part of an engaging and bipartisan conversation, and I hope that this has given you some new insights, deeper knowledge, even a fresh perspective on some of the most critical national security issues of our day, and on how America can maintain its edge. Here at CNAS, we are proud to develop strong, pragmatic, and principled national security and defense policies, anchored on our ongoing and cutting-edge research. We are also about bringing people together, like today, in thoughtful discussion and debate. I encourage all of you to continue following our work through our research, our events, our experts, and our NextGen programs, as mentioned earlier in the day. If you missed any of our sessions, they're all available online and on our conference site and on YouTube. Now, we're going to go to the thank yous. First of all, I'd like to recognize all of our conference sponsors who have generously provided support to this year's event. I'm going to go down the line and I'll hit everyone real quickly. Thank you to Invenergy, Northrop Grumman, American Rheinmetall Defense, Boeing, Cisco, MNC Saatchi World Services, RTX, and Western Digital. I also want to thank our team and also all of our institutional donors and individuals who have made all of this possible. So thank you. And many special thanks to Jasmine Butler, Kate Kuzminski, our communications and design team for making this a huge success. And thank you to our research and business program teams today as well. And thanks to all of you for being here in person today in Washington, D.C., here live, and also online. So with that, for those of you who are still here in person, please join us for drinks outside. I'll see you there soon, and we can cheers to that. And thank you again for being with us today, and we look forward to seeing you at the next CNAS event. Thank you.